170 serious crimes. The concerns that many New Yorkers have are around the enforcement of immigration laws on New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs. And most recently, we're talking about a mother and her 2 children, how this has very little to do with what that is.
Mr. Montani,
what we did is we discussed crime. More than ICE per se, we discussed crime. And he doesn't want to see crime, and I don't want to see crime. And I have very little doubt that we're not going to get along on that issue. He wants to, and he said some things that were very interesting as to housing construction, and he wants to see houses go up. He wants to see a lot of houses created, a lot of apartments built, etc. And you know, we actually people would be shocked. I want to see the same thing.
Kind of fucked up for Zoran to not check in with Hassan Abi's chat before meeting with the president just to see if it's okay. Okay, you're joking, but there's a low-key, there are people in here who genuinely believe that. Like, there are people who are operating with that exact attitude where they're like, I don't understand what's going on here. Why didn't he fucking come to us? It's rude of him, really.
Trying to remember.
And they would have been like, no, actually, you're not allowed to do that because that would mean you're normalizing fascism.
Chat rewards.
Yeah. Zoran Mamdani, the Hassan Pike delegation is cutting ties with Zoran Mamdani. Okay? The honeymoon period is over.
Protesters.
Yeah, Mr. President, I wanted to know one of the policies as well that Mayor Mamdani talked a number of times about on the campaign was shifting the tax burden for property taxes from what he called minority communities to white-based communities and putting more taxes on white people.
No. Jack fucking Posobiec is in that room? Are you fucking joking? Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Ew, gross. Gross. Unacceptable. Switching up on Big Zo as soon as he found a bigger political streamer, Trump, to hang with? Yeah. No, he's the one who switched up on me. He forgot his day ones, dude. He forgot his day ones. That's what it is. Lunatic reporter, you cannot call him a reporter. He is, at best, a white nationalist Twitter poster, okay? I can't believe this shit.
That in your acceptance speech you didn't mention anything about America or Christians or white people in general, and so I didn't know if that was one of the policies that you guys had spoken about.
We focused on affordability. We focused on the cost of living crisis. What I will say is that I am very much interested in property tax reform because what we see right now in New York City is a system that is so inequitable that it can't even stand up in court. And the president and I spoke about the importance of not only building more housing, but also making sure that regulation of housing is something that is manageable to actually get through and not the cause of yet another weight that we see in our city.
But to be clear, you're continuing this idea of race-based property taxes.
No, to be very clear,
that's what you said.
No, the use of the term was a description of neighborhoods, not a description of intent.
So you intend to tax the whiter neighborhoods more?
No, we intend to create a fair property tax system because we want a New York City that is not only fair and equitable, but also one that every New Yorker can afford.
Please go.
Mr. Montani, anti-Israel protesters just targeted a synagogue in New York. Are you concerned about Jewish New Yorkers feeling welcome and safe in the city? And President Trump, you've threatened to cut off federal funding to New York City. What policies would prompt you to do that? Would that be city-run grocery stores? Would it be something else?
Yeah, this is another thing that fucking annoys me to no end. Okay? Yeah, once again, another like Jewish place of worship being used to literally illegally sell stolen.
Did you still get the setup?
Stolen property on the in
no,
the
it doesn't
West
matter.
Bank.
No one's watching.
In direct violation of New York City rules, in direct violation of international human rights, in direct violation of all the fucking laws. And then when people protest outside of it, everybody goes, oh my God, I cannot believe how anti-Semitic people are. It's one of the most annoying things. I can't believe it still happens. Like, it's so frustrating. Like, what are we doing here? There will be protests wherever Zionists hold events, selling plots of stolen land, or fundraising for the displacement of Palestinians, and people use their houses of worship to host these events. That is a reflection of their own moral rot. That's what should be condemned. And every single time, dumb fuck liberals will eat that bait and be like, oh my God, I am so saddened. I am so saddened. I'm so upset. Not at the fact that these guys are basically fucking violating every single rule and every single law and demonstrating one of the most like immoral things that you can do, like doing it in a fucking place of worship. That's not what's saddening for these people. It's the fact that people actually are criticizing it. It's the fact that people are actually protesting against it. It's like, shut the fuck up. Lock in, man. What do you think is the bigger problem here? The fact that people are protesting against, like, people selling illegally selling stolen fucking houses in an apartheid state, in a place of worship, or the people protesting against that outside of the place of worship? The fuck? Can you zin in China? Brother, I have never stopped zinning in China.
Second round already, I'm sorry. Oh shoot, Dr. Buzz is here. Second round, I'm sorry. My fault. Frick.
Yeah, the city of Boston persecuted Catholics, prosecuting the child molesting priest. Yeah, I can't believe it. I can't believe they did that.
I know it's
if
anyway.
the fucking Catholic priests were also openly hosting like a child molestation seminar in one of the
like
fucking
music
churches,
and stuff.
yeah,
It's infuriating.
motherfuckers will be out there protesting against that too. It has
Why is
nothing
it
to
so
do with
quiet?
every single Catholic church. It has nothing to do with Catholicism.
I need to turn my mic
And
up.
it would have something to do with that individual church. It's so fucking annoying. Yeah, the new right-wing thing is
Test.
describing crimes
Okay,
as
that's better.
generically as possible to pretend that like they're not crimes. Someone gets convicted of conspiracy and they start yelling, wow, so it's illegal to make plans with friends now.
Check.
Text from a GOP operative on the Trump Mamdani meeting. To be honest, I think this pours gasoline on the internal war within the Dems. Hakeem won't talk or work with him, but Trump is open to working with him. Further forces Dems to fully embrace Mamdani and his agenda. They're on copium o'clock. Is it hateful? It is hateful to say the settlements advertised by the group violate international law.
Okay, almost done. Almost ready to get going here.
What is this? Can you look at my pre's comment? If it's not a good comment, I'm gonna fucking put you on a spaceship.
I'll be on a spaceship.
What is this? Aside from Bernie Sanders, there's not even close to another politician in the country who could stand behind Trump in the Oval Office and defend humanitarian beliefs. Not even close. Okay, it wasn't good enough. Take a second off. Don't ever do that again. That was the fucking brilliant comment that you were like spamming me to read. Sorry for any typos. Okay, another second off. Now you're down 2 seconds. At least it wasn't. At least it wasn't a stupid one. Okay, at least it was fine. That's why I gave him a second. Half the time when people are like, "You have to see the previous comment that I wrote," I cooked it up. I cooked up
Oh my god.
the greatest comment of all time, and then it's just like
Gotta
the
start over.
dumbest thing I've ever heard. At least this one was fine. It just wasn't as unique. If it's not a good comment, I'm gonna fucking put you on a spaceship. Yes, I have to say stuff like that because whenever I use any other fucking kind of spicy language, every single pedophilic neo-Nazi, like lolly avatar account on the internet goes, why isn't he being banned? Why isn't he being banned? Oh my God, ban this person. He wants to literally take a gun out and execute every single one of us. Oh my God. Like, that's literally how they operate.
Try
I'm
this again.
shaking right now. I literally heard this streamer say that he's gonna pull a chatter out to the Times Square and execute him. Oh my god. Yeah, every Keon avatar account on Twitter will be like at FBI, at DOJ, at Donald Trump, at Amazon, at Twitch, at Twitter. Why won't they ban him? Mods, why won't they ban him?
All right,
Well,
let's
I
shift
think
away.
if we can get along, whether it's cut off or just make it a little bit difficult or not give as much, we want to see, I use the term, we don't want good money going after bad. And,
See what anyone else has to say about this.
I'm the only one with the totem left. Who's Kark?
All right, guys, we all just watched an incredibly historic, wild, surreal press conference with Donald Trump, Zoran Mamdani, the mayor-elect, of course, of New York City. Our own Emily Jashinsky in the room asking a great question about whether or not Trump was there with a jihadist based on some comments that Elise Stefanik had just made.
That was last week when Al-Shara was there.
Yes, yeah. That was when he was actually with the jihadists. Yeah, true. I mean, like, just factually true.
According to his own government.
According to the government, that one is actually true. I guess before we jump in with a couple clips here, I mean, just Ryan, Emily, quick reaction. Emily, you first being in the room. What was that? What was it like?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say Trump mentioned that there was so much, he loves to do this meta media commentary, and he mentioned there was so much interest in the meeting that, you know, everyone wanted to get into it, and it's true. I mean, you could tell, like, reporters were super, super pumped for this one, and I think it's partially because of the same reason that we all expected it to go about as it went, because we've covered both Trump and Mamdani probably closer than a lot of people in media, and kind of anticipated what this would be like. But as you and I were, the three of us were talking before we went to air here, we were like, it was actually even more friendly than we probably expected it to be. I expected it to be friendly because they both just have incredible political instincts as populists and media instincts as well as populists. But in the room, I mean, Zoran was standing physically next to Trump, who was sitting. And I got this one picture through the scrum of Mamdani kind of looking down on Trump with a kind of smile. So it just was surreal to go from seeing Zoran on Zoom on our Breaking Point stream a year ago to seeing him literally in the Oval Office next to Donald Trump and fielding questions without any hitches. I mean, he didn't have a Gretchen Whitmer moment at all.
Oh, no, Zoran is as smooth as it gets. I mean, Ryan,
Trump
at one point called him, he said he's a great champion. And talked about, like, the blow-by-blow of his I saw him, he was at 1%, 2%, then he was at 17, and then I thought, oh boy, this is interesting, and next thing you know, he won a primary, no one expected him to win. It was like, you could, I mean, it was very predictable that Trump would be enamored with this guy because he's charming, because he, at his heart, like, loves New York and is a New Yorker and is sort of chagrined that New York never loved him back in that way. And then also because he's like, this guy's a winner, and I love winners, so what are you going to do?
Yeah, and everyone who has been in rooms with Mamdani talks about
not enough.
How personally
might be on longer than
this.
Oh, well, we'll get to it.
You can't walk out of a room kind of disliking him, no matter who you are. His biggest enemies, say that. Trump, people say that about Trump, that when you're personally with him as well, that he's actually quite a charming, interpersonal guy.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
Maddie
I think
B
it's
in the
game
chat.
recognizing game in that sense, but also this is
Yay,
it's,
two
Trump
viewers. All right,
not really caring
time for gaming.
whether or not. I think on the one hand, Trump likes that Hakeem Jeffries and those guys don't like Mamdani, so he's happy to see them kind of fighting each other.
True.
But I think Trump also genuinely doesn't have a whole lot of interest in Democrats, Republicans. Like Trump is in it for Trump. Famously, when Republicans were trying to repeal Obamacare in 2017, Trump pushed. He said, why don't we just do single payer? Like, you guys have been trying to repeal this for 10 years. You don't have a replacement plan. Let's just do single payer. And Paul Ryan is like, that's an interesting idea. Let's table that for now. Like, we're not doing that. So Trump doesn't really have an ideological core.
Yeah.
And if you flatter him, he likes you. So
Zoran had a very clever line that I'm sure he used in the meeting, which was to say, and which is true, I talked to your supporters, and they said that they voted for you because they wanted to end the forever wars and because they wanted to deal with the cost of living. Now, he doesn't have to go that extra point and say, and you've been a failure, and you conned them on both points. He can just say that first part, and that part is accurate, and Trump loved that. And so their interests really align, where Zoran wants to be able to govern, right? He wants his mayoralty to be a success. He wants to not have the federal government coming after him, stripping his funding. He wants that. And Trump sees that this guy's a winner and that he's popular and that this is a chance for him to sort of glom on to Zoran's message of affordability and be like, yeah, me too. That's what I'm all about here too. Affordability, build the houses. Let's go. You know, I'm all about it. We have some of the same ideas, he said. Griffin, you want to pull up? You got the sort of opening.
What am I working on?
Before
Ryan.
Griffin does that, I have to run because I got to get my kids to a birthday
Oh, that's
party.
right. I'm working on
increasing
my influence in the Colonia
Democrats
Council.
out there who don't like this, that wanted Mamdani to don't like that he's being cozy with somebody who's doing what Trump is doing around here.
My husband is one of them. So
yeah, we got to get Kyle in here.
If that's the case, I think he's losing the plot a little bit because I think that, it's politics is not a sport, and scoring points by owning somebody in person doesn't actually make anybody's life better. Doesn't actually do anything about ICE or anything else that you want done. Like building coalition, building power, and doing things.
Might not be a sport, but it's certainly a competition.
You can. That's what politics is really about. And so, yeah, I think he's wrong there. We'll see, but who knows?
All right, Ryan, you jumping right now?
Yeah, I'll let you guys finish up.
Yeah, and I just want to actually read this Ryan Grimm post before he's dropping out, but so that we can keep Ryan's voice.
Still with us.
He's gone. He said Trump and Mamdani giving the country a vision of what bottom v top rather than left v right politics could look like, if not historic, a genuinely novel development. And I'll add to that, both of them from wealthy backgrounds too, which is kind of interesting. Wealthy New York kind of coastal backgrounds, but coming to politics from an outsider perspective, both being totally hated at least after Trump entered politics by the press. And so I feel like I once asked Keith Kellogg, who was his NSA at one point, he's now a special envoy to Ukraine, why Trump seems to be interested in the Assange case. And Keith Kellogg told me because he thinks Trump sees some of himself in Assange. And I think that's true to some extent with Zoran Mamdani as well. I was watching Trump you could just feel the respect. It was the phrase that Ryan just said was in my head while I was watching it, game, respect, game. I was like, that's exactly what's going through Trump's head right now. He just respects the hell out of people who win.
Yep.
Well, and that's the other thing that Trump gets out of this is now he's the guy who gave a giant tax cut multiple times to billionaires and surrounds himself with tech oligarchs and does all of their bidding and is trying to make it so states can't even regulate AI and is flooding the street with ICE thugs, masked agents, and is blocking the release of the Epstein files. He is now the consummate insider, and a lot of his fall off in his approval rating and dissatisfaction with his own base comes from that brand damage. So I think also the sense that Zoran is this outsider who did upset the apple cart. Not only does Trump want to go Me Too with regard to his affordability message, he also wants to go Me Too with regard to, we're just, he talked about Bernie. He's like, me and Bernie, man, we got a lot in common. Me and Zoran, we got a lot in common, which again is an extraordinary, it's just extraordinary. This guy, Zoran Mamdani, none of us knew who he was a year ago, right? I guess we were just starting to get to know who he was a year ago. And now here he is in this meeting with the president, and you could tell, and the president is doing his best to associate himself with the ideas and the posture of the mayor of New York. And so that's why I actually disagree with Kyle too. I think this was extremely elevating for Zoran. And to Ryan's point, if your bottom line is I need to deliver for New Yorkers, this was the right move. If your bottom line is I want to have a confrontation with Trump because I think that will help my poll numbers, and if things don't go well, I can blame it on Trump, then it wasn't the right move. But if you're just focused on what can I do to actually have my best possible shot at governing this city, I think this went extraordinarily well. And I mean, to have Trump effectively bending the knee to Zoran in this way, I mean, I don't know, to me that's a major win. It's a major win. And what is the rest of his party going to say? Who've been, echoing Trump and calling him a communist and saying he hates Jews and all of these sorts of things. And he's there like, go ahead, call me a fascist. It's fine. And by the way, I don't think you're a jihadist. And, we're going to get along great. And I'm going to be your partner in making New York City great.
And I wanted to congratulate the mayor. He really ran an incredible race against a lot of smart people. Starting with the early primaries against some very tough people, very smart people.
A corrupt mayor and a sexually abusing former governor.
And very strong comment, like housing and getting housing built and food prices and the price of oil is coming way down. Anything I can do in New York, if I can get prices down, it's good for New York. And we've got them down, way down from last year. We have, as you know, I've been saying to a lot of people, Walmart said that Thanksgiving this year is exactly 25% less than last year. So that's good for New York, good for everybody. But I just want to congratulate. I think you're going to have hopefully a really great mayor. The better he does, the happier I am, I will say. There's no difference in party. There's no difference in anything. And we're going to be helping him to make everybody's dream come true, having a strong and very safe New York.
Dreams come true.
There's no difference in party. There's no difference in anything. We're gonna make each other's dreams come true.
Dreams come true. I love it when he slips into he's been listening to his Phantom of the Opera, Elton John,
it's like a
cheesy music,
like
and
a
he just
Disney
slips
line.
into the language.
He's
Amazing. Dreams come true.
Amazing. No, I mean there were so many extraordinary moments where he clearly is impressed by Zoran's victory. He is giving him, anytime there's a tough question that comes Zoran's way that might be a little uncomfortable for him, Trump jumps in, questions him.
We've got the fascist clip here just on that moment.
Yeah, play that.
Yeah, let's see that one. That was crazy.
Let's go for that because that was my jaw-dropping moment.
Interesting.
Resolution just passed overwhelmingly to condemn socialism, including with 86 Democrats, all of them leadership and the minority leader Jeffries, despite support. What's your reaction to that?
I have to be honest with you, I focused very little on resolutions. Frankly, I've been focusing. I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you I am someone who is a democratic socialist. I've been very open about that. And I know there might be differences about ideology, but the place of agreement is the work that needs to be done to make New York City affordable. That's what I look forward to.
He asked about your comment on President Fascist, and your answer was, well, President Trump and I share our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about.
That's okay, you can just say it.
Okay.
It's easier. It's easier than explaining it.
I actually thought that moment that when Zoran was just like, okay, I think he actually should have been like, oh no, it's all right. He should have just kept going instead of letting Trump be like, oh no.
Okey-dokey.
Well, and there was another moment where someone was like,
yeah, probably.
He's called you a despot, and Trump was like, I've been called worse.
I just finished a couple of homework assignments, and now I am playing some Elite Dangerous.
And I was like, he kind of has answered that 3
playing
times,
some
guys.
game.
People have called Zoran some pretty crazy stuff.
Like the
no, Jaina's got some kind of meat or something. I haven't heard from her yet.
Yeah, we got that, Griffin. Let's play that.
Let's do it. I was so happy. I thought we weren't going to get yours, but we got it, folks. Let's take a listen to Emily Jashinsky in the Oval.
Okay, bye. Whoops.
Please.
Oh well, no one's watching anyway. Doesn't matter.
Multiple times by calling Zoran Mamdani a jihadist. Do you think you're standing next to a jihadist right now in the open?
No, but she's out there campaigning. You say things sometimes in a campaign. Capable person. But you really have to ask her about that. But I don't particularly. I think I met with a man who's a very rational person. I met with a man who really wants to see New York be great. say again, because New York was great. You know what I mean?
Wow.
You know, another moment I thought was extraordinary was when he was asked, this was actually a good question. He was asked, would you feel safe living in New York under a mayor, Mamdani? And he was like, absolutely. Yes. 100%. I absolutely would.
Wow.
No problem. And that might have been when he talked about, he's retained a police commissioner that apparently Ivanka knows. I mean, it's the Tishes,
Tish,
so it's like, I know comes from a great family, and I hear that she's doing great work. So, I don't know. A friend of mine just texted me and said his quote was Trump is such a star fucker, Zoran tamed him. And there is some of that. I mean, Trump talked about, Emily, how he's met with all these heads of state and no one cared. And there's hundreds of people lined up, dying to know about this and dying to get a question in, etc. And that is obviously the kind of thing that impresses our president.
Yes, I mean I think that's exactly right. He knows, and someone also asked about whether Mamdani took some of Trump's media strategies, social media strategies, into his own campaign, and they were also very friendly about that. I think it's another thing that Trump really had this respect for. Mamdani has probably seen the ads and was like, these are smart, because anybody with political instinct would look at that campaign and say it was very, very smart. And Trump mentioned himself watching Mamdani's numbers go up and up and up. And now it's actually funny because a lot of people are, I'm just seeing this commentary on social media being like, oh, Trump just killed the New York governor's race for Republicans, because so much of their efforts to take on Hochul are focused on tying her to Mamdani. And the Mamdani tie works a lot less well. It's not as dangerous if the president's backslapping with him in the Oval Office, saying he feels perfectly safe in New York City, would feel perfectly safe, taking away your jihadist line, which is insane and just a completely stupid thing today. He neutralized 80% of the Republican campaign against Kathy Hochul, and it's Elise Stefanik, who is his hand-picked person for that role, whose campaign he just undercut, not just in response to my question, but actually the entire meeting, the photo op, everything in and of itself neutralizes the Stefanik campaign.
I was thinking about, this has been a common talking point. You heard on Fox News, you heard it from Bill Maher, even in a lame and poorly received joke about how Zoran winning was a big win for Republicans, and they're going to hang this guy around the neck of Democrats. They're going to talk about how he's a jihadist doing Sharia law. I had some guy on my kid's soccer practice this week talking about how New York was going to be under Sharia and all this stuff. And so I think they were always wrong about how effective that would be. But there's no doubt there were a million Republican consultants out there we're going to use this Zoran guy to paint every Democrat who's running this cycle in the midterms as extremist, Islamist, jihadist, communist, whatever. And now you have the President of the United States I love this guy. Me and him, we're basically the same. He's a great champion. We're going to work together. I feel great about living in New York City under him. So that whole ad campaign strategy, I would say, is pretty well undercut and out the window for the midterms. Now, again, I don't think they lose much with that, because I don't think that was going to work anyway. But they were certainly queuing that up, and especially in these New York races, the governor being most prominent among them.
Well, and the thing is, it works in some districts. The Republicans go back to 2010 all of the time, and we'll talk about their success using Nancy Pelosi as kind of the boogeyman, where you tie every Dem candidate to San Francisco Nancy Pelosi. And there's some places where that'll work, but virtually no place. There's no place that'll work now unless Trump turns on Mamdani, which is obviously possible.
Oh yeah,
certainly
that could happen at any moment. It could happen later today.
Absolutely. It could literally have happened while we were taping.
While we're talking. Yeah.
It's. I don't see people running around down here in the basement, in the White House basement. So I'm assuming that didn't happen yet. But it's that could be imminent. And if that happens, everything we just said goes out the window a bit. But Mamdani is not Nancy Pelosi. He's much more talented at the media politic strategy, media politics
Too
strategy,
close.
than selling himself, advertising, all of that, than
And
Nancy
doesn't-
Pelosi ever was.
And doesn't come off as just like an out-of-touch elite. I mean, that was really the
Right.
problem with her and why those attacks were so effective. So, number one, I think we should assume that there will be still a falling out, a confrontation. Like, it will get ugly and nasty between them. I think that is probably unavoidable, given the positions that they both occupy. So I think that that is likely going to come at some point in the future over some issue. We have no idea what, right? And Trump will feel scorned, you know, because Zoran says something mean about him or whatever. I also want to steelman, though, like the lefty case against this meeting. Like, here's a guy that you yourself say is a fascist, that you yourself say was enabling and funding a genocide and is now helping to facilitate a total occupation of the Gaza Strip, who just accused 6 Democrats of sedition and wants them to be hanged, right? People voted for you because a part of the case that you made is I'm going to fight this guy. Like, I'm not going to go and bend the knee. I'm going to confront him. I'm going to be the toughest fighter against Donald Trump because of what he's doing to America, what he's doing in our cities, the way he's ripping families apart, all of that. So, you know, Zoran, one of his great strengths is coming across as super authentic, saying what he means. So how can you square those things that you said on the campaign trail with this very friendly and conciliatory meeting? Griffin, I'd actually be curious for your thoughts on that, you know, case that perhaps something like that would be the case that Kyle would make. I don't want to put words in his mouth. He's probably going to record his own segment here momentarily. But, you know, what do you think of that position?
I know, I get where they're coming from, but then it comes down to what Ryan said, which is like strategy. It's like we can like feel these ways about things, but what is going to be the most productive, like real world solutions to change any of it? And it seems to be like that you can talk as much shit as you want on Trump and then just be good in the room with him. And that seems to be the solution to like every world leader's problems. It's the reason why like they won't let Venezuela, who's Maduro, they won't let Maduro even write like a pen pal note to Trump. Because the second you get close to Trump, it's over. Because you can wow him in the room. So yeah, I know. I think that Zoran is not only with this, but with his primary endorsements, he is clearly setting out to be a very calculated individual that wants to make sure that he can rule and accomplish some of his goals. And we've seen that with him going to a DSA meeting a few nights ago and talking about not supporting a primary against Jeffries. You know, you can agree or disagree on that, but it's showing that he wants to play a role where he can deliver in New York City, and the more national desire for him to lead Democrats on everything seems like he wants to lead for New York first, have that be a success, and then see what comes afterwards.
Well, I think, Emily, he feels the weight of the office in terms of if he is not a good mayor and public opinion turns on him in New York City, then it will be considered a death knell for democratic socialism. You guys, we tried it. You had all these idealistic ideas. Turns out you can't govern. Was a failure. Now, when Eric Adams, who's a centrist, fails and is the least popular mayor in all of New York City history, that is not used as like an indictment of all of democratic corporate centrism, even though it probably should be. But that's not the way that logic works. But we all know it will be different if you have this democratic socialist comes from behind, rebuked by the establishment, and then he's not able to govern effectively. And so my sense of Zoran is that he feels the weight of that and is really, really focused on, okay, what are going to be the barriers in my way to achieving my agenda, making people feel like the city is running effectively, you know, being able to get some of my key policy priorities through, working with some of the people who were really skeptical or adversarial to me. I think he probably learned some from the Bill de Blasio mayoralty, where de Blasio was able to get some of his key priorities through, but still maintained this very adversarial I mean, Cuomo and him just absolutely hated each other's guts. I don't know that there was any solving that anything Bill de Blasio could have done. But in any case, it helped to create an impression that his mayoralty was ultimately a failure. And so that my sense is that he's like, okay, any sort of political brownie points I could get from endorsing Chi Osei, which again, that I actually have more of a problem with than this Trump meeting. Any brownie points I could get from those sorts of things, like my first and foremost is I need to deliver in this city, and that ultimately is how he thinks he will be judged, and the success of his ideological political project will be judged.
Well, and I think also right now, even we've focused so much on the Trump side of this meeting, but the way Mamdani handled it was also masterful, because there were moments where he actually clearly, I just got this, someone sent this really smart post to me on Twitter. Someone says, I'll never understand, shout out to this person, how more people don't understand how to play Trump like a fiddle. Mamdani did it perfectly. And this is from John. And it's like, there's a lot of cowards out there who don't want to, I think, swallow the tough pill of the fact that Trump is actually the president, which means he does have some control over New York City. And in the case of Zohran Mamdani, a lot of desperate people have found, many of us might disagree with it, but have found hope in Donald Trump. And that's not something that Zohran Mamdani or Donald Trump can control right now. It's a thing that exists. And so by going into the Oval Office and doing without, I think, compromising his integrity with what he literally said, it's a very fine line to walk when you are finding ways to kind of give Trump what he wants to hear while also not saying anything that you literally do not believe in. And he did that. And there are a lot of people who never even bothered to try doing that. They hide behind a binder like Gretchen Whitmer, but he's dude is smooth.
He's a primetime player. There's no doubt about it.
I also think your point is so good, Crystal, that he does feel the weight of his movement on his shoulders, and that's probably why it's important for him to take the meeting and knock it out of the park. The other thing I would add is the whole some of this is so dependent on where the relationship goes from here, but I think of Muriel Bowser here in DC, who a lot of leftists are upset with. But what Trump's takeover of DC could be 20 times worse from a leftist perspective right now. And I think there's a decent example of somebody who has brokered somewhat of a truce that it looks like a compromise maybe superficially, but the substance of it it's preventing something that from a leftist perspective would be the National Guard could still be doing or could be doing much more than it ever did in DC. He was going to do it anyway. And that's what I think a lot of people don't understand is there's an inevitability to Trumpism when he's the president of the United States. And there are, to Ryan's point, substantive wins that leftists can get.
Well, and I think Zohran, I think he thinks about the sewer socialists in Milwaukee, where, again, the reason they were able to govern and have power for the period of time that they did was because they're called sewer socialists because they literally built out the sewer, right? They created public works that improved people's lives, and that's how they were judged, was not by pie-in-the-sky ideological theory, but by, they made my life better and easier. They improved sanitation, and I'm for it. And so, I don't really care what they call themselves. I'm going to vote for that again because that made my life better. And so I think he has some of those models in mind. But in any case, any final thoughts, guys? Because I do have to go pay attention to my kids as well.
No, the only thing I was going to say is the reason I asked that question, we talk about it a lot on our show, but it is so brain dead to refer to Zohran Mamdani as a jihadist, and it cheapens the label. It cheapens all of these labels for times when you may actually want to use it, like with al-Shura in the White House last week, by the way. But it is also fear-mongering, and I think
it just makes you look stupid too.
It makes you look stupid, and it's also one of those things that there are a lot of people out there who take that seriously. They put trust in politicians like Elise Stefanik. It's not us, but there are people who do that, and it's a scummy, gross, and stupid thing to do. On top of that, on top of being cynical, it is also not. It's dumb. It's not going to work. So that's the little background as to why I wanted to get that one in.
Laura Loomer is on life alert.
Oh my God! Have we
first...
gotten a Loomer message?
Oh yes. Yeah, we did. But after al-Shura and now Zohran in the Oval,
that's gotta
Laura
hurt.
is at an all-time low right now. So we all need to be thoughts and prayers for Laura in this moment, in this hardship.
Here we go. She says, so we are just going to normalize communism? Oh, that's in response to Clay Travis. Mamdani openly campaigned with Palestinians who stormed synagogues. He campaigned with the 93 World Trade Center bombing co-conspirators nonsense. Mamdani said he globalized Intifada. Mamdani wants white people to be taxed more. Mamdani wants to ban ICE. Which part of that makes anyone feel comfortable? Anyway, yeah.
I thought Jack Posobiec, I mean, I like props to Posobiec. The white person property question was kind of funny. He didn't let it go. He didn't let it go.
Yeah, no. Good question, good response.
Yep.
You know, all the way around. So
It just the big W for America today.
I was saying this in our signal, but I think everyone that runs for office is now a Breaking Points watcher or a recent guest. It seems like everyone that we're talking to now is watching the show. So
our power grows day by
Our power
day.
grows. You're welcome. You're welcome, New York City. All right, bye guys.
Great job in there, Emily. That was cool to see. Great question.
Thanks, guys.
All right, y'all. Unless something surreal that reaches that level of surrealism or, breaking news level, we will see you guys on Monday unless something crazy happens between now and then.
Welcome back to Pod Save the World. I'm Tommy Vitor. I'm Ben Rhodes. All right, Ben, we got some big breaking news. On Friday, Axios reported that President Trump's 28-point peace plan for Ukraine includes a NATO-style security guarantee. That would be a very big deal, big if true, as they say.
Oops.
But Ben, the more we learned about Trump's plan, the more it seems like Axios got spun here, and that this deal is basically just the same demand for Ukraine to surrender that we've seen before. But let's dig into the details. So we know some details of the plan thanks to great reporting by Alex Ward, Laura Seligman, and Lawrence Norman at the Wall Street Journal, and then the Axios report from Barak Ravid that I mentioned earlier. So under the terms of the deal, Ukraine's military would be capped at 600,000 personnel. I saw
So
a
absurd.
CSIS report or a CFR.
They gave
report
up their
that said
nukes and look what
nearly
happened. You
900,000 active duty troops.
think
So
they're
it's a
going to
big
agree to
cut
just
for
like
the Ukrainian
limiting their?
force. There's also
I think
they
Russia
won't be
should have
allowed
to
use
limit
some of the
their
advanced weapons.
military to
Ukraine would agree
600,000.
to never join NATO, but I think retains the right to join the EU. Ukraine would have to cede control of the entire Donbass region, including the parts that are not currently under Russian control. I think that's given up about 20% of Ukrainian territory. And Ukraine would basically have to accept the current battle lines elsewhere.
Oops, wrong button.
Russia, on the other hand, gets to rejoin the G8. They get phased sanctions relief, and they get some sort of enhanced economic cooperation deal with the U.S. to work on AI, energy, and rare earth mining in the Arctic. What a wish list. So back to that Axios headline that the U.S. had offered Ukraine a NATO-like security guarantee. Here's what the text of the deal or the proposal says per Barak Ravid at Axios. The framework claims to include, quote, security assurance modeled on the principles of Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty. So that's where they got the NATO part. And then this is verbatim, Ben. The United States affirms that a significant, deliberate, and sustained armed attack by the Russian Federation across the agreed armistice line into Ukrainian territory shall be regarded as an attack threatening the peace and security of the transatlantic community. And then it says, if such an attack
The
occurs,
trans community.
the President
What?
of the United States consults with the Ukrainians, NATO, the Europeans, etc. And then they decide how to respond. And that, quote, these measures may include armed force, intelligence, logistical assistance, economic, and diplomatic actions. So, Ben, I'll just pause there. I mean, it doesn't really sound like a guarantee at all to me. It sounds like the president gets to decide if and when attack is a big enough deal to warrant some sort of response, and then we can respond with as little as logistical assistance. But what did you make of this?
This is almost astonishingly good terms for Vladimir Putin. He gets literally every single thing he wants. He gets more territory than they currently control. He gets to be brought in completely from the cold, and we can talk about that. And the one thing that Ukraine desperately wanted as part of any agreement, right, is a credible security guarantee so that Russia doesn't threaten them or invade them again. This matters, people should know, because
I wouldn't trust
Ukraine
any
got
security
a kind
guarantee
of
anymore.
soft security guarantee in the 90s when they agreed to give up their nuclear weapons from Russia, the United States, and the United Kingdom. That turned out to be worth precisely nothing when Russia did invade Ukraine, first in 2014 and then the full-scale invasion a couple of years ago. And so what they wanted was something like, they wanted to be in NATO and get an Article 5 commitment which says an attack on Ukraine would basically be an attack on the entire NATO alliance, and we're obligated to respond. They're trying to spin this, but if you look at the language of that agreement, and we've looked at a lot of diplomatic agreements in our time, Tommy, they say it's like Article 5. Okay, well, what does it mean in practice? Then it says, well, if Russia invades Ukraine, it would be a threat to the transatlantic community. Well, yeah, that's just a fact. It would be. But then they basically lay out this menu of options that a U.S. president would have to respond, and they literally specify all these non-military things like diplomatic measures and
logistical assistance.
You know?
What does that even mean?
We're going to start shipping, I don't know, whatever to the Ukrainians. It's not weapons. I mean, there is no reason that for anyone to believe that that is some kind of credible security guarantee. They can spin it any way they want to Axios, but anybody looking at this fine print can see what it is. Zelensky looks like a man who literally just got, a terminal diagnosis as he's talking about this thing, because he knows what it is. He's literally said, our dignity, we have to choose between our dignity and losing to support the United States. But let's just be very clear. No security guarantee, no NATO, lose more territory than they currently have already lost. They have a cap on their military, so they can't even prepare to defend themselves without us, right? Because a 600,000 person military without certain advanced weapons is not going to be able to fend off a Russian invasion. This is literally Vladimir Putin being gifted the terms that he would want to end this war.
Yeah, no doubt. And President Zelensky he seems apoplectic about this proposal. So on Friday, he did a 10-minute televised address to the Ukrainian people, which unfortunately for us was not in English, so we can't play it for you directly, but friend of the pod, Christopher Miller, translated it and pulled some of the following. So, as you mentioned, Zelensky says Ukraine is facing, quote, one of the most difficult moments in our history as their largest ally presses them into a deal with Russia. And then here's another quote. Now Ukraine may find itself facing a very difficult choice, either the loss of dignity or the risk of losing a key partner, either the Trump administration's 28 points or an extremely difficult winter, the most difficult and further risks. Life without freedom, life without dignity, without justice, and for us to believe the one who has attacked twice already, they will expect an answer for us. So the Financial Times, Ben, where Christopher Miller writes now, says Zelensky spoke on the phone with J.D. Vance for about an hour today, and that the U.S. expects the Ukrainians to sign this deal before Thanksgiving, so next Thursday, and that the U.S. has signaled that they could cut off weapon shipments and intelligence sharing if Zelensky doesn't sign. So, this is negotiation at gunpoint, but the gun is being held by the United States in this case.
Yeah, there's so much that's wrong about this. I mean, first of all, it's a small detail, but what's with the Thanksgiving deadline? The Ukrainians don't celebrate that. Nobody celebrates Thanksgiving except for us. It's so Trump and J.D. Vance can take a peace victory lap and enjoy their Thanksgiving dinners, and then meanwhile you're just completely, gut punching the Ukrainians. Then, I mean, also J.D. Vance, the guy that lectured to Zelensky in the Oval Office as the interlocutor. There's something kind of demeaning about that too. Trump can't even get on the phone with Zelensky himself to do this.
They're too busy reviewing architectural plans for the East Wing or something to call Zelensky and tell him he's going to fuck him. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the threat that we brought to bear on them, right? Already we're not providing the same amount of weapons we used to. But to say that we're going to cut them off completely from weapons and from intelligence sharing, I'm sure, you and I are not inside these rooms, but I'm quite sure that the capacity of the Ukrainians to know about certain Russian attacks, so some of this is just defensive, or the capacity of the Ukrainians to target Russians, we're literally threatening to rug pull them. We're literally saying to them, we're not just cutting off weapons, we're going to debilitate your capacity to defend yourselves.
Get to these next couple hours if I want to stream.
If you don't accept this deal, which we will then, of course, add to the Potemkin list of wars that Trump claims to have ended. I think it's so important for people to understand this, and we'll get to the Russia piece, but I want peace. We want this war to end. I accept that Ukraine is not going to reclaim all its territory. It's not going to get Crimea back. It may, lose parts of eastern Ukraine. But this does not need to be happening. This does not need to be the way this goes, right? There is leverage that the United States has. There's leverage that the Europeans have. There's credible security guarantees that we could have. There's, the potential for a peacekeeping force to go to Ukraine.
Am I tired?
Contribute to that. There's no need for them to cede territory that they haven't even already lost to the Russians. And so to be doing this, to just be squeezing this guy, I mean, we all talked about the Alaska summit, and there it was clear that Putin basically brought this precise plan. This is the plan that Putin brought to the Alaska summit. And everybody at that time was like, oh my God, thank God Trump didn't agree to that thing. And then the Europeans had to come and be like, here's all the reasons why you can't agree to that. That's like a death sentence for the Ukrainians. It leaves them permanently vulnerable to the Russians, in addition to giving Putin all these things that he, frankly, just doesn't deserve and hasn't even won on the battlefield. And we're just doing this so that Trump can claim a win, you know? And it's really world historically dangerous stuff just to suit the ego of Trump to claim that he had another Jared Witkoff negotiated peace deal.
Yeah, and look, the Europeans are shocked by this. According to a bunch of reports, they're also just shocked by the speed with which the United States is trying to force Ukraine to capitulate and basically surrender to the Russians. And just also, it's worth thinking about the broader context. Like in the last month or two, we've been talking about Russia firing
Putin's like,
into the
if you don't get them to agree to
all
this,
of these European countries, right? Like
I will
Poland
release
first, but it's
the
spread all
Epstein
over the
files
place.
that I have.
And the Polish government is currently accusing the Russians of blowing up a railway inside Polish territory, and basically an act of terrorism that was designed to cut off a really critical resupply route from Poland to the Ukrainians. So like this is happening as the Russians are getting more aggressive and lashing out at others in NATO. And so as part of this deal, I mean, Moscow would have to promise not to re-invade Ukraine, and they would have to forge a non-aggression pact with Kyiv and Europe. But like, who buys that? You know
Nobody
what I mean?
buys it, yeah. Do you really trust like that Vladimir Putin signed some like non-aggression pact? Look,
no.
First on the Europeans and then the Russians. The Europeans have taken this like
I got a
U.S.
pimple on my nose.
law firm
Oh, it
approach
hurts.
to Trump, where they kiss his ass, they charm him. You know, the Secretary General of NATO is literally calling him daddy. And the idea was that this was the smart strategy to keep him on side in Ukraine. It failed. Like, it would have been better to show this guy some backbone and to have like your own independent view of how this war ends, instead of just letting it get to this point. And I think the Europeans need to do some soul searching about how they
Need my
they
influence to
handle the
increase.
situation. The Russian piece is so important here, right? Because if you look at what the Ukrainians wanted, they would want their territory back. They're not getting that. They're losing more territory. They wanted NATO. They're not getting that. They're not even getting a credible security guarantee. But importantly, and this is getting lost in the whole thing, Vladimir Putin broke the most fundamental international rule, which is that you don't invade another country, and violate its sovereignty. He's not only getting rewarded with that territory, he's getting sanctions relief. He's getting like deals on AI. Like he's currently got a broken military economy. And the problem he has is if the war ends, his economy is fucked because the whole Russian economy exists now to perpetuate this war. So therefore he needs these deals. He needs sanctions relief. He needs like partnership to get critical minerals. He needs AI. They don't have the kind of advanced AI yet. So we're going to give him not just economic relief, we're going to give him economic opportunities, like deals that Trump and like some goons and oligarchs in this country can make with some Russian goons and oligarchs. Then he gets brought, what the Ukrainians would want is for Vladimir Putin to face justice at the International Criminal Court, which has a warrant for his arrest for war crimes. And not only that, he's going to be welcomed into the G8. So he's literally going to be like coming to countries that are in the G8 that are part of the ICC that are supposed to be arresting him, and instead he's suddenly back in this club of what used to be the world's democracies. It's just fucking bonkers.
And then, I mean, there's like a whole piece that's like American war profiteering, according to some of these reports. I mean, the U.S. would be tasked with rebuilding Ukraine's gas pipelines and then create some sort of fund for artificial intelligence projects and data centers in Ukraine. And then there's another piece like in Gaza that guess who's chairing it? Donald Trump. What a surprise. And then the proposal also
What a
says
surprise.
they would deploy $100 billion of frozen Russian
like the
sovereign
phrase.
assets
Someone should
in reconstruction
capitalize on
projects that the U.S. can profit off. So Donald Trump is trying to make money off of ending this war. I understand the like kind of America first political incentives of saying we shouldn't be sending money over to Ukraine for bombs. We should be reinvesting here at home. That's fine. I get that. But like making money, like profiteering off this carnage is like it's disgusting. And also there's just so many issues that are not resolved, right, Ben? So the big one that we've talked about on the show is the Russians have kidnapped thousands, if not tens of thousands, of Ukrainian children, and they are currently in parts of Russia,
Forgot about that.
orphanages with families just being indoctrinated. This says that this deal would set up some sort of family rehabilitation program to try to like start a process to begin with that issue, but like,
How about you just give them back?
how can Zelensky sell this to his people if he can't even get the kids back? Of all the things you should just be like, return them all tomorrow. Like, this should be a no-brainer. Like, this is just clearly a poison pill for Zelensky. Maybe the Russians leaked it. I mean, and that's how it came out. I mean, Michael Weiss, who's a funny analyst, refers to Steve Witkoff, Trump's golf buddy turned diplomat for everything, as Dim Philby. If you know who Kim Philby is, he was a famous British MI6 officer who ended up turning and spying for the Russians. It seemed like Witkoff saw this story post on Twitter and then tried to DM someone about it, and then suggested that the Russians had that his counterpart negotiated the deal and put it out.
Oh my God! I thought the door was unlocked.
Like, a month ago, we were talking about the U.S. potentially giving.
I thought someone forgot to lock the door and the cat was opening it. I thought he was trying to get out.
Just sort of like bullshit of the moment. But this is just
oh my gosh!
Full capitulation, Alaska style.
Scared me.
The point about the kids is both the wretched humanitarian issue that tens of thousands of kids have been separated from their families, and those families aren't going to get them back. But it also highlights another point, which is if you look at this entire deal, there is not a single concession that Russia.
Don't you ever question whether I care about the cats or not?
Not even like giving back the kids. Right?
I said, nobody better question whether I care about these stupid cats or not after the way I just freaked out. I didn't even need to.
Essentially, all of the concessions are on the Ukrainian side. All of them, 100%. 0% are on the aggressor side.
Shed what?
But I think, and if you look at this board, right?
Oh, no, that's a specific animal. It is a chameleon.
Like the U.S., Trump, kind of negotiating between NATO and Russia, as if we're not a member of NATO either. It's like, where it's like some separate party.
Oh, it played with the chameleon?
Part of it, if you think about,
you didn't try to eat it?
From when we were going to give them Tomahawk missiles to now, nothing changed in the Russian plan.
Aziz,
continue to attack Ukraine.
Did you give Pooh any medicine when you fed him?
Continue to try to take out its energy infrastructure so that the winter's colder and more miserable for Ukrainians.
Well, that's loud. That's loud.
I think the only thing that's changed is
that's not a chameleon.
Massive adulation that Trump
you don't know what a chameleon looks like.
Gaza ceasefire. I mean, this is what's fucking wrong with the way in which the American media.
Chameleons aren't the only animals that can change colors. Octopus can too.
When that happened, because it got him horny for another one of those.
You're thinking of camouflage.
Set up another board of peace, and we'll have another pretty tenuous ceasefire that doesn't solve the underlying problem. And I get to declare a big win and be celebrated by my media, and everybody kisses my ass. And this is why you don't do that. This is why you don't. It's like giving a child who's behaving poorly incentives to keep doing it. And so the last thing I want to say about this is
this is a chameleon.
Not going to end in even 3 years. What is partly so dangerous about this is
you look at you tell me.
Thing with Trump, where you just get through the next meeting or get through the next season.
Yes, that's just their camouflage. Like
for the rest of time.
Chameleons change colors.
In 3 years, Donald Trump will be gone.
It's just
and
they're
Ukraine will have a
the most well-known
and a big and economically
animal that has color
That
changing
is a
camouflage.
problem for Ukraine forever. Long after Donald Trump. That is a problem for Europe and NATO long after Donald Trump. We have to stop just thinking about these things in the kind of broken short-term
Must be a
brain
black cat thing.
that Donald Trump has us thinking about things. These are long timelines. It's already been 10 years since Russia annexed illegally Crimea, right? And that's kind of the sense of foreboding I get. Sure, people might feel relief that the war is quote-unquote over at the front line, but what kind of future are we buying with this deal if it goes through?
Yeah, and I also think the press has got to stop calling these peace deals. This was not a deal negotiated with both sides. It was sort of painstaking process where they, crossed every T and dotted every I and got to consensus on tough things. This is a deal that Steve Witkoff, who has no idea what he's doing, negotiated directly with the Russians, and then they presented it to the Ukrainian side. It is not hard to come up with a plan that
I started working on
codifies the
homework,
Russian wish
and
list,
then I
and then
just
force
stopped
the nuclear
maybe an
partner
hour
to
ago,
accept
and then
it because they're reliant
as soon as I
on
started
our
streaming, I
intelligence
remembered I forgot
and
to pick
our
up
arms.
Jana's
That's
meds.
exactly what happened here. And God, I mean, I guess we'll see if this Thanksgiving deadline is real. But what an unbelievably cruel thing to just foist on Zelensky and the Ukrainians in this moment.
It's always good to be skeptical.
With airstrikes every single day.
We'll see what happens.
What I would do to confirm is I would look at I'd look at other not their other videos
did they try to kind of push for better terms?
Animals.
We'll know by the time we record on Tuesday. I think the other thing I'd say about your point about peace deals is all of these deals have one thing in common.
Because that's his way of that's his way. That's Trump's way of showing authority. to force people to stand.
Just embracing
what
the
the heck?
maximalist terms of the stronger party and ramming it down the throat of the weaker party as terms of surrender. So in this case, it's just like
Because that's Trump's way of showing authority.
Yep. Foisted upon the Ukrainians. In Gaza, it wasn't a peace deal. It didn't resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It just basically said to the Palestinians, like, you're cut out of this thing. We're going to have a board of peace with Tony Blair.
Yeah, no self-determination whatsoever.
And then meanwhile, Israel can keep bombing you and keep annexing pieces of the West Bank. Even in some of these small things, we don't have to go into too much, but like Azerbaijan, Armenia was like Azerbaijan was an aggressor, ethnically cleansed a part of Armenia, and that's the deal. That's the quote-unquote peace. Rwanda, Rwanda invaded the Democratic Republic of Congo with a proxy militia. That militia didn't have to leave, and they're still there exploiting natural resources. So this is not rocket science. None of this is negotiated. Steve Witkoff is not negotiating things between different parties or Jared Kushner. They're just taking the side of the stronger party and ramming it down the throat of the weaker party, and then saying Trump should get a Nobel Peace Prize. It is literally through the looking glass.
And then leaking to Axios that it's a peace plan and there's a NATO-like security guarantee, when if you just scratch one little bit deeper on that, that is absolutely not true. And also the sourcing was pretty obvious in the Axios story. It was like a U.S. It was an administration official or a White House official, and then like someone else familiar with the plan. So it's like, okay, so it's Jared Kushner and like Caroline Levitt or whoever.
I mean, look, not to be but Barack Ravid, is a good guy that we worked with back when we were in the White House, but he covers the Middle East beat, not Ukraine. He wrote a giant love letter to Jared Kushner, a book about the Abraham Accords. It's pretty obvious what's happening. It's like, let's go to someone who will like credulously report a NATO like Article 5 guarantee and hope that shapes the Washington media coverage. But like, people are going to read the fine print, and like
Zelensky certainly is.
Yeah.
His reaction probably tells you everything you need to know.
And we should just say there are Ukrainians that have had to flee the country. There are Ukrainians who have lost loved ones. There are Ukrainians who've been at the front line for 2 or 3 years. These are millions and millions of human beings that are now like getting the rugs pulled out from them by the United States, and that sucks.
Yep, it's just terrible. All right, well, look, we're going to
I
cover
don't
this again
understand why
next week.
Europe doesn't supply more
We'll cover it Tuesday for Wednesday's show. Thank you
troops
for watching
and materials.
Pod Save the World YouTube exclusive. Please subscribe to Pod Save the World here on YouTube because we are covering lots of
like,
big breaking news
there is
events.
no
Like this one. We had a
excuse for
great
the
episode
entirety
yesterday
of
about
Europe
this,
being unable
traitor, a former U.S. spy
to
turned
hold
double
back
agent who
a
showed up in
Russian
the U.S.
offensive.
Embassy in Jerusalem. That's worth your time. We got a lot of other great stuff. So please subscribe to Pod Save the World on YouTube. It is free. Tell your friends, and we'll talk to you next week. All right, guys, every era has its defining rivalry. David versus Goliath, Ali versus Frazier, Taylor Swift versus Scooter Braun. But today, we were blessed with a new entry into the pantheon, the cosmic grudge match between Donald Trump and Zoran Mamdani. Roll the tape, see those fireworks.
What?
We agree on a lot more
Yeah.
than I would have thought. I want him to do a great job, and we'll help him
Ramen
do
noodles.
a great job. He wants to see no crime. He
No,
wants to see
I just ate a few hours
housing
ago.
being built. He wants to see rents coming down, all things
Not
that
yet.
I agree with. I expect to be helping him, not hurting him. A big help. I think this mayor can do some things that are going to be really great. I think you really have a chance to make it.
No.
Guys, what happened here?
Trap.
Total love fest.
I wish I would. There was. What did you think?
Showdown with Socialism. That was the huge Chiron on Fox and the lead up to this.
Did you actually watch the
It's so funny because when I saw
the
earlier today, I was like, what time
meeting
is
or
this
whatever?
Because I thought we might end up being in this room, and I had this feeling. I was like, I think they're gonna. I think we're gonna get a twist. I really did think we're gonna twist. I can't believe how much. I can't believe how much. It's interesting.
I wouldn't have guessed. I was leaning away from fireworks and more just like boring.
Mhm.
I did not anticipate like the love fest from Trump to Mamdani.
Yeah, I think what I realized in hindsight is it was in both of their interests because
I did.
Zoran has an interest on behalf of New York City, and Donald Trump has an interest in great television, and both would lead to having as cordial a meeting as humanly possible.
And to your point, Trump said as much. He was like, "We have the most important, powerful, he's like, we have the most influential people in the world in this room. None of them care, but now all the press are here for you because he likes Zoran." But like he literally said he said, "I feel very confident he can do a good job. I think he's going to surprise some conservative people actually, and some very liberal people he won't surprise because they already like him." He was asked if he'd feel comfortable living in New York with Mamdani as mayor, and Trump said yes, especially after the meeting. "We agree on more than I would have thought." paging Bill Ackman, right?
You know, lower court is stupid enough to give Texas another path to challenge the VRA.
People were perceived as winners, and I do think that's true. I also think Zoran's message.
Yeah, I thought about that too.
Just unfiltered by Fox or anything.
So I know exactly where it's going to go.
Going to sound unobjectionable, right?
But the fact remains that there's plenty of evidence that showed that the reason they wanted it to change, their excuse for telling Texas to change it, was because it violated the VRA, which is based on race, which means the redistricting done was based on race.
There's also two other things.
I thought that was kind of funny.
Donald Trump is from New York, but Manhattan high society has always been kind of a thorn in his side. They didn't really welcome him. There's a lot of the people, they're like the Upper East Side Brahmins, like those are the people that didn't like Zoran. So they have a lot of the same villains. The other part of it too is there have been all these reports about how charmed New York's elite have been, or people that were skeptical have been when they finally get to meet him. But those people have ideological commitments. Like they have actual.
Yeah, I did get a sense that the logical conclusion was that they were going to obviously appeal to the Supreme Court, and
he comes in.
it doesn't have to be based on race to trigger the race-based section of the VRA.
Gets some trust, and all of a sudden Trump loves him.
Also, we are.
It kind of does, because otherwise there would have been a lot more cases won in opposition to a lot of the redistricting that's already taken place.
This is not a
This is good. Yeah, this is going to be. It's going to burn hot. It's going to burn quick. For sure.
I will say, I'm not kidding when I say this. Donald Trump likes good-looking men. How many times has he been like, the Air Force One pilot was so fucking
Well, correction.
hot, I wanted to rail the guy.
No, only specific race, regardless of intention.
Was the vibe in the room. Also, Trump is
No, because all they have to do is claim that it's politically motivated and not racially motivated, and they're given the benefit of the doubt.
Like Tim Miller always talks about how.
But in this instance, in Texas, they told them to change. The Trump administration told them to change redistrict because of the violation of the Voting Rights Act, which means they told them to change based on race.
One other time, I forget. It was when Biden dropped out.
I'm not joking. That is how the cases were litigated.
And was like so nice.
I am like.
After the assassination attempt.
I'm like almost 100% sure.
He's like, oh, you're too nice to me.
That
I'm gonna
as
have to
long
stop saying mean things about
as
him in public.
they
he's easy.
It's like, look,
they can make a reasonable claim,
like you guys
reasonable,
long road ahead of them, but like,
that it's based on politics and not, it's politically motivated, not racially motivated, that they're given the benefit of the doubt.
You know, New York Post readers, rich people that weren't sure about Mamdani.
I do think this is like just a genuinely good thing, and I think there are people that have been critical of Mamdani.
That was only a recent thing.
The Eric Adams Police Commission. I'm sure there'll be people that are viewing this as
yeah, and that's kind of what I'm.
But
what I focus on in that situation.
Because they don't like local police.
But in any event,
for sure.
it used to be regardless of intent, it would be struck down. Yeah.
But when Trump said he was going to send troops into San Francisco,
yeah, I think
he gets on the phone with the mayor.
Honestly,
the mayor has a lot of,
yeah, I mean, I think you know my opinion. If I don't care what excuse they give,
and he backs
if
off.
it
those personal relationships genuinely matter, and the fact that this meeting went so well, I do think means that there could actually be a phone call that happens before. Trump
if it heavily dilutes the vote of minority communities, cities, whatever, I don't care what excuse they give, whether it's politically motivated or not. I don't think it should work. But from a legal perspective, I understand why that works. I just don't like it. I think
it's like.
I don't even. I personally. I think one of the things I would push for,
there's some overlap there where he has a
were I to be in Congress would be an amendment making
a lack of strength,
partisan gerrymandering unconstitutional in any form. That's what I would do. But that would never happen because states are given the right to run their own elections. So I don't know how that would work. But I would love to see partisan gerrymandering being, unconstitutional. That would be my ultimate goal.
Clearly didn't know where the meeting was going, right? He wasn't trying. This is not a meeting to miss. This was quite cordial.
Yes.
You have a tummy ache.
He didn't have a heads up from the boss.
Now he's trying to jump on later, and he's like, "Oh, this was classic Trump. It's
I know.
Best. It's so funny."
I am.
Romney being like,
I'm optimistic enough to believe that it could happen, but I'm realistic enough to know that it is An exceptionally steep hill to climb. Nobody cares about the Constitution enough to actually put any effort in. Yeah.
Harassing New Yorkers. He threatened to pull funding from New York.
Yeah, like for some reason, like
for his part, Mamdani was
there was a interview I was watching yesterday with
in the past.
It was the Weekly Show podcast with Jon Stewart, and he had on Spanberger and who's the other lady that won, the two governors that won recently, New Jersey and Virginia.
I've spoken about.
I think it's funny how Trump protected him right there. It's kind of interesting. I think Trump actually respects him, but is making him stand just to let him know that he's the boss. You know what I mean?
So, just for context,
anyway,
like
about the interview.
Mamdani got that question, he ducked it, and he was like, we've both been clear on our positions. And
they were talking about how when they were previously in Congress, anytime they would propose any kind of legislation, the party leadership would be like, yeah, like they'd agree with it, but they'd want to throw it into like other bills and resolutions, you know. And it just feels like it's like an excuse to like not do anything. Like
it is just.
It feels like the
version of Trump, right? Like
the environment in Congress is to like
if that guy
not do things.
He wasn't attached to
it's frustrating.
Stephen Miller and like because all he wants is he wants this. He wants people to like him, have good meetings, seem powerful, be respected, be told he's a success. And he hitched his wagon to the fucking biggest right-wing dipshits on planet Earth.
Well, they hitched their wagon to him.
And since
that's why they're. And I would love to be a fly on the wall.
What's the legal argument for?
Oh, he must be outraged. Yeah, I think it's sort of a reach around. So Trump was also asked about some pretty disgusting comments
for
gubernatorial
federal government being allowed to withhold funding unless certain criteria is met, or was that ruled unconstitutional?
Do you think you're standing next to a jihadist right now in the Oval Office?
No, I know, but she's
Congress has been given unlimited power, and they're afraid to use it.
You know,
finally, haha. They're afraid to use it. They don't want things to get passed because it changes. Yeah, and
I met with a man who wants to
repeat that. Okay, all right, give me a second.
Be great again.
Let me pause this video.
Because New York was great.
My question was, I can't remember. I remember regarding the legal drinking age. The federal government wanted to withhold highway funding unless the state raised their drinking age to 21. Was that ruled in favor of the government or the states? I don't remember. Like, is the federal government allowed to withhold funding if certain criteria is not met? That's my question. I feel like they are, considering the current administration is allowed to just not give California the same amount of FEMA funding as, say, like, South Carolina or Florida. You know what I mean? For natural disasters. Rule constitutional due to the minority of funding being non-threatening, though I'm pretty sure that is what started the entire issue. Okay. So, I could see a path where there's some type of withholding. Oh shit. Federal funding withheld unless the states agree to installing like nonpartisan gerrymandering into their constitutions. I could see that as being a path without actually making it a constitutional amendment. You know what I mean?
Did he just call him NAGA?
It's like, yeah. Well, it's so interesting, right? Because he undercuts Stefanik, who's running for governor in New York State, and then is like pretty honest. Like he kind of gives up the game. He's like, look, people say shit they don't believe during campaigns. It's a very honest answer.
Yeah, it's.
Well, he was close to sort of giving up the whole game of his entire career, which is just like, well, he was just.
Just the problem is like if
say shit, that's not real.
If they only do it as like a funding issue, then it's something that could flip-flop between administrations. But I guess if it forces a state to install that into their constitution, then it would be more difficult to get rid of it. They technically aren't allowed to use funding like that regardless, since the spending clause is tailored to avoid that.
more
Not to mention one
popular,
state isn't
and
supposed to
then
be given
Trump just
preference due to
undercuts you
co-equal
from
union.
the Oval. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, they're not supposed to
It's
be.
also funny
This is true.
that Ahmed al-Shara was in the Oval
But,
Office like 2 weeks ago,
I mean,
like an actual
that
former Al-Qaeda member.
that
Anyway,
ideology
so
kind of
yeah,
falls
they
apart
confuse
when you
him for-
see
Well,
the
yeah,
difference
we don't
in
know that yet. Maybe we'll get a readout from the meeting.
you
So
know,
Mamdani was,
FEMA
relentlessly
aid
on
for natural
message.
disasters.
He took
You know,
almost every single question back to costs and affordability.
the fact
Here's,
that
I think my favorite
quote unquote blue states have to sue for access to funding. But the court said, "Fuck that." Told Congress they can spend it tailored towards anything. Gotcha.
Voted for President Trump in the most recent presidential election because of that focus on cost of living, and I'm looking forward to working together to deliver on that affordability agenda.
I got a lot of votes.
God, that. But like,
I got a lot of votes.
See that. You know that's just something he said in private, which is like, look, there's a lot we can do together. You got more votes in New York. These people want affordability. That's what I like. This is Mamdani's skill too, which is being very on message while not seeming like a politician, but actually next to Trump in a couple of those moments, like the fascist, okay, call me a fascist. Like even in that moment, you're like, oh, like you're being pretty careful here, which is good. Like,
Yeah, no,
smart.
for sure.
It's a good lesson for others who need to have a good relationship with Trump or want one.
Because they
which is
got
like,
because they get Congress
fucking
power,
give
we
them
got
the
into this
gold
mess.
bars
The states stop
and
caring about
the
their
other
own
shit,
economies, so
or
they can just have
you
big
know,
daddy government
glaze
give them
him in
money
the
for
Oval. You can be
surrendering
like,
their rights.
you can
Nothing
flatter
like stupidity
him
of the
while
court,
still
corruption of local
maintaining
officials.
your
Well, it
own
doesn't.
self-respect and dignity.
Why do we think
The
we ended
idea
up
of they
with
can just rely on big daddy government to give
Gretchen
them money,
Whitmer
that
covering
doesn't
her face with a
it doesn't
a
explain
Well, she had a
the
different
states that
situation, which
are
is, like,
a net
if-
positive
if
to
during
the
that press conference
federal
where
funding.
Mamdani's standing next to Trump,
You know,
he starts saying all of
because
this
if that were the
horrible
case, then they would have
people saying, "I'm gonna lock someone
there would
up."
be
I
no
think then Mamdani's in a
reason
much
for
more
them
difficult
to
situation, which is like, do I
become
say
a net
something
positive.
about it, or do I just sit here and smile?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
she just-
Texas, exactly.
She was in the wrong. She was in the room.
Yeah, we had Texas has like a.
Or did
I think
it
it's
turn
like
the
a.
wrong moment into the right statement?
Yeah,
It's a
Well,
tens
also-
of billions of dollars
I
surplus.
bet you can catch Trump on good days.
It's
and bad days
absurd,
when he's in, like,
and they
him his
refused
voice
it.
was
They
gone, he was
refused to
screaming
put
at
it
someone
back
who betrayed
into
whole
the
day.
state in
Like,
in
he was
forms
in
of
a good
like,
mood. The vibes were
you know,
good. I bet the
education
vibes
and
were good
infrastructure.
because Mamdani brought
You
all
know,
the press down to the Oval
I don't know
Office.
if you saw the recent what was on the ballot recently in Texas. There were a lot of legislative measures, ballot initiatives in Texas,
He was
and
fussy, but he got his num-nums. But
it made me
the other part,
so
too, they actually
angry
both have something in common,
because
which
the
is
way they were worded
because Mamdani has so much credibility with the left,
hid the
nobody
nefarious
would have critical of
purposes
what he
behind
does
it.
here, but nobody
So
thinks he's
infuriating,
doing
and they
this
still
because he's
passed
sort of
like
capitulating his
seven at a
core
7 to
values.
3
And by the way,
rate.
same for Trump.
You know?
Right? Like he's not going to lose MAGA because he's doing this. No one's going to think he's sort of been brought over to the communist or moved to the middle.
Yeah,
So they
trust
kind
me,
of
I know
both
that
have more
Texas has a
space to
surplus.
operate because
It's
they have an
infuriating.
authentic like connection to the people that love them most. So like there's something about there's a lesson
Honestly,
in that for other Democrats too.
Did anyone
I don't think that any
at the
government
beginning of 2025
should be allowed to operate like
Donald
a
Trump
business.
would shower
I don't think that's the
praise on Zoran
purpose
Mamdani
of
and
government.
Chuck Schumer.
Because
Still,
as soon
to
as
the
you
point,
operate
he
like a
has said-
business,
Donald Trump in that meeting said more
then
nice things,
your sole purpose becomes
about
to make a profit,
Mamdani
not serve the
and
people.
praised him more than Chuck Schumer ever has.
There's a
That's a
point to be
sad
net
but
positive.
true
Most states
point.
would be if less
Yeah, it's
states
funny,
were
to your point, Leonard,
able
like,
to
leading
take
up to the
money.
meeting, Fox
So you'd
News
always
was
be
really, like, setting it
contributing
up
more
like a
than
prize
you
fight,
take.
and then after they spent a lot of time at the Christmas tree.
That
they're
is
doing
if
this
it
evening,
is
so,
if that
before
is if it
Thanksgiving.
is a
Mamdani was
for-profit
also,
business.
they were talking about how he saw a really good a portrait of FDR that Mamdani really liked. Mamdani asked to take a photo with it, and Trump seemed surprised.
Okay,
that
the
Mamdani was an FDR fan, and then he goes,
the point.
then he's like,
The
"I found
only
that
reason to
portrait
have a net
myself. I
positive
was rooting through the vaults."
is
He said,
to
"It's like
ensure
any
that you
credit
have
thing."
enough
Something
funding
so
for a
sweet about
quote
that is,
unquote
like,
rainy day fund,
look at-
right?
Look at my
And
kiosk.
you know
Look
that
at
can
all the-
vary
look at the
year
cool
to
sticks
year.
I found.
Got it for you. I found all these cool
So
sticks.
in terms of having a net profit, it's always good to.
Yeah.
I don't think he was rifling through all the.
It's good to have a net
He is
profit,
very focused on the right
but not for the purpose of
Achilles
having a
versus
net
Hector.
profit. You know what I mean?
Batman
That's what I'm
versus
trying to
McCoys,
say.
Sharks versus Jets, Batman versus Joker, Magic versus Bird,
Sure.
Cats versus Roombas.
This
Chris Christie
ChatGPT
versus
Snacks. Claude.
Yeah.
Coke versus
It was
Pepsi.
different than being incorporated, which cities
Thank
are
you for watching
considered
this
to
episode of Pod
be.
Save America here on YouTube. Please subscribe to Pod Save America here on YouTube because you know what? Ben fucking Shapiro is kicking our ass, and we don't like that, and we want to
beat him. That's it.
Hey everybody, I was staring into the soul of Jen Welsh. You know her, you love her. She's the co-host of I've Had It podcast, which is now a political sensation. and a hotbed of actual progressive politics that holds to task not just Republicans and MAGA, but also Democrats. We'll get into it. Jen is also known as the Sheriff. That was her nickname because she is an awesome interior designer.
Well, why would a state want to invest in itself if it means they get less money from the federal government? Because that's what would happen. It's the same BS as why the military wastes so much on it. Use it or lose it. Yeah, I hate that use it or lose it mentality. It's
what happened, Jen? Everything was going so well for you.
So
it took me forever to get her on, but we got her on because I'm.
So what you're saying is,
mom, a stubborn little shit.
I
love it.
But
the states
Jen, you said something
that
talk about, but you said something that has been
take more from the federal government than they give are basically welfare queens.
I've been deprogrammed, and the way I framed this is, how do we deprogram so many white voters, so many rural voters who go for MAGA and Trump? And just to set this up real quick, table setting, we got this blue tsunami, right, 2 weeks ago. I looked at the crosstabs. Double digits, Mickey Sherrill wins in New Jersey. Double digits, Spanberger wins. Zoran Mamdani's bringing the Islamic Caliphate with a
but it's also expanded power makes states less accountable to people.
Yet, despite all the pain,
they just blame the federal government for their own failures, make their suffering their own, so people. Yeah.
Inflation.
Yeah, honestly, like I truly believe that that's the only reason that Republicans win is because they're able to convince their voters that it's all the federal government's fault. When people like you and I know that the overwhelming majority of decisions that are actually impactful in your life happen at the local level.
How did you get deprogrammed, and how do we deprogram
you know, like property taxes,
okay, so
sales taxes, and so on and so forth.
When I used that quote, I was talking about getting deprogrammed from being a corporate Dem to a non-corporate, more progressive Dem. I have always been progressive. I was raised by atheists in the buckle of the Bible Belt. My parents are big thinkers. They use critical thinking skills, and when you're not indoctrinated in religion, your train of thought isn't so rigid and fixed, and you're a lot more open-minded. Now, Pumps, my co-host,
now there are extenuating circumstances. I would not have any issue with a state taking more from the federal government than it puts in if the primary focus of the money they took from the federal government was invested in things like education. You know what I mean?
Did you know that people used to live to be 950
but
years old?
when federal grants are used to, they're given to a state for, you know, corporate subsidies, like that infuriates me. Absolutely infuriates me.
I used to be a really good
Each state
MSNBC
has enough to
Democrat.
sustain itself.
During the 2016
Maybe.
primary,
I haven't gone through the books.
I liked Bernie, but I didn't see.
I wouldn't bet.
How important
I would not bet that each state has enough to sustain itself. That's not a gamble I would make. But I don't have enough information to just say, oh no, you're wrong.
2008 and 2012.
But we would both agree that there are plenty of states that take more from the federal government than they put in.
Racist moron. And as I started thinking about these things, and I thought about Hillary and how qualified she is, much more qualified.
I think one of the biggest problems I see is messaging.
How did they lose? And then you see, and
if we were able to see
where the Democratic Party wants to govern incrementally,
the money for spent on things like public schools, stuff like that, on education, if we were able to shift the narrative away from funding or tax to shift it to investment, I think it would be a lot more
here he is. Here's Tubby.
A lot more favorable.
Enjoy.
Okay. All right. So
I like
anyway,
the smallest states.
Yeah. So anyway,
were the colonies. So, not to mention interstate trade allows states to sustain themselves in areas they are not good in.
I don't know what AIPAC is. I don't think I knew what AIPAC was until a couple years ago. I knew that Israel and Palestinians were really mad at each other, but when you live in a red state, a Christian nationalist state, you're really worried about abortion rights. You're worried about keeping
you need to help each other
Christianity
without the federal government just giving them money.
You're worried about healthcare.
Yeah.
You're worried about such basic things.
It would lead to a more collectivist. Yeah, I think that could lead to a more collectivist ideology, you know, across the country, which would ultimately be beneficial.
And
but the thing is
really
like
educating myself about it, and I discovered what AIPAC was, and then I realized
the monopolistic ideology of a lot of these corporations. They do not benefit from a collectivist ideology. They want the individualistic.
So it's that deprogramming, like I think it was Hassan.
They want people to have to go out and survive on their own and struggle.
I just bought into
because it leads to a reliance on their services
Christians in Oklahoma, so
instead of relying on your community, whether it's your immediate family or friends and neighbors.
Plus people, or fighting against racism in these deeply white supremacist spaces, and so that. When I talk about the deprogramming, now Pumps, she got really deprogrammed, major.
The union has always been collectivist, individualistic.
I'm really curious. I would love to have
we used to have a stable hybrid, individualistic, free state collectivist for the union.
With that first, because there's so many centrists. I put centrists in quotation marks because it's not real centrism.
Maybe
it's complicity. And I've gone against the centrist. I think a centrist is about as useful as a second belly button, but a second belly button which is poisoned and has gangrene and is killing you. What have the centrists done for you lately? Look at the Joe Manchins. Look at the Rosens.
Oh no, I feel like
what happened with the shutdown. Look at when it came to.
I feel like families were more.
Biden's progressive agenda.
That's why certain states specialize certain things. I feel like at the community, like the small community level, I feel like. Prior to,
don't hope big, be complicit with it.
I'll say,
don't go for reform.
Prior
go for
to
the restoration seems to only
maybe
help
70s or 80s.
The rest of us, and you have kids, I have kids.
I feel like
the young generation is
like local communities used to be more.
I can't afford healthcare. What the hell? Restoration for
involved.
What? Give me reform. Fine. I'll take MAGA. I'll take.
Have you had when you get a chance, read if you haven't already, read the book Bowling Alone by Robert Putnam, and that'll give you it should give you a better idea
centrism is actually holding us back, and we need a progressive
when
of these policies,
community involvement started going downhill.
Maybe, and furthermore, we need to go away from the oligarchy. We need to go away from centrism.
Not only when it happened, but why it happened.
Was there an aha moment in the last 2 years?
Well, no, actually, no. He really doesn't address why it happened.
Here's something that I think people
his theory is that
when you live in a deeply Republican space or
the expansion of technology, especially television, because I think the book was written before like social media and cell phones and stuff like that.
And you're liberal. Like I thought I was super liberal.
The fact that more people were spending time in front of the television instead of engaged in community activities is one of the key factors that led to
they called me a centrist. But they were right.
The increase, the decrease of community involvement. You know what I mean?
Views against
like globalization, the interconnection of trade, and influence of big corporations to become international.
Then
maybe
Kevin Stitt, our governor, and Ryan Walters, the former.
I mean, it's clear that they benefit from
so we have to
an individualistic society.
About centrists.
So it stands to reason that they are intentional in their methods.
Not throw the baby, the baby out with the water, but we need to think about that a lot of people probably think they're super progressive and they watch corporate news and they don't realize that
check out that book if you haven't already. It's a good read.
Because the propaganda and the messaging machine is so important.
I think it misses
for me, I like winning.
One thing I think the book misses though
I like to watch
is
Republicans lose. I enjoy it.
The dismantling of
watching them get their asses kicked. I love it.
Community-based
and when that last Trump victory,
community-based systems like the union.
So brutal.
Because that used to be real big,
when Kamala started running around with Liz Cheney.
They benefit from USA being individualistic. They don't push that shit in Europe because they know there's no profit, so we get used
people to
as
vote
the money
for her.
pots.
They're never going to vote for her. I know these people. These are country club Republicans.
They are going to push for whatever benefits their profit margins.
To another state and get it, not tell
regardless of
about it.
if they thought that full-fledged communism would help line their pockets, they would push for it.
When I really started looking into, obviously I saw the images coming out of Gaza, but when you realize, like, again, I've never been indoctrinated, so all religion is fucked up to me.
I mean, think about it. That's
Islam,
why all those Russian
Judaism,
oligarchs supported
there's
Putin.
a lot of components of Iron Age.
I mean, obviously they're not necessarily communist, but
when people tell me they believe it,
they were willing to get behind someone like that.
Yeah, like me.
Because they thought it would.
Muslim people are like, "What's wrong with you? I respected you."
It was their best chance at maintaining or improving their wealth.
Into it, no disrespect to that.
I've heard it all. All good. I went to all boys Jesuit Catholic high school also, so
that's why like
no disrespect, but I'm an equal
they seem ignorant.
Critic of all three of them.
I haven't even been listening to what they're saying because I've been talking. Let me start it over.
So when I realized,
what do you mean by ignorant? Like rude?
Christians in Oklahoma, they're rapture preppers.
Yeah.
The sheriff, that was her nickname because she is a awesome interior designer. And here's this nice.
Do you mean ignorant in the rude sense or the?
Who's an interior designer on a reality TV show, Sweet Home
Alabama. A lack of knowledge
she's
sense.
Pissing off MAGA. She's pissing off the Democrats. She's pissing off AIPAC. What happened? Jen, everything was going so well for you. It took me forever to get her on.
Ideology is in the minority, and they act like it's the majority.
Mom, a stubborn little shit.
Which ideology?
But you know, Jen, you said something. There's a lot to talk about, but you said something that has been stuck with me. You said that I haven't been radicalized. I've been deprogrammed. And the way I framed this is, how do we deprogram so many white voters, so many rural voters who go for MAGA and Trump? And just to set this up real quick, table setting, we got this blue tsunami, right, 2 weeks ago. I looked at the crosstabs. Double digits.
So they're of the opinion that
New Jersey, double digits,
white rural communities favor the MAGA ideology. That doesn't seem like an ignorant assumption to make.
Epstein files, the economy, inflation. 45% of white voters. They still didn't get the majority of white voters. And then they did a poll of rural America. Rural America, still to the tune of now 59%, says, yeah, that guy who's killing my soy farming dad, Trump, I'm going to go with him. So that was the table setting for me. But you used the word deprogramming. And so how did you get deprogrammed, and how do we
There's plenty of evidence that shows that
okay, so first
white
you need to know
rural
when
voters
I used that quote, I was talking about
voting Republican is against their best interest.
To a non-corporate, more progressive Dem. I have always been progressive. I was raised by atheists in the buckle of the Bible Belt. My parents are big thinkers. They use critical thinking
like
skills.
there's evidence to support this. Like hard progressive
train of thought
atheism.
Isn't so rigid and fixed, and you're a lot more open-minded. Now, Pums, my co-host, she was, when I first met her,
so why is it ignorant to support a progressive ideology, and why is it ignorant?
She kept trying to, evangelicals try to recruit people all the time, so she was always trying to recruit me. And she
to choose like
picked me up one day and she said, "I just left Bible
atheist,
study. Did you know that people used to live
religious
to be 950 years old?" I'm like, "Pumps, that never fucking happened. That never happened. Nobody lived to be 950.
Not the
catch-all. I can't believe
all.
You went to law school." Now she is the one that's really like she's deconstructed her faith. But when I said that statement, I used to be a really good MSNBC Democrat.
I guess I don't understand why it's ignorant to have those opinions and worldviews.
I liked Bernie, but I didn't see how important his message was at the time. And I bought into more the corporate Dem stuff. I get nostalgia still thinking about Barack Obama in 2008 and 2012.
I feel like what you mean to say is it's not realistic, not a realistic ideology.
Fucking racist moron.
Maybe you didn't mean ignorant.
As I started thinking about these things, and I thought about Hillary,
maybe I don't know. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. It's just to me it doesn't seem like ignorant.
Trump is. Same with Kamala. How did they lose? And then you see, and I think it's because of centrist policies where the Democratic Party wants to govern incrementally. And then you see the Democratic establishment, particularly Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, and everybody knows I like to beat up on Cory Booker, that they are beholden to, you can hear the sounds of New York, guys.
We love it. I love New York.
I didn't say it was ignorant to have those views. It's ignorant to act like those views are the right ones and act like you're the shit. And that's your messaging rather than your approach.
We are pet friendly here. Enjoy.
Okay. All right. So
I like the mean mug.
Yeah. So anyway,
it's the right one for them.
Thing, in Oklahoma, you don't know what AIPAC is. I don't think I knew what AIPAC was until a couple of years ago. I knew that Israel and Palestinians were really mad at each other, but when you live in a red state, a Christian nationalist state, you're really worried about
well, see, the thing is like...
You're worried about keeping Christianity out of school.
Everybody believes that their political ideology is what's right, you know?
Basic things that you don't
I
think
feel like
about
your views
foreign
are
policy that
the be-all and end-all is ignorant.
You're right smack dab in the middle of the country. And so obviously,
see, that's, I don't know, that feels...
lost, and I can see a lot of people very upset about Palestine. And
that
Israel,
you're like,
really
I don't know, it feels like that,
that
statement is making a lot of assumptions, you know?
AIPAC paid $300 million, the same amount that Elon Musk paid to get Trump elected. But they also
it's like I wouldn't consider myself to be an ignorant person.
The opposition. So it's that deprogramming. Like I think it was a song.
But I kind of feel the same way.
Everything
makes some sort of assumption.
Yeah,
that's true.
I bought into Israel's our important ally. Because I'm fighting these fucking crazy Christians in Oklahoma so that women can go to the OBGYN and have a private appointment. Or fighting for LGBTQ plus people, or fighting against racism in these deeply white supremacist spaces. And so that, when I talk about the deprogramming,
you know what I mean, even if ignorant is a strong word for it.
Major.
Uncompromising? Maybe you mean uncompromising. Does that sound closer to what you meant?
Let's stick with that first, because there's so many centrists. I put centrists in quotation marks because it's not real centrism. To me, it's complicity. And I've gone against the centrist.
That sounds closer.
Okay.
Centrist
about as
so,
useful as a second belly
if
button,
that sounds closer, or if that feels closer to you, I can tell you that that's absolutely not true for the lady that's on the right. There was an interview where she had with Adam Kinzinger yesterday or the day before, and she was, you know, willing to have, you know, different conversation.
Just incremental change.
Specifically regarding, you know, the economic differences between like the old school Republicans and you know, like the position of say Bernie Sanders, right?
Like, yo, this shit has not helped me. I haven't made money.
Like she actually had a conversation with him about that, and it wasn't.
I'll take MAGA.
It wasn't argumentative, you know. It wasn't full of like, you know, gotchas and straw man, you know. So like,
what do you think really
based on other interviews that she has done, specifically the one I'm talking about yesterday, which I can play for if you want. I don't get that feeling from her at all.
Maybe. You know, and furthermore,
I feel like
we need to go away from the broiler
based on other things that I've seen from her, because I actually follow her channel.
Moment in the last 2 years that kind of clicked?
Target too close.
So,
what?
Here's something that I think people need to understand.
I think the similarity is that
live in a deeply Republican space or area.
You know, I have very specific foundational principles that I am not going to budge on.
And you're liberal.
And
like I thought I was super liberal.
It seems like
the backdrop of Oklahoma.
Like she has the same kind of principles.
Before I really got into
so maybe she's uncompromising in her principles.
And I was so offended. I was like,
but I get the sense that she is compromising in
so a lot of people
policy, if that makes sense.
Simply because when they compare their
are they the person who would enforce their agenda on a Republican minority if they didn't have to negotiate?
Than what Kevin Stitt, our governor, and Brian Walters, the former superintendent of school, do. And so we have to
here's
be
the thing.
Cautious,
let's say
about centrists, that people that identify.
I would actually argue that the progressive movement is the opposite of enforcing an agenda. Like, for example, take the.
Think about that. A lot of people probably think they're super progressive.
Take the big issue of quote unquote abortion, right?
Realize that
the progressive
really embracing corporate politics, because the
position on abortion is that you don't have the right to tell me whether I can or can't do that. And if you do it and if you are against it, then you have the right to not do it. You know what I mean? I care not for the argument of movement, but the individual pushing of the movement.
Trump victory, I mean, that was brutal.
This is the thing, like, this is what gets me, like,
brutal. And I knew when Liz Cheney started
if you want somebody to respect your right to do it or not do it, that seems like it's the opposite of pushing. You know what I mean? That's my feeling.
I know these people. These are country club Republicans They are never going to vote for her if their daughters
Those who
need
push
an
the
abortion,
cart matter
they are
far
gonna
more
fly to
than
another
what
state
is
and
in
get it,
the
not
cart.
tell their husbands about it. I know these people. She's going after the wrong vote.
Look,
And
here's
I
the
wouldn't say I was a
bottom
centrist
line.
Per se, I was more progressive. But
The
when I really started looking into
the quote
obviously I
unquote
saw the
conservative
images
movement.
coming
I should
out
say
of
the MAGA
Gaza,
movement because
but
it doesn't
when
even
you
feel
realize,
conservative.
Like,
Um,
again, I've
MAGA
never been
movement
indoctrinated, so all religion is
is
fucked up to me, whether it be Islam, Christianity,
clearly
Judaism. There's all a lot of
the political
components of
party
Iron Age magical
that wants to
thinking
force
them that
people
when
to
people tell me
do
they
what
believe
they
it,
want
I'm
to
still
live
to this day kind of shocked that somebody's so
their version
Yeah, like me.
of
I'm a practicing Muslim. People are like, what's
of what
wrong
the
with
country
you? I
should look
respect
like.
you.
It just kind of shocks
You know what I mean?
me because I've never been indoctrinated into it. No
Like the
disrespect to
progressive
that.
movement is
I've
like,
heard it all
you know
good.
what?
I went
Like,
to all
I
the
don't care
Jesuit
what
Catholic
religion you
high school
are,
also.
just
So
don't
I've heard it from all the spectrum.
no
don't force
disrespect,
your
but I'm an
religious
equal opportunity
beliefs on
critic
me.
of all of
I don't
all
care
three of
what
the
your
Abrahamic
position on
religions.
abortion is. Just don't
But,
force me to,
So when I realized,
you know,
like I knew that
live
the
according to
Christians in
what you
Oklahoma,
believe
they're
is
rapture preppers, and they want the Jews to be in Israel
is permissible in
for their
terms. So like,
apocalyptic fantasy for
I don't know.
Jesus to come back and send them all to hell. And I knew that that was.
I
him.
feel
But
that
my
the
husband would
progressive
always
movement
say,
is
he's a
the
criminal defense
opposite of
attorney, he'd
pushy.
always go,
You know?
I don't know what's going on over there, but I just know that all the people that like Israel are the guys I fucking
Like
hate.
if
Like Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham, and I just hate
kinda
those
like-
fuckers. I don't know what's going on. And
Imagine-
here's the thing: like people that are on the coast that are so
I don't know. This is
into
what it sounds like to me.
issue, in Middle America.
Is that shit?
It's
Don't
not
mess
a
me.
pressing issue.
No,
And
okay.
the danger
This is what
of
it sounds
the
like to me.
Democratic Party not having
It's like
moral clarity on this right now is Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I am forcing you, the progressive movement is forcing people to live in a world where they get to make their own choices. How dare you force that ideology on me? Like, that's what it sounds like to me. You know? It sounds absurd. How dare you force the ideology on me where everyone should be allowed to make their own choices?
Very simple message, and she says,
You know?
we give a blank check to Israel for them to kill Christians and babies, and we pay for their health care and we pay for their
unless their choices run afoul with
colleges,
the progressive
and
movement. Like
Americans
what?
don't have health care. That's not America first. There's a lot of
Yes,
stuff
so
that you and
concentration
I can have
camps
an
run
intellectual
afoul
conversation behind that and what her
of a
motives
progressive
are and all
movement.
of
This
that.
is true.
But for the person whose
Uh,
algorithm is cat,
Snatching up
hot girl in a
people,
bikini,
whether they're
football
citizens or
game,
not
and
because
then
they're
that
brown,
clip
runs
is gonna
afoul
go
of the progressive
hard.
movement. This is
It's
true.
simple. And I
Uh,
realized, oh shit, she's outflanking the Democrats
Passing
right now on messaging.
voting
And then
legislation
when you, like, I've had
that
Cory Booker on the
overwhelmingly
podcast, and I asked him straight up about AIPAC, about Benjamin Netanyahu. And it's
makes it harder
platitude,
for
word
minority
salad,
communities.
and
Yes, that runs afoul of the
anyway, it's
progressive
just
movement.
once you open up
Absolutely.
your eyes to it, it's very devastating.
Like teaching their
to
majority
see,
religion in private
and then
schools, or
as
even
an
having religion
atheist, when
in
I get
public,
into it,
or
I see that all of
restricting
it is based
capital
on
punishment.
these old historic Iron Age texts.
Okay,
like,
so
that we're
let's start the
basing all
first
this
one.
stuff on.
Teaching
I just think it's
majority
crazy as
religion.
all get out.
The progressive
It's a
movement does not
genocide.
want
It's a
religion
genocide
in
that's
schools at
happening
all.
in real time. It has radicalized
That
young
that
people
is
all
that
around
is
the
something
world.
that
I
should
think
fall
this is the Gaza generation,
purely
and the genocide has
on
actually made
the
people look into
families.
ongoing
If you
apartheid
want to
conditions
teach
and the
your children
occupation that many of us have been
to
writing about and
follow
talking about.
your
But I
religion,
do
then that
think-
is
and
your
you know,
choice
folks,
to
we
do
don't compare notes. I had Jen
as
on,
as a
and we're
family,
talking,
as a
but
parent.
She's saying something that I've been saying on the left for
That
a
is
while.
what
I
the
want your
progressive
thoughts on this,
movement
Jen.
believes.
For the
There should not be
future, for
any
Democrats who have
religious.
actual national
You should.
ambitions, right?
I would
Not just
argue
say,
that
for
the
president,
farthest it should go
or if you want to be a leader.
is saying
I think there's
this
different
is this
steps that have to
religion
develop.
exists
And I want your thoughts on this. And I
as
think
part
you've
of history.
already
You know what I mean? Like,
articulated it. Is number
if you're
one, you have to
going through
stop
like
sucking
world
at the
history,
corporate teat. You cannot be giving blowjobs
then I
to the
think it's
oligarchy.
important
I think
to,
this generation
you know,
says, you know what,
recognize
it's
the
99%
influence
versus
that
the
a
1%.
religion had
The
on
message of
on a
affordability
region
is the
in a
way to
certain
go,
period of
and
time.
I've seen them
Absolutely.
stumble. It's a wide open
Like,
lane. Anyone can take it. And you
religious
see Marjorie Taylor, and I'm
indoctrination
glad you brought it up,
as
because
a
she's
curriculum?
pivoting,
No,
and she's
absolutely
not.
not.
Stupid. 4 years ago, when she appeared on the
That's
scene,
the first
I wrote
one.
a piece on the Daily Beast that
The
she's
second one, the
present
capital
and
punishment.
future of
Hold
the
on, let me
GOP.
pause this.
I still still think she's the present and future of the GOP. Her, Tucker Carlson.
Hold on. I'm going through this one by one. So, as far as capital punishment, while I personally agree that if somebody is a murderer, that I have no issues with them being put to death if they're a murderer. That is my own personal viewpoint. However, from a realistic perspective, combined with our current justice system, just the knowledge of how many convictions and sentences have been overturned because of evidence, like whether it was withheld evidence or new evidence that shows that that person did not actually commit that crime. Like, how many life sentences, how many death row inmates have had their convictions overturned because of prosecution that withheld evidence, right? So while I have no issue with a murderer being killed because they're a murderer, there are way too many instances where those convictions have been shown to be wrong because of in our justice system. So because of that, I do not agree with our justice system's use of capital punishment, if that makes sense. So that's what I would argue. You're proving my point. Religious indoctrination is no different than any other indoctrination. You're still enforcing your worldview and saying that religion is to be seen and not heard. No, that's not what I'm saying. That is absolutely not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you are free to practice your religion as you see fit. You are not free to enforce your religion onto a wider community by teaching it as the... If you want to attend religious service, go to church, go to a mosque, go to a temple. It shouldn't happen in the schools. You know? So there is nothing in the progressive movement that is stopping people from attending religious service, right? It is the opposite. Like, I understand what you're trying to do, but this is the point I'm making. Like, you're not forcing a worldview by allowing other people to practice their worldview. It just doesn't match.
Nazi lover Nick Fuentes, they're the present and future. These other guys are now.
I don't know. Maybe
look how quickly things turn. And I think the two.
Maybe you're just being
Democrats are.
What's the word I'm looking for?
You still suck at the corporate teeth. Number one. Do you still support?
Oh my gosh, I can't think of the word.
And Benjamin Netanyahu. And I will remind people.
Maybe you're just being a contrarian for being the sake of being a contrarian. I don't know.
Jen, we beg Democrats. I beg them, the strategist, I said, please just have a Palestinian speaker. The bar is low, the bar is in hell. It's not just an Arab or Muslim issue. You're going to lose
requiring
young people.
A school
radicalize people away from
to teach.
You had this Jewish American mother, Rose Goldberg, Poland, had this
religion
speech. Everyone applauded.
Is
just have a
more
Palestinian mom next to her. Hold hands. Amazing.
Unimaginably more pushy than saying
are you going to vote for us or
a public school is going to be free from religious indoctrination, and you are free to teach, your family, your children, and practice your religion outside of the classroom as you see fit. Like, you know that. I know you know that.
Last couple of months on Israel. Cory Booker on your show.
What's the difference between a secular religion and a non-secular religion?
Had nothing to say, and then Gavin Newsom. Interesting.
Oh my gosh, I keep having to reteach myself this term like every month because for some reason I can't.
Win over the majority.
As soon as I look it up, I'll be like, yeah, I remember now. By restricting a religious community from teaching in their own private institutions alongside public ones.
Kissing up to AIPAC and war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu. Your take on this?
Like, as soon as the problem is. Here's the problem. As soon as you
politicians, the field, they need to start going
incorporate
to expose their
religious teachings of a specific religion into a public classroom, that is when you start becoming an ethno-state. And that is not something that
he stumbled, and he
that
stumbled
any one of the founders wanted.
That AIPAC question, and it was so glaring and so obvious. And at this stage in capitalism,
because that's the reason they fled, was religious persecution. What is the difference by restricting? I said private.
are still weighing on focus groups
by
and
restricting religious community
messaging.
from teaching in their
And
own.
if they will go
Oh,
on
well,
more
I don't want that.
podcasts and take more
I didn't say I wanted that.
interviews, they're
No.
going to realize the electorate.
I definitely
What's
didn't want
happened
that.
to me moving further to the
No,
left.
I want them to have the
It's happened
capability
to a bunch of rich-ass
teaching in
white
their
women
private.
I know
Oh,
whose husbands
Oreo.
have oil companies in Oklahoma City, and now their husbands call them communists because they've gone so far left. You know, MAGA has a major
And to be honest with you,
problem, right? And so
I don't
this
think
is
that the
something
progressive
they're gonna
movement
have to address, and I'm sure they'll
has
focus
any
group it,
issues with
workshop
private
it,
schools
and all of these things.
whatsoever.
But I think that it's a litmus test. If you're taking AIPAC money, you're toxic and unelectable. I think when we look at
What the progressive movement has a problem with is when you have states like Texas, and I think Iowa does this too, where they use public school funding for private school vouchers. That's what the progressive movement has a problem with.
Zoran Mamdani and the richest Americans in the world in New York City.
Progressive
hedge fund
movement
guys,
says no religious
spent
school.
millions
Show me
of
where it says
dollars,
that.
Terrified of
I don't-
Zoran Mamdani, the jihadist yet
I'm willing to bet.
flag waving, sanctuary city for trans
I'm willing to
kids New
bet
York City guy.
that I watch and
And
listen
then,
to
guess what? He wins
a lot more
against all the money. So the Elon Musk strategy
progressive
didn't
media
work,
than you do.
and he took money
And not
organically.
once
He
have
was
I
very
ever heard
transparent about, hey, we have to raise money for the
any
transition team.
progressive,
He raised $1 million.
like prominent
And,
progressive, say no
that
religious
is the
schools, period.
future of the Democratic Party.
Not
it's a
once.
big tent party, and I think there's two litmus tests. Number one, AIPAC money.
I completely disagree with
Number
that statement,
two,
100%.
Are you going to throw anybody under the bus? Because if you're
Wait,
going to throw
there you go.
somebody under the bus,
Yep.
we're not fucking with you. If you, I got in a fight with Rahm Emanuel too. on
It's
my
possible
podcast,
that
and
you
he
perceive
said
that to
he
be
basically threw trans
part of
kids
the
under
progressive
bus.
movement because they're
And
pushing
I
back
believe in
on.
universal human rights, and Zoran expresses
that-
this very well.
If that
You
perception
cannot
comes
scream
from
the rooftops
progressive
about
movements pushing back
rising
against private
anti-Semitism,
schooling,
rising anti-Semitism.
it's
Dave
because
Portnoy, for example, from
states are
Barstool
using
Sports,
public school
yet he
funding
participates in the rise
to
of
be used
sexism and
towards private
misogyny
school
every day,
vouchers.
So much so that I
That's
get
my guess.
death threats of sexual violence every single day. I get these threats. And
So,
I'm not
yes.
screaming, getting the ADL
I
involved
push
in
back
it
against
because
that.
I'm not a victim. I'm choosing,
I'm not
to use
against
my
private
voice.
schools. I am
But
against the use
we
of public
have to
school
look for the
funding
politicians that
being
put
used for
all of
private
these
school
things on the
vouchers.
same playing field, because
And
Islamophobia
depending
is
on
connected to anti-Semitism, is
depending on
related
how
to
the word is
homophobia,
used
connected to
for
transphobia,
by the
misogyny,
propagandists,
racism. And the biggest one
I can
right
see
now
why it would
that's
lead
the most
somebody to
alarming
believe that the
should
progressive
be,
movement is against private schools. That's an
top of the
easy
league
connection to make.
every Chiron is the anti
What about religious
immigrant
private
racism
schools
and
refusing
bigotry,
to
because these are
admit
the people that are getting
LGBTQ?
kidnapped
Me
and denied
personally,
due process.
I don't have
This
any
is
issue
the
if the
Germany
religion,
Nazi shit that's going
if the
on.
if
And
the
when I
religious
hear
if it's a religious
politicians
school
prioritize
and the
one
religion
form of bigotry
believes
over
that
other forms of bigotry, that's a red flag
homosexuality is a sin,
because all forms
I
of
personally have
bigotry
no
are
problem
connected,
with that
and we have
private
to
school
fight them
denying entrance.
universally together.
It was
Personally,
fantastic because you took me to my next point. I said with Mamdani, it
I
was a
can't
message
speak
of
for everyone
affordability.
else.
He's a fighter. He didn't take any vote for granted. And then you mention it. He didn't throw anyone under the bus. And I think that is the third litmus test, this wokeness.
And like, if a
right? You
religion is
saw, and I
against,
keep receipts, Gavin Newsom, right after Donald
you
Trump
know,
won,
if
what
the
did he do
religion
on
believes
his
that
podcast?
homosexuality is a
He
sin,
invited who? Steve
then
Bannon. He
they should
invited
not be
Charlie
required
Kirk,
by
and on his
law
podcast, he agreed with
to
those men and
conduct
throw
a marriage
the transgender
ceremony.
community under the bus. I keep
Bigotry is
receipts.
still
It was
bigotry.
the Democrats who helped pass the Laken Riley Act.
The
This
difference,
draconian
okay, so here's
anti-immigrant bill,
here's
right?
where there's
Democrats
these
were quiet when
conversations
Mahmoud
require a
Khalil
lot of
and
nuance than
Palestine
more nuance than what are
activists.
it requires more nuance than is typically given in a conversation. Bigotry arises not in religious adherence, your adherence to your religious beliefs. That is not where bigotry happens. Bigotry happens when you put your religious beliefs onto other people. So what that means is, like, if I think that homosexuality is against my religion, or if I think it's gross, then that means I don't have to do gay stuff, right? But if I tell another person that you are not allowed to do that because I don't believe that that's right. That's where it gets into bigotry. You know? And that's where a lot of people are unable to separate it. Like me thinking that homosexuality is gross is not bigotry. But forcing other people to do or not do that because of what I think, that's the bigotry part.
Were abducted without due process. They kept quiet out of fear. It took Chris Van Hollen, the one senator from Maryland, to go all the way to El Salvador, said, I ain't going to leave until you show me proof of life of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And lo and behold, Jen, when you actually fight, when you actually message, it was in the news for 2 weeks.
Really hoping I would get enough influence. Oh my gosh, I got to run so many of these missions to raise my influence.
On Kilmar Abrego Garcia. So the people who thought, go against the woke, the Lisa Slotkins and all the other centrists, they are losing.
I would say that, like, even if you're a business owner,
which is translation for
if you choose not to hire somebody, if it can be proven that you chose to not hire somebody because of that religious ideological difference, I would call that bigotry, and I would say that that's unconstitutional. That would be my opinion.
That you can actually unite on those messages and lift everyone up.
But then again, like, honestly, like, I don't even think that that's a conversation that should be even taking place in a professional environment. Like, why is it anybody's business in a professional environment what activities they engage in their own bedroom? Like, it's none of your business, you know?
Current Democratic leadership, Jen?
That's where I stand.
No, I don't. I think Chuckle is toast. I think Chris Murphy and other senators have signaled. I think his leadership position
and you know
is
what?
Be over.
If you think, when I say you, I mean the general you, not you specifically.
Who else it was. Maybe Zoran.
If you, an imaginary person, thinks that you are being oppressed because I'm saying that you are not allowed to be a bigot, then you know what? Go for it.
So,
who am I to deny you that that freedom of thought?
Movement pulled the Republican Party. These guys, I grew up around these men and women. National security is so important to me. I value national security. I love the troops. You know, we national security on the home front, the homeland, right? It's just this big thing in flyover states. They're so bankrupt on national security that it was dropped in the Epstein files that Trump gave somebody named Bubba a blowjob. And Vladimir Putin has proof of it.
I want to find out who this Bubba is.
When, oops, are you there? Oh, there you are. I'm old enough to remember when Bill Clinton got a blowjob, and they impeached him for it, and it went on for over a year. The investigation into said blowjob. This has just been
unreasonably
down. And then Jeffrey Epstein's
curious
brother comes out and says, "Hey, it wasn't Bill Clinton. That wasn't the Bubba I was
find
talking
out
about. It
who
was
this
a different
Bubba is."
He doesn't deny the blowjob, nor does he deny that Bill Clinton has the goods on the president of the United States giving a blowjob to somebody named Bubba. So that's how far they've moved the Republican Party. So if it's Hakeem and the leadership and our progressive leaders don't get around that, then we have to, as the people in this media ecosystem that we're building, we have to move it. Like, I had Corey on, I was aggressive with him. I hope that moved him some. Because since then I saw some people show up.
Oh, like this freaking, this lady that got all butthurt because she had to sign or notarize whatever it was, a marriage certificate for a homosexual couple. Like, you are working as a representative of the government. Boo frickin' who. Either sign it or get fired.
Unrigid thinker that if you know, a lot of the progressive
if you don't think
of the
it's right
like,
for
the
government
to
approve that, go work somewhere else. Go work in a private company, and that way you won't have to worry about doing that.
Style Democrats that are going to win in very, very red states because that's as much as can win in those places.
Didn't you say before they shouldn't be fired?
I am a lot more open-minded about.
Oh my gosh!
I believe we need to go all the way progressive, but because
they shouldn't be fired for feeling that way.
Republican
is what I said.
For 5 decades, I do think a centrist Democrat
but as part of her job requirement to notarize or sign that form, that has no impact on whether she believes it's okay or not.
I think that kind of candidate
You know what I mean?
can win, and he's pretty
Should she be fired for believing that? No.
I'm so
Should she be fired for not fulfilling her responsibilities?
I just saw a poll that came out today, a Marist poll, that as low as the Democratic leadership is right now in polling, we're up 14 over Republicans on a generic ballot.
Yep. That's going to, and with Latinos flipping back to the 2016 numbers, that alone could be a wipeout for Republicans, especially with the Epstein files. Trump is -35, negative double digits on the economy. You just need a message that can unite everyone, and not just a message of winning, but I want a reform. I'm done.
But also, I will say that
should be bold. It's a generational moment that demands generational change.
This position that I have
so I want to
does not extend to private companies. Okay. For example, this whole the whole case where they didn't want to make the website for the gay couple, the gay wedding. In terms of a private company,
you can say the things, Jen, that I
like, okay, you know what? Go ahead and don't do that. They're going to find a company that will, and you're going to lose business.
But people listen to you. Blonde, a successful white woman from the Midwest, right from flyover country, and you have said it, and now you're getting backlash from the right wing. They're obsessed with you. They say many cruel things. But have you seen your type of courage as a white woman coming out saying these things, where people are like, I thought it would be a woke person saying, what's happening?
I guess the point I'm trying to make is that
other white women to come out and say, enough is enough,
it should be ridiculously, unimaginably, socially unacceptable
There's definitely been a shift, and
for someone to refuse service.
People that I have
like,
known for years,
whether it's a restaurant or a website designer,
were Trumpers at least the
based
first 2
on
times, maybe double
any of
Trumpers,
those
possibly
religious
triple Trumpers.
ideologies, is what I mean.
Text me and call me because somebody they know got deported or got harassed by ICE, and all of a sudden it becomes personal. And that's the thing about white people, sadly. They don't care about things or have empathy until it directly impacts them. Not all white people, I need to say that. But
and I recognize that there's a mismatch.
Always the problem. The 40
there is a.
We're talking about.
I am self-aware enough to recognize that there is a cognitive dissonance between my support of the
a lot of people like this is
like the civil rights amendments. You know what I mean?
Very white culture.
Because it basically said, you know, businesses weren't allowed to discriminate.
People are marrying, you know, somebody that's a Latino, somebody that is Arab,
based on
somebody that is
these
black, and then these
certain
white
criteria.
Supremacist racists have these
and I fully support that.
Mixed race children. So that's
while at the same time, I'm sitting here saying, like, if you're working in a private business and you want to decide to not build a website for a gay couple, go for it.
I had COVID, obviously.
I recognize that there's a cognitive dissonance there.
Like on a bender on my social media, and I remember I saw Mittens Romney.
It's like, I guess I haven't found the right
the BLM parade, and I was like, well, what the fuck
right
is
words
Mitt
to explain
Romney
it.
Doing with his mask on in Salt Lake City marching at BLM? I just thought that was so weird, so I started looking into it. Well, Mitt Romney has 2
I guess I don't think that anyone should do it.
So, you know, there is.
But they should be ostracized for doing it. Most people are black and white on discrimination.
To stand up in the face of all of this.
There is, and most people would probably disagree on that inconsistency. Most people are black and white on discrimination. Ha! I see what you did there.
This is a time in the backdrop of all
Clever wording.
of the egregious human rights violations and just cruelty, depravity. I'm not.
Yeah, I'm
sure,
not.
But if I was, I would be so offended that like Moses Mike Johnson
It's like
represented my faith, or that
to me.
You know,
like
Donald Trump represented
I
my faith, and
understand
they're all, you know, like
that there is a
pedophile
fundamental
protectors, and it seems
difference.
like, you know, Trump is in the middle of all the pedophilia.
You know,
I would be really appalled by that, and so I think there is a huge shift and a
I'm not good
huge
with words
move,
today.
and I just hope that if there's anything I do, it is giving
there is a
value,
fundamental
equal
disparity
value to voices
between
that
me
physically
saying that it
look
should be
different,
illegal to discriminate
because I understand,
and me also saying
I hate that I
that
understand this. I hate
if
that
somebody
I do, but I
if
do
somebody
understand
thinks
it.
that, you know,
I
homosexuality is wrong,
understand
they shouldn't be forced
the way white Republicans
to do that.
If they see you and you start talking,
There is
the immediate
a
thing
disparity
is to
there,
dismiss, oh,
and
he's
I
an Arab.
don't know how to.
I've just heard it my whole life. No,
but
my
there
parents
is
are
a
not that
difference, and I
way,
just
but I've
don't know
been
how to
in
put
that
it into words
culture.
yet.
And I just
You know,
hope that
there is a surface level
we can
disparity
keep
between those two
showing
statements, and I
everybody
recognize
how
that.
fabulous multiculturalism is, and how much more enhanced
I
everybody's
guess
lives are.
I
From,
think
you know, like you're a practicing Muslim.
maybe
That's
I need
interesting.
to do a better
Like, we're
job
super
of separating
progressive.
between what
I've
my
never really
societal
met anybody like
expectations
that.
are
That's
and my
interesting.
legal
That's a
expectations are,
conversation
if
I
that makes
want to
sense.
have.
So,
And I
actually,
hope that we
you
can
can't, if
keep
you believe
building
to
our
be morally
ecosystem
wrong, eventually you must
and
destroy
showing
it when in
the
power.
vanilla world how fun all of the spices
No,
are
not necessarily
in
true.
the world, and that
Not if your
multiculturalism is
fundamental belief in, you know, personal freedom
Jen,
is
thank you so
stronger.
much for your time. It took me forever to get
You know,
you, but you did it. I know you're a very busy person. I
I think
appreciate what you've
I
been
think
saying.
I need to
appreciate the
separate
fact that you hold these
my
powerful
legal
people to account, and I
expectations
also
and my
appreciate the fact
societal
that you have no time
expectations.
for bullshit. And
I
you say
don't
the
think
things
that
many of
legally
us are thinking, and now the right wing
any
has
person
taken,
or company should be forced to
has
serve
paid
somebody that
attention
they
to you,
don't want to serve.
which is
Okay?
also good, and they're attacking you. So I hope you're
But
safe. I hope your
society,
family's safe.
societally,
know
I
they can
also
be very, very mean.
recognize
But let me shamelessly promote the sheriff.
that people
Jen,
are going to
take this
discriminate,
moment.
and
How can people
therefore
find you? How can people
they should
support
be
you?
like
Please
ostracized
promote
out of
yourself.
existence if they do that.
I've
You
Had
know.
a podcast is our Tuesday.
But I
Thursday
also
podcast,
recognize
if you
that
just want daily drops of news
that's not going to
by
happen.
hip
So
news,
therefore,
by
because of
news,
that,
and then all
you
of the
need
social
to
media,
have
and there's
the
a
legal,
wonderful millennial girl that runs it,
you know, the
because I would
legal
not be able to do
backup
it as
plan,
well.
if
And
you
I
will,
just want to
for
thank
when
you
people
so
do
much
that
for having me on, and
the
we've
wrong
got to
reasons.
get you
If
on
that
when
makes
you have
sense,
it.
I hope that makes sense.
We'll make
That's
it
the best
happen.
way I
Thank
can
you
think
to
of
Kyle
explaining
Eagle,
explaining
who
that
entertained like 35
that
emails
what
from me.
appears to be
Jen, enjoy,
a
keep
conflict,
up
a
the good
cognitive
fight,
dissonance
stay
between those
safe, and
two
say hello to Congress
ideologies.
Charlie. Take
I'll
care,
do it.
everyone.
Those two
Okay,
statements.
bye.
I hope that makes sense.
So Andrew Schultz continues to get worse and worse by the day. I don't know how Charlemagne deals with it at this point, if I'm being honest with you. Charlemagne is like, I mean, sometimes he hosts the Daily Show. You know, he's got the Breakfast Club. Like, he's pretty solidly, like, democratic, lefty type dude. But Andrew Schultz, man, I mean, he is the classic, like, know-nothing bro who hopped on the Trump bandwagon for the vibes and tried to ride the wave
Influence,
of Trump's popularity
73%.
online
I need
with a bunch
to
of
get that.
shitheads on the internet. So anyway, it is a short clip, but I think it speaks for itself.
Apparently, there's only like freaking.
It's just funny to me that like there are people that were.
There's only like
Charlie
3
Kirk got
engineers
shot
that can
because they
upgrade my
disagreed on
thrusters to
opinions,
5.
and they're fighting for due process for people who are driving fentanyl into the fucking country. Like, what the fuck do we live in? Why do we have more humanity for people who are actually profiting off of killing Americans?
But you shouldn't be like those people. Don't become
what
what
do
you
I
hate.
gotta do?
Don't become what you hate.
What do you mean?
You're Christian.
I hate people trying to kill Americans.
You hate people
trying to kill Americans. So if you're trying to kill Charlie Kirk, or if you're trying to bring fentanyl in here, I hate both of y'all.
First of all, the people that the Trump regime are blowing up in the Caribbean and the Pacific, they are not drug traffickers. They are not bringing in fentanyl. In fact, there is 0 fentanyl that comes from Venezuela. 0, none, zip, nada, nothing. Absolutely nothing. In fact, they've blown up these boats, and people have done analyses on it. You would need to refuel these boats 20 times for them to reach the U.S. from where they are, with the size of the boat and the size of the engine. 20 times. Andrew, they are lying. The guy who came on your podcast and lied to your fucking face, he's also lying to the country when he pretends like, we're going after narco-terrorists. What does that even mean? What is a narco-terrorist? I mean that sincerely. What is a narco-terrorist? Is the argument
They terrorize
they're
narcotics.
What, bring the cocaine or fentanyl or whatever into the country, so that's the narcotics trafficking part of it. But the terrorist part of it is what? After they dump the fentanyl in the country or give it to their drug dealer friend, they then go do a suicide bombing in a cafe? What is a narco-terrorist? They just say shit and people swallow it and they don't critically think about it for a fucking second. Nobody's doing terrorism for drugs. That's not happening. And even if these people were just trafficking drugs, the way that we handle that in a civilized society is the Coast Guard stops them, boards the ship, confiscates the drugs, and arrests them. That's what happens. But no, everybody just stopped thinking in the Trump era, and whatever daddy does, they just, I guess that's how we do it. It's like, really? That's how we do it? We instantly vaporize and murder and do terror attacks against people who are on dinghy fishing boats in the Caribbean? Are you kidding me? Now, by the way, anybody who's followed these stories knows, and if you watch the show, we followed it, you've seen me cover it and stuff, but One of the boats that was vaporized, it was from Trinidad and Tobago. Another boat was from Colombia. The rest of the boats, most of them were from Venezuela. The ones in the Pacific, I don't even know where the ones in the Pacific are from, if I'm being honest with you. But the reporting on the ones in the Caribbean were, as I said, Trinidad and Tobago, Colombia, Venezuela. All of them. Zero evidence they're anything other than fishing boats. Zero. In fact, MAGA was desperately trying to cover Trump's track one day. And what did they do? They decided, let's post this video from a satellite that looks, or from like a plane or helicopter, which is zoomed in and you can see the drugs in one of the boats. So they posted it, they ran with it. Huh, you're telling me these aren't drug traffickers, lefties? Well, come to find out, people were able to, you know, backdate where the photo was from. It was from 2009. It was a photo from 2009, completely fucking unrelated. They were just lying to cover his tracks. Again, even if it was drug smugglers who they're killing, that is not, you don't instantly murder and vaporize and do terror attacks against drug traffickers. That's insane. So, but I think you get the point. They're murdering innocent people. Let me repeat, they're murdering innocent people. There have been 21 boats that they bombed and sank, and 83 people have been killed in those bombings. That's as of right now. By the time this video drops, it might end up being more than that, okay? So here's Andrew Schultz, and he's justifying this. He's rationalizing this. He's saying, huh, you want due process for those people? Yes. 100% yes. Especially because I know that they're fucking lying. I know. You take these people's words seriously? I mean, we just got the news that, you know, the James Comey arrest that happened? Well, they didn't even present it to the fucking grand jury. They didn't even present it to the grand jury. They got the indictment and they didn't even fucking present it to the grand jury.
Oh, actually,
they fucking, like,
Liberty, if you're still there, I do have a question.
One of the original things that they submitted and then resubmitted something else full of lies, didn't present it to the grand jury, but he was indicted anyway.
Personally, not legally, not constitutionally,
they don't care,
do you personally feel that racism is a sociological problem?
Trump is a fucking chaos
not
agent.
like I'm not asking if you feel that it exists.
Now, to the other
I'm
point,
asking
the Charlie Kirk thing. Here's what I saw.
Do
when
you
it came
think
to Charlie Kirk. I saw a lot of
personally
pointing out
that racism is something that should not exist?
And pointing out hypocrisy. Like, for example,
I guess that's that would be a question I'm interested in.
And tweeting it. Like when Charlie Kirk said, I think some gun deaths are worth it to have the Second Amendment.
Hearing your opinion of.
Yes, in the wake of him getting shot, were there some snarky assholes who were like, shit, of course I'm going to post this. Because this, like,
not
hey,
whether it's right or wrong.
Ideology, your philosophy in action. Yeah, the Second
whether
Amendment
it
is
is
worth
a
even if people get shot and killed.
It is a sociological
in that scenario. So that's what I saw.
Issue.
And the other thing I saw is such a massive
that
colossal cancel
either
culture backlash to that
should be allowed to continue, not allowed.
Were fired
that
and lost their jobs because they
is a problem. Its continued existence is a
now,
problem.
In the past, Andrew Schultz would tell you he's against cancel culture and I'm for free speech and I hate it when the cancel mob comes for people. I'll defend free speech. Even if it's offensive, I'll defend it. That's how it works, bro. This is what the First Amendment's all about. This is what free speech is all about. Oh, well, would you look at that? Suddenly, when the target is not a gay person or a trans person or an immigrant, all of a sudden, that's not your commentary. Now your commentary is, you think people are happy Charlie Kirk got killed. Like, it's unbelievable. Like, it's endless charity for the right and for Donald Trump, assuming he wasn't murdering innocent people, even though all the evidence fucking says that. And it's endless straw manning of the left, saying, well, you all wanted Charlie Kirk to be murdered. And you can tell Charlemagne is trying to deal with this as well as he can. He's saying, don't become the thing you hate.
Dark Senator, are you there?
What he's trying to get at there
you jumped in,
like,
you made like
on.
one comment, and then I haven't heard
you
anything
think
from you since.
It's fucked up that people wanted Charlie Kirk dead. Well, you also shouldn't want the people dead who are being blown up on the fishing boats. That's kind of what I think Charlemagne is trying to say. Like, don't celebrate people being blown to smithereens on dingy fishing boats in the Caribbean, because you're becoming the thing you hate. If you think it's so callous when lefties were celebrating when Charlie died, well, you shouldn't celebrate that.
I think
That's
Charlie
what he's
Kirk
trying
is
to say,
dead.
And Schultz just
nice.
couldn't fucking even digest it, right? So anyway, I feel bad for Charlemagne having to deal with this guy.
Like you didn't even try to avoid the question politically. You're just like, nope, not acknowledging the question.
Warmed over bullshit right-wing talking points from 2018. Like, is anybody else sick of this shit? God damn it, man. It's like enough already. All the fucking endless charity. All these people voted for a colossal warmonger who's waging the biggest war on free speech in our lifetimes, right? All of his lawsuits against people who wrote articles he didn't like or released a poll he didn't like. But no, he'll still claim to be the
Just
champion
state
of free
facts, my
speech
dude.
and comedy is bad.
Even if it's
baby.
not related to the topic at
Certainly
hand.
not from
Got
you,
it.
it's not, because I ain't laughing, and I don't think many people are.
Fuck
Hey,
free
y'all, do
speech.
me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications.
Oh, actually.
Hello, everyone. Prem Tucker here with Zateo with
Ooh,
another.
I have a question. I have a question. I have a question. All right. Hear me out. Hear me out. This is a question regarding free speech, actually. Do you think that it would be an infringement on free speech if the what is it, the FCC were to create a categorization for news versus opinion, and if you wanted to categorize your entity as a news entity, then you should adhere to factual standards. But you would be free to say whatever you wanted if you were to categorize as opinion, right? Does that make sense? Like, there should be factual standards that are adhered to if you want to be categorized as news. Like, because you would still be free to say whatever you wanted. Does that make sense? That's my question for you. Because I don't think it would. I don't think it would be an infringement on free speech at all. Because you would still be free to say whatever you wanted. FCC technically on the face is constitutional. Congress shall make no law. Not the executive shall make no rule. Well, my question, I guess this is my question, like, I am not, as much as I despise Fox News and I think that they're like a scourge on our country, I recognize the importance of free speech. What is it? There was a recent case, I'm trying to think of what it was. I can't remember what the case was, but they actually relied on the Brandenburg, Ohio decision, like, as a way to, like, win their case. But, like, as much as I think they're a scourge, telling them that they're not allowed to say what they're saying is a violation of the First Amendment. I'm supportive of the First Amendment. I would not be supportive of denying their right to televise whatever it is they want to say. But I think it would be important to better categorize these outlets, separate news from opinion, and if they want to be considered news, that they should adhere to a higher standard of information dissemination, if that makes sense. I don't believe that would be contradictory to free speech. Because they added that language, it retroactively destroyed any interpretation of the executive. Oh, only the 14th Amendment has a prohibition on enforcing unconstitutional. Because they added that language, it retroactively destroyed any interpretation that the executive cannot enforce an unconstitutional law. I don't know.
Today we have a very fun and interesting one.
I see, like,
Zoran Mamdani's win, there has been a wave of
read the first one and then the 14th. I just see,
and in New York that is no different. Today we are joined by
I see the disillusion of the fairness doctrine as exponentially as an exponentially negative effect on our intelligence as a country.
And he has just launched
you know what I mean?
Unapologetic progressive candidacy in this race. His platform advocates for universal health care, cutting aid to Israel and sanctioning Israel as well as the UAE for their complicity and involvement in genocide, abolishing ICE, an agency that is in fact younger than Cameron, who's 25.
That's all just judicial documents. None of it's concrete. The court decides, the executive decides. Welcome to the man. You got what you wanted.
We will be taking your questions throughout this conversation as well, so please don't be shy.
Huh?
But without further ado,
who said that's what I wanted? You deal with what you pay for.
Joining us.
Thanks for having me. You hit my top 4 policies, which I really appreciate, because some people who have talked to me were just pulling some less aggressive parts of my agenda, and I was like, yes, this is my position on this matter.
I got
it's also
what I
kind
wanted.
Of a lot of different progressives positions. So this is
not
the
you
stuff
specifically,
I like to
the country.
talk about because I think that there's going to be a lot of
Well,
candidates
man,
who try to take sort of disguised positions on.
I see. I don't think it's what the country wanted.
Going all the way, so this was a primary race where before
the country voted for it, the country allowed, the country pays for it. See, I
think that the
I don't think it's that simple.
As it pertains to cutting aid to Israel,
I think
is going to be everyone's
I think voters
like, no,
were
this is so bad, this
tricked
is
and
terrible, it sucks that
propagandized.
This is happening. You know, we ought to wave a finger at Netanyahu. And
I have a feeling that
Netanyahu. Forget the fact that it's the entire government
if
in the state of Israel that's like this. We're just going to pin this all on Bibi. And with ICE, I think
if people were actually given like factual ABC
ICE and talking about defunding ICE, but there's
you know,
a difference between
ABC list of
and as you pointed out,
I don't think it would be an issue, but it's just
in this country before, including systems that actually worked to make the process
I
better
don't know.
for people.
I despise. I hate it.
ICE is
I hate
not
the
that, and ICE
tactics.
Is very, very young. ICE just turned old.
Like for example,
a couple years ago.
Here, I'll give you a perfect example of propaganda, right? Which infuriates me, right? This is what infuriates me, and I don't think this is a free speech issue, because free speech actually doesn't apply to the government. It applies to the people. The government is allowed to infringe on its own speech, just not people's. So what absolutely infuriates me is, like here in Texas, one of the ballot initiatives was the way it was stated on the ballot is that it was going to increase the homestead tax exemption on like your property, your home, basically, from like 100,000 to 140,000, right? So it'll basically lower your property tax by, I don't know, like 30 to 50 bucks a month. Whoop-de-frickin' do for someone with a home that's on the lower end of the cost spectrum, like myself. Be like 30 to 50 bucks we'll save per month on our mortgage payment because of it. But what is not, that's the way it's stated. But what's not included is that the reduction of this this funding, the property taxes, is going to directly influence how much money is used for public schools. That is not included, you know, and that's what infuriates me. That's like the propaganda I'm talking about. So when you say and they still voted on it, like at a 7-3 rate. Like people in Texas approved this at 7-3. I voted no. I voted against my own interest on this because I knew what was going to happen. They've already passed this legislation for the private school vouchers, which takes money from public school funding. The public option. Like get out of here with that shit. Like, yes, the voters voted for it. The point I'm trying to make is, yes, the voters voted for it. But they voted for a tax break, you know? I don't believe that they specifically voted to reduce public school funding. You know what I mean? So, I don't agree with the statement that, oh, people voted for it, that's what you get. Because it's so common that they're just not given the full set of information. Even if they are given the full set of information, a lot of them don't even care. Do you know that Congress can tax every home in America by taxing the materials used? It is taxed. The materials are taxed. What are you talking about? If I went to Home Depot and I bought, 100 2x4s, that's taxed. Well, actually, it's taxed at the state level, isn't it? But the wood that's coming into the country is tariffed. So it already is taxed. So the fact that we have to pay more than wood processed in the U.S. means that it is taxed by the federal government already. Or no, I mean the homes directly. Oh, they're saying that plants in the state belongs to the federal government because of water across state lines. No, I mean the homes directly. But they've already been purchased. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, they can do property tax by saying you have to pay a tax on the material continually since it never leaves commerce. Like at the on the purchase of the home? I don't know, it doesn't sound realistic to me. You know, I'm not going to argue with you on the legality because you pay attention to and care about that more than I do. But it seems unrealistic.
Very excited to talk about the agenda, especially since, given that I am 25 and would be the youngest Democrat in, I think, the history of Congress, I have to explain to people what I have to offer beyond just, here's who I am, and we're in a field and also just a political environment where a lot of people announce and start fundraising without being
what are you talking
particularly forthcoming.
Our right to bear arms shall not be infringed. What are you talking about?
Like, hey guys,
I can carry a gun wherever I want. It's crazy talk.
Personal story. I have to
no such thing as a gun-free zone.
Here, you know?
Doesn't exist.
Yeah, so
Fake news.
Talk about that a little bit. Obviously, it's a gigantic primary. Maybe even more people will announce there's at least, 10, 11, 12 people in there now. In a very simple way, without getting too much into policy, we'll get into that. Why you? Like, why, in essence, should someone even consider you when there's so many people on the menu for them? People they may already know better, let's say. Why should they consider you?
You know what's crazy is, like,
as of now, from what I understand, it's hard to keep track.
I feel in my bones
than there are voters in the district and possibly in all of Manhattan. But I am, of the candidates of whom I'm aware,
what's the term I'm looking for?
In the race. I am the person in the race
the fact that voters are illogical, unreasonable, and they will vote for ridiculously stupid reasons. They will base their decision.
And I think for a lot of people,
and like I feel it in my bones because
bare minimum.
I
cannot recognize what I believe to be the human
I don't know if if I actually went to the polls, I don't know if I'd do this or not. But like, if my congressional district, if it was between a 78-year-old with decades of experience, or for example, like this guy, a 25-year-old school shooting survivor, I would be more likely to vote on the 25-year-old just based on their age alone, without even like if nobody put any of their political ideologies in front of me, just based on age.
Responsibility to take principal positions on this, and I have.
It doesn't matter. The federal government says commerce law applies. Regardless if the transaction is done, it will always apply to it. Means you can tax an object forever, constantly charge for it after you buy it. You don't want voting tests, so. Wait. Oh crap.
From 1977, and he talks about it.
It is. Well, it is constantly taxed after I buy it. That's what property taxes are. It already is.
Pro-Palestine protesters for saying from the river to the sea.
I guess what you're saying is the federal government can double dip and charge us taxes on it also?
There will only be Israeli sovereignty, and this is part of what I consider a very, very popular sort of behind-the-scenes message in the pro-Israel community is like, things that are bad when other people do
and you know what? Here's why I know it's unrealistic to do so. You're saying they can. Cool, great. Got it. Here's why I think it's unrealistic to do so. Because if it was a realistic option, it's something that this administration would have already tried. It's something the previous administration would have tried. It's something the administration before that would have tried.
Seeing it on obviously
you know what I mean?
More massive scale overseas was very upsetting to me, especially since, first of all, after October 7th, I felt very horrible.
Like I'm not even debating like on
resonates within the Jewish community.
I'm not even debating your claim whether they can or can't.
Was very angry and I was
legally
very upset, and I had already asked some questions.
I just don't think it's feasible realistically.
State, but I had not gotten to a point where I really understood the context of the colonial
the reason
that led to something
why
like this.
is
and when I learned more
regulate the air you breathe.
More educated on the matter,
exactly. You sure. You know what? Yeah, they can regulate the air we breathe because it's what is like a public good or something. Whatever it's called. But it's not realistic for them to do so. Like how would they do that? Like,
very upset because
are they gonna like require us to like live in a bubble, and if we don't pay our air tax, they have the IRS has a switch that they shut off our oxygen supply? Like, come on.
I went to
it's just not realistic.
I went to Hebrew school, and in Hebrew school you learn about genocide and how the Jewish people have faced it very recently, and how the United States turned away Jewish refugees who were trying to come here for safety. You don't learn about what the Nakba
okay.
is. Like,
so
you don't learn about the colonial
give it time. Carbon taxes already exist for individuals.
The state of Israel is this sort of magical fairy.
Yeah, but that's not an oxygen tax. Tax.
And IDF soldiers are hot.
It's not a
free trip there when you turn 18.
It's not a breathing to survive tax.
Hot IDF soldiers.
It's like a hey, like stop fucking up the environment tax.
Like I was when I was 17. Was seeing that propaganda had worked on me, and I think a lot of people in this country, no matter their positioned, principled or otherwise, think that they are the only person who is not susceptible to propaganda. I talk to a lot of people who say that everything except for what they think is the direct result of propaganda, and I learned the hard way that even as someone who had spent a lot of time calling against mass violence,
being an opponent
by the United States, I had been the subject
of
a propaganda as well. So I saw this race.
Carbon tax?
That there's enough people in this race.
I don't know.
There's enough people in this district.
I think honestly, like the only people that should be against a
here that I can win.
Actually, you know what?
Since, as you pointed out,
carbon emissions tax.
And their mother is getting involved in this primary.
Being against a carbon emissions tax.
Lane of it. So if they continue
I feel that the only people that should be against that.
I can get the left to coalesce behind me.
Would be the oil and gas companies.
Moderate, and to put somebody in there who's going to advocate for the things that I think a lot of people believe in.
Got it.
It's like what? Think about it.
Andrew Bell and Substack.
Like what is stopping them from using their wealth? What's stopping these companies from using their wealth to invest in like renewable energy sources, right? Nothing other than the fact that they rely solely on the sale of oil and gas, oil and natural gas. Like that's it. If they would actually use their wealth to R&D some better renewable technology, it wouldn't even be an issue.
It is not just the climate crisis that it's causing.
Includes the carbon you produce by. Come on.
What is going to be a serious issue with fresh water, which AI is sucking out of the ground, especially.
Look, we're taxed just by living. Like, if you want to know the truth, like, we're taxed because our cells are replicating. We're taxed because our parents like met each other one day. Like, if you want to get technical about it, everything about what we do is taxed. Like, that's, I don't know. It feels like a. I don't know. It doesn't come across as being a good faith argument, is what I mean. My entire point that it never ends, and that's the problem.
And our American public health is being dismantled by RFK Jr. and Donald Trump, and there are going to be so many health crises in our lifetime, and there's going to be a lot of people who are not being provided benefits, and that's largely why I support Medicare for all. But all of these issues are tied to one another because they all.
You can abstract enough to where Congress has a general policing power.
Use their money and influence to oppress us. AI is a very important issue for me because it is threatening our social fabric. Young people, very young people right now.
It's just like
brains are still developing.
It feels like it's logically absurd
purposes that are
to even entertain going down all those abstract rabbit holes, you know. It's just it just doesn't feel like it's a reasonable
is going around trying to swat down any state
reasonable argument to make.
These AI chatbots from having sexually explicit conversations with children. And if that is not enough to infuriate an individual in this country who wants children,
what's the term for it where in a debate
policy opportunities where we can
is it a
legally make it hell
damn it I can't remember
to be an AI oligarch,
where somebody uses the most extreme example
and I think this is
to
kind of a common sense solution. I know that common sense solution is something that everybody calls their policies, but
to win an argument.
I'm still going to do it.
Is that what it's called, a straw man?
I think that any rising power costs that people are facing in their electricity bills because of nearby AI data centers,
where you use the most extreme example, like you take everything to like the nth degree to make their arguments sound ridiculous. Steelman technically. Okay, gotcha.
For a company to try and eliminate their jobs, and I think that is psychotic. So that's just one basic example. I think that we need protections for legislation that is being passed at a state level to regulate these things. And I think that taxing billionaires is a natural thing to talk about when you're discussing this, because AI right now is a tool of oppression for the billionaire class. So I want to get creative with these policies.
Actually, he's talking about
figure out ways,
you know, I'd say the most
and I do believe that
the most extreme political position that I hold, to be honest with you, is I think that every single dollar
Republicans who are recognizing this and starting to take
after if you accumulate, if there's a person that accumulates $999,999,999 worth of wealth. I'm not talking about money in the bank. I'm talking about wealth, whether it's companies, stocks, whatever property, whatever happens to be. Once they get to that point, every single dollar past that should be 100% taxed. Like, get out of here. Like, there's absolutely no, like, your life is not going to get any better by having that extra dollar. People's lives are not going to get any better by you having that extra dollar. You know? That is, I'd say probably that's the most extreme position that I have.
I don't think your average American voter is
but it is what I'm doing. I can give you tons of real world examples, even one that puts people away for 10 years based on a... Oh, you don't have to convince me that there's problems in our justice system.
My position to advocate for it. So,
for example,
I'm talking in a lot of different
it is
about a lot of different policies, but as I previously stated,
there have been studies that show
who do not think about the
that
element of this. As a matter of fact, AI is their dream because there is nothing
that judges issue longer sentences for similar convictions based on whether they issue them before or after lunch. Okay? So trust me, you do not have to convince, you don't have to say anything to convince me that there's problems in our justice system.
But he's wondering how you'd respond when a lot of Democratic strategists are going to say, see, the recent elections show we should just talk about affordability. And I think this actually is a question I have too, because when I think of Zoran Mamdani's...
I think I had heartburn. Oh no, I'm out of Pepsid. No! I'm out of heartburn stuff. You can enter a gun-free zone if you produce the weapon completely locally. But you have to prove it is built locally. But even if it is fully local, they will still prosecute you because the tools used to make it were made without estate materials. That's how absurd it is. Whatever.
You seem to be centering a lot of issues. And so
I'm not. See, dude, this is the thing. Like these.
So how would you kind of respond to Tom's
these discussions are so nuanced. Sometimes like I have these nuanced positions, but sometimes I don't feel like going into details. But
well, I'm nervous that Zoran's victory is going to turn
our gun culture is a problem, but I'm not necessarily against the Second Amendment.
Crisis are going to use as a buzzword.
Like I'm not against the Second Amendment as an ideology, as a political constitutional ideology.
One more time, I would have needed
but
to be admitted into a mental hospital.
I am against the overwhelming prevalence of guns in our culture. I do believe that's a problem.
Listen, Zoran and I have different situations right here. There's only so much the mayor of New York City can do to stop a genocide that is happening overseas. It would be my
That's how absurd it is. You are, but you are closeted about it.
For this. So, yes, Zoran should put
Wait,
the handcuffs
I am.
on Bibi Netanyahu himself. And yes,
Wait,
there
I
are
am
different
what?
ways to combat both
I am.
Islamophobia
You're saying
and
I'm against the
anti-Semitism
Second
here in New
Amendment?
York City, but what I am running to do is represent the interests of the people
I
in
am
this district.
okay.
And the
How about
people
this?
all over the world in
I am
Washington,
against
and therefore
the
I am focused on policies, excuse me, that
Second
involve
Amendment
Washington. So
as
tackling
it
the
is
affordability crisis is one of those things, and it's an important thing.
interpreted
but I don't wanna
today.
use it as a buzzword. I actually want to go in and pick it apart and see what's lending itself to this. So, for example, there are going to be Democrats talking about affordability.
You are what we in the business called a closeted gun grabber.
Insurance rates are skyrocketing.
You know what?
And
If you have
am I supposed to think that
if you have
healthcare right
if you
now,
have
the healthcare
like
crisis that we face is not
20
a
different
huge part
rifles
of the affordability crisis,
and you've
AI
bypassed
something
the mechanism,
getting
turning
rid
them
of
from
the job market as something
you
that's
know
being used as a
semi-automatic
tool
to
to make
fully
it so
automatic.
your children
Yeah,
cannot get
I
jobs
absolutely
when
want to
they
come in and take
graduate
that
with
shit.
student
You
debt
are
is not part of
100%
the
right about that.
affordability crisis. I'm advocating for free public college.
If you
and
have
student debt relief, that is a way
oh
to
shit,
tackle
what's
the
it called?
affordability
Damn it.
crisis. Zoran's policies were a lot about different ways to alleviate certain costs from New Yorkers on the day-to-day. Free buses is part of tackling the affordability crisis. So rent
If,
freeze,
for example,
as
if
far
you
as
have
Zoran's agenda
a
is concerned, is part of tackling that.
if you own
in Washington have a different
an
set of
M60, right?
responsibilities, and therefore
Yeah,
I frankly
I'm absolutely
believe
for taking
that
that
a
shit.
great
There's no
deal
reason
of
for any
my
single human
policy
being
positions do
to have that
center
as a quote unquote
affordability. They
home
just pick it
defense. Like
apart in
get
different
out of here with
ways
that shit. Like
were not
there's
something
nothing you can
Zoran
say to
go in
convince me
and
that that's
magically wave a
justifiable.
wand and achieve.
Sure, that makes
If
sense.
you have a
I'm
if you have a
curious, let's take it
handgun,
to Congress. I have, this is
you know,
sort of
even a
two-part
few
question.
handguns,
The
few different versions of shotguns, a few different shotguns.
On YouTube.
You know, a few different rifles. Sure.
I like that. Let's get more
Gotcha.
experimental names. But
You know,
thank you, Tropical Ding Dong, for the question on YouTube.
I see no issue with that whatsoever.
You get to single out one member of Congress to get into a fight with.
Dude,
Who and how would you
heard the Battle of Athens, Tennessee.
Okay, that's a very interesting question because
No, but I'm
I
sure
assume this means a verbal exchange.
that
Let's
you're going
because
to
that's something that you disagree with on
present an anecdotal event
Mine, I must say,
to
is a
demonstrate
very easy ass to kick. So if I
why
get into
you
a
feel my
physical- I would
ideology
assume
is
I would-
unreasonable.
If I wanted to win a physical exchange, it would probably be with
Am I
one
wrong?
of the
Am I wrong?
Democrats
Am I wrong?
that is over 90 years old, because that is the easiest path.
You
to
are
victory
extra
for me in
contrarian
terms of
today.
a
You know that?
spar. But in terms of a verbal argument, I mean, I think the first answer is any Republican at all. I don't need to argue with Massey, so I guess I'm not going to argue with Massey.
I could provide many more, but that is a single
but
example.
Any Republican is my answer. In terms of another Democrat, I do want to ask Dan Goldman, who is going to get
Was this
in the next primary in New York
was the Battle of Athens, Tennessee? Was it before or after
with Donald Trump Jr.
the Civil
at
War?
a crypto conference during the government shutdown? I do want to ask him why he voted
Let me
to
ask you
censor
that.
Rashida Tlaib. I do want to ask him why he seems to be operating very often as someone who
After,
is sowing
okay,
seeds
all
of
right, all right.
division in the
Fair enough,
Democratic
fair
Party.
enough.
And I want to ask him why he voted for Trump's crypto corruption bill, because I think that crypto is
So there was a
terrible
battle
in this country.
in
There's
Athens,
no
Tennessee
meaningful value that it adds to the
that took
market. It is
place
something that is
after
used for illegal activity.
World
It is
War
something
II.
that cartels use. It is
I mean-
something that criminals use
after World War
to
II, yeah.
send sexually violent videos
Interesting.
around and to pay
I'm
for
actually
that.
interested to hear
And
about
I
it.
think that it is
Give me the
something
give me
that a lot of
the
people don't understand to
give me the
be
meat and
a
potatoes.
severe
I have not heard
crisis
of it. I'm
for
interested
our
actually.
democracy. There are politicians who are taking crypto money, and Dan Goldman is here. He's worth $250 million. He's the scion of a giant fortune, and he's still getting involved.
I don't
in
feel like
crypto as
looking
if
it up
he
on
believes
Wikipedia
so much.
myself.
Like, if you're going to be corrupt,
I'm
corrupt
cruising through the
in order to
cosmos.
Get your money for the first time. Don't already be rich and be corrupt. There's no point in that. I know that that's
Because I got to be honest, like it really doesn't matter what I read.
Man, you know, you're not even an upstart
Or,
who's using corruption
like,
to kind of put yourself on the money map.
It does not
You're
matter
already
to me
there.
what happens in
Why
this
continue to
battle.
be corrupt? So right now,
There
I
is a
would say my
problem
answer is Goldman.
with
I
our
think
gun
that
culture.
Goldman has been
There's a problem with the
extremely dishonest
prevalence
on a lot of matters, and I
of
will
the
say,
amount of
the more I learn about the crypto corruption crisis, which I did not plan to be.
There's such a
an
difference
alliteration,
between
by the way, but I'm
self-defense
gonna
and a
use
weapon
that
of
now.
war.
Thank you,
Like there's
everybody,
such
for
a
helping me
difference.
develop this. The more I learn
And the
about
fact that
crypto
we're
corruption
like
crisis, the more I
blatantly
recognize
ignoring
this is
that
something
concept
we
is
need to be holding
infuriating.
Democrats accountable for, because obviously Republicans are going to be supportive of it. Trump has been making
A group of veterans overthrew the local government because they were corrupt. They used weapons from the local National Guard armory, colonial style.
Trump has made
Nice.
on shit coins since Trump's second term
I would be
cannot
interested
be
to
understated.
learn.
So, I
See,
wanna
based
talk
on
a little bit
that,
about crypto. That's my
I
answer.
would be interested to learn
And
the
on
specifics
the other side of
around
things,
the quote-unquote
given
corruption.
all the issues
You know what I mean?
focused on Israel-Palestine, AI, climate, gun violence, of course, as well as everything else. Do you see any legislative partners?
Like, was
or
it
people that you look forward to
financial corruption? Was it election corruption? You know, like, what was...
broad sense, I think that in the face of authoritarianism, we need Democrats to figure out where
Judicial
they can be working
corruption,
together,
you know what I
which
mean?
is why I think someone like Golden,
They're
who
rigging
seems
elections
to
and
have
beating
this
the veterans
emotional
up who
attachment
tried to vote.
attacking the
Okay.
Squad is the last type of Democrat we need in office. You know, the moderate conservatives and the far-right MAGA Republicans all seem to get along when
Okay.
they need to. The quote-unquote principled conservatives who are
I would say that they are
temperate
justified
compared
in
to the
their
MAGAs, always
their
vote with the
anger.
MAGAs. So I want to work
I would
on
say that they
solutions
were
that can
justified
actually be achieved. I also
in
want to focus on
wanting
pushing
to
my own
remove
agenda
the
where I know
officials
that
within
I'm
that
not going to
government.
get a
I would
majority of
agree with that.
Democrats to take a serious position on it, but I want to set a precedent where these are conversations that are being had in Congress. So if I'm introducing bills with legislation
My gut
on
is
AI
telling me
that is too
that they would have been
harsh
able to
for
do
a lot of
so
the Democrats, if I am proposing that we issue sanctions on the state of Israel, and expecting
without
that to
having
happen overnight,
to raid
no.
the
Am I
National
expecting
Guard
there to be
armory.
far more support for that in the coming years than there has been? Absolutely, but it's a matter of making
My
sure
gut
that
is
the
telling
things
me
we are
that they
talking
could have
about and the
removed
things
those
that get
officials
validity from
without
being
resorting
congressional
to
discussions do get
raiding
the
a
time and
National
space
Guard
there, and
armory.
that's why I
That's what
feel
my
a
gut's telling me.
responsibility to do it. But I don't want to single
Obviously,
out
I
any
have
specific partner simply because
I have no
I
way
want
to
work
prove
with
or
everybody who
disprove
wants
that.
to forward
You know?
the agenda of expanding government services in order to uplift
They tried
the
to.
material conditions of working class families and frankly everybody in the country. And I'll work with anybody on that. I'll work with Republicans on that. I want to be working with people.
But let me
When I
guess,
need to fight, when I
the
need to be
state
scrappy, I
government
absolutely
refused to step
will,
in?
But my goal is not to go in and start slugging. My goal is to go in and say, okay, who can I get to coalesce around legislation that is actually going to improve and very often save lives?
Got it. You mentioned that you are a Democratic
So all of them rigging the
socialist.
election after
Are
them
you
going through every
officially
legal
part of
option. The state and
DSA,
federal
and
government
will you be
refused to do
seeking
shit.
DSA's endorsement?
I became a dues-paying member very recently, not because I necessarily wanted to ride their clout after Zoran won. I mean, I was stumping for Bernie Sanders when I was 19 years old.
What was the
Bernie was getting hit for his gun
what was the
control
aftermath?
history, and
Were the
you know, he
were the
needed people who had
officials
been involved in the gun violence prevention movement to come out and be like, "No, guys, we're good."
was it only
You know,
the people that
still get
overthrew the
behind
local
Bernie,
government?
love Bernie,
Were
and
they
I was doing
in
that for
prison,
him, and I wasn't doing that
convicted,
for
or
him
were
because
the
I assumed that
the
6
corrupt
years later,
officials
I would
actually
Congress in New York City
tried
with
as well?
DSA more powerful than ever after a tremendous victory. I did that because those were my values. But you know, I'm identifying as a Democratic Socialist in New York. I've had a lot of great conversations with DSA and DSA members, and I was like, yeah, it seems like the respectful thing to do at this point. If you're gonna say you're a Democratic Socialist in New York, pay your dues. Pay your, I think, like $15, $30 a month, I don't even remember, just to support the coalition and just to support the individuals who, unlike me, need DSA to get their name out there. They need DSA's support to be on the map, which I did not need to enter the conversation.
The officials were prosecuted and the people who were recognized as a legitimate government of the county.
Two major reasons. Number one, I don't think that they
So
see
they just
the
overthrew it
that is worth
and were
spending their
recognized
time and
without being
effort
elected?
on, and I think that's a very good decision on their part because
I think I'm
they
missing
are,
something here.
From what I understand, focused on winnable races. That's what they need.
They
to
were
be doing right now,
recognized as the legitimate
victories.
government
And I think as we
after
go on over the next coming
an
months,
election,
people
correct?
are going to recognize further and further that I have a clear path to victory with a plurality, with all of the other moderates splitting the vote in 1,000 different directions. And a lot of the people who are Democratic Socialists do have a moral position on foreign policy will see me as the only, so far, prominent contender who assumes my positions. So I think that's an important thing to note. But I don't think DSA wants to use time and resources in 12. That being said, I am planning on and in talks with DSA to be
They held
supporting
election
and
trials to
petitioning
follow
with an
procedure
assembly
according to state and
candidate
federal laws, minus the
in this
overthrowing
district.
of the
There's somebody
government.
running for assembly
Okay.
in District 12, and as of now, per my conversations with
If I recall
DSA,
correctly.
we are going to share our volunteer base to petition together. So I have a very friendly relationship with DSA, and I want to stay in close touch
So,
with them,
like, it's
hear what
still
they have to say about my agenda,
still an
and
issue that I
learn
have,
about it,
though,
and
which
they've
is,
honestly been immensely
God damn
supportive
it.
and very helpful, and I'm, very appreciative to how they've shown up and supported me.
Is
because I think that whether it's
the
for
solution
being a DSA endorsed candidate in the formal sense or just for the movement, I think that
the
a victory of mine can be a very, very positive
the
thing for
deregulation
democratic socialism in New York City
of
and
firearms
elsewhere.
would not have
So,
prevented that
having a great time
situation
with
from
DSA.
existing.
They've been a hoot. They're all very nice, and I look forward
You know?
to continuing that relationship.
If you were elected to Congress, obviously a big part of your candidacy and a lot of other candidacies surrounding you are the idea of the trajectory of the Democratic Party. If you were elected, would you support keeping Hakeem
The official still would have been corrupt. Your issue is valid, but I also think your solution is also shit.
I wouldn't
Dude,
dedicate my
okay.
life to ousting him. I
My
don't
solution,
think
this is
that
my
Hakeem
solution.
Jeffries has met this moment. The Democratic Party
This is
has
my, what I
spectacularly
feel would
failed
be
to
a
stand up to authoritarianism. I don't think
reasonable
that they have disrupted the way that they should.
adjustment, reasonable
I
policy.
think that there are inevitably going to be
I
better
feel
options than Hakeem Jeffries, but
that
that is not my focus
you
right
should be
now.
allowed
I
to
am not
own
showing up
as many
outside of
firearms as
Hakeem
you want.
Jeffries' office, knocking on the door,
I
telling him to
believe that
step
there
out.
should be a
Because
limit
first of all,
to
he's probably
the
gonna be holding a baseball bat,
level of firearm.
and second of all,
For example, I don't think
that
anyone
is
should be allowed
not
to
my agenda.
personally
My
own an
agenda would
M60,
be to work
right?
with Hakeem
But I have
Jeffries,
no problem with
but
someone owning
whether I
a
think that he's the
semi-automatic
person to
AR-15.
steer the future of the Democratic Party,
No issue.
absolutely not.
However,
Absolutely not. I do not think that the future of the
my
Democratic
position
Party is
is
Hakeem
that the
Jeffries.
ownership
I do not think that
of
he
these
has met this
firearms,
moment. But
while
that
not
being
prevented,
said,
should
I
be
don't wanna enter
registered
as
in the
a,
same way that a
26-year-old
vehicle is registered.
congressman
For example,
to oust somebody. I want to
in
enter
order to own a
to
firearm,
advocate for my policies
you should be
with
required to take a
whoever
safety
I will
course
be able
of
to
some
work
kind.
with, and therefore, whoever
You know,
wants to lead the charge against our current leadership is welcome to. I'm not going to
that's
go out
first of
and
all.
start
Second of all,
targeting people who want
the
to chart a new path forward
the
for
sale
party,
and the
but
purchase
it
of
is
that
not my
firearm
place to go in
should
and
be
make those
registered in some
determinations. I have to
form or
prove
fashion.
myself. I am, as
You know what I
far
mean?
as people in Congress go, basically a
That's
toddler
my
who just
position.
said his first words, and children
But
are
if
to be
you
seen and
if
not
you
heard,
want to
therefore,
own
I'm still gonna
20
make sure they hear me
registered
loud and clear,
AR-15s,
but I'm not going
I
to be
actually
getting
have
involved
I have zero issue with that whatsoever. Zero.
figuring out who the next leader of
Zero.
the Democratic Party is. I plan to be a leader on my issues using my advocacy.
I'm curious. You and I are both, are almost the same.
I do not.
27. We've
I
come
do
into
not
political
believe that
consciousness in a time
gun
where
shows,
there was March for Our
like
Lives,
especially
there
here
was
in
Sunrise
Texas,
Movement, there was
where you can just walk into a gun show and walk out of there with like,
COVID.
15 different 15 different
And I think about how
pistols,
these
like
moments of promise with March for Our Lives,
15
with
different,
Sunrise,
handguns.
with Medicare for All, with
I just
voting candidacy, all
it
these moments where
that doesn't
young
sound
people in
like
this country
a
had moment where they felt things could change, and then they just did not.
it just in my soul it doesn't feel like that's something that should happen. That should be allowed to happen.
We've just seen more and more
You know?
shootings.
Well, if that were the case, then that
How have you
revolution would never have.
reflected on
How?
This sort of series
What do you mean
of
it wouldn't have
years
happened?
where there were these moments of promise,
Because
and specifically, how do you reflect
they
on
still the people that
the battle
overthrew
to stop gun violence in this country when it seems
they
like it
either
just has
they either would have
gone
had the
further
weapons or hadn't,
down the list of
right?
priorities, it seems.
I think situations like this have actually affected a lot of why young people are,
And like especially in
feeling
Tennessee,
like we can't make a change. And I
You know?
think that a lot of the young people who
they
were
they
excited
probably
about
still would have gone
Tehran
to the
were people who had
the National
maybe given up on
Guard
the
Army
ability
to take
make a change.
weapons.
And frankly, I gave up myself
Because they would have wanted more.
My classmates and I thought we were going to be able to make a much wider change because
I don't
there
think
were
that,
so
like-
many local and state level policies
I
that got
I
passed
don't
that
see
directly
how
attributed themselves to our advocacy. But at the end of the
having
day,
their weapon
state and
registered
local legislation can and does save
would have
lives,
impacted their
but
decision
it's also true
to overthrow
that
that state government. State let it go. The federal government
very
couldn't get
often
evidence
are
to
only as
prosecute.
strong as federal legislation.
Nice.
People always talk about the gun crime in Chicago, and they're like, "Well, Illinois has such good gun laws."
Oh, it
and
sounded
there's
like
so
there was
ton
plenty
gun
of
crime in
evidence to
Chicago."
me.
What they fail to recognize,
Based on what
is
you're
that
saying.
most of the weapons that are recovered at crime scenes in Chicago were purchased in another state like Indiana that does not have reasonable gun laws.
They had registries for the privately used weapons that were registered, then they would have been traced.
And sell them on the streets.
Did they? What they do? Did they like?
At jacked up prices.
Did they kill all the officials? Did they actually use them?
So all this
or was it the threat of their use that overthrew that local government?
I was very dejected, and I still supported Bernie. I still encouraged
National Guard, Army guys were implied. Yeah, they probably were. Probably were.
On Palestine.
They used the weapons.
Harris because I thought that we had a moment to stand up to authoritarianism, and
interesting. So
I thought that Kamala Harris was somebody who could be reasoned.
They still would have.
Far more than somebody like
even if
Donald Trump.
My policy was in place, they still would have raided the National Guard armory because the weapons would have been traced back to the armory and not them.
And Manuel and his wife Patricia asked me
Cars
to
flipped
go
over, firefights went on in town, was wars in for a small amount of time.
That they had bought and renovated across the country to different cities that have been affected by gun violence. And we got on a school bus and went to cities that had famous mass shootings there, infamous mass shootings there. We went to different cities where gun violence was a day-to-day reality for them in a way that is not the case in Parkland. I mean, Parkland would not have gotten the traction that it did if it was not a primarily white school and a primarily white community.
It would have still raided the armory, but the weapons.
Gun violence doesn't exactly
what am I traced at home, and everyone in that ring is arrested.
Every day from gangs, from police officers, and
to me, what it sounds like to me is the restriction on
unwillingness to give up and
the restriction registration of firearm ownership, the limits of firearm ownership
lost an entire world
does not, it still does not sound like the problem to me. Think about it. That was a symptom. The use of the firearms was a symptom of the disease. The disease was the corrupted government. So how do we address that? Right? Let's address the disease instead of just treating the symptoms. You know what I mean?
I know a lot of young people don't believe anymore, and I don't blame them because I was that person too, and it was my own personal experience with individuals who had an indomitable human spirit that made it so I found that fight in me again.
With violence, no.
But we have to take it one step at a time, and I, in this race, saw an opportunity to.
Okay. All right. So let me put it this way.
Substantive change. I think there are issues that I am going to be bringing up that otherwise would not have had any pressure.
Let me put it this way.
Where I can make a difference like that, and whether or not I win,
instead of
when I win, I'm able to see my entire agenda through.
Okay, what would be the vaccine, right? If you get the flu, right, then you're going to make sure you treat it with. If you get the flu, you're going to treat it with. Make sure you have lots of fluids. You know, well rested, whatever. But if there's a vaccine to prevent you from getting the flu in the future, what would be the vaccine? Second Amendment was literally a solution for extreme government corruption.
The system has ruined our country. The system has paved the way for Donald Trump.
Okay, so
a way to get young people back.
Let's
and I think, like I said, a lot of young people.
Let's brainstorm here. Like, what are ways to mitigate government corruption? Like, not address it once it happens, but to help prevent it from happening, to make it harder to take root, right?
Progressives can go in and do that, and that's why I am fighting for what I am.
Got it. I know we're running on time here. Thank you, everyone, for sharing your questions and thoughts on Substack and YouTube. We have one more question. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on Cameron. Marjorie Taylor Greene, P. Ray on Substack asks us, what do you think of Marjorie Taylor Greene's face turn? Can she be forgiven for what
you still have to have the Second Amendment as for every case that gets through that vaccine. But if you address the underlying disease, then the ones that do slip through should be easy enough to address that you wouldn't have to rely on that fallback. You know what I mean?
I think that if she is going to encourage other Republicans to look at the Trump presidency as a huge fraud and failure, she's welcome to do that. I am not throwing a party for Marjorie Taylor Greene the way some people are. I think that she is a grifter. I think that she is somebody who recognized...
Freaking mosquito in here. Why is there always a mosquito in here? Doesn't matter how many I freaking kill.
Something that was contrarian and standing apart
killed like 2 mosquitoes a day in this stupid house. Somehow,
if she's sincere,
there's always mosquitoes.
If she means this, if she's had a change of character, good for her.
That is literally a situation of slipping through the cracks.
When somebody is in office and they are a politician, that is what they are to be looked at as. If I knew Marjorie Taylor Greene on a personal level,
yeah. So how do you?
Changing character, I'm always open to accepting a human being's changing character.
Brainstorm with me here.
I agree with on a lot of things.
What is something that can be done that will help prevent that corruption from getting to that point?
And
right?
This is something that I think about.
That's what I'm asking.
Especially in this campaign, especially as it pertains to my upbringing.
Because to me, that's what the disease sounds like. This mosquitoes is freaking disease.
On the restorative power of the human spirit.
Just flew right past my face. Okay, I'm gonna find you.
If you give up on one person's
I'm gonna murder this mosquito
to change their perspective,
I need to find it first.
Their heart, then I feel like
did I kill it?
Up on a
There's no way I killed it. I'm never that lucky.
And I don't want to do that, but I mean this on a personal level. I mean this in terms of the human element of all of this. And
I have so many dark-colored objects, like the desk and my computer and the monitors, that like it shows up for a split second and then it's gone.
I am not Marjorie Taylor Greene's CrossFit trainer that she had an affair with. I am somebody who looks at her as a political animal, and as a politician, I encourage
you can only mitigate it and slow it down.
Allow her to cook.
Yeah,
let
so
her cook. Let
that's
her say what she's saying. Let her sow seeds.
Yeah, I agree. You can't get rid of it, but I would argue that having systems in place to mitigate it and slow it down will make it easier to address than having it get to the point where you have to rely on raiding a National Guard armory to kick them out. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, Cameron Kasky, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck as you compete in this very crowded.
We already have that, and they have no. We don't have that. We definitely don't have that. Because if we did, it wouldn't have gotten to that point.
And you are in line to run for New York 12, stay in line. I need your help.
There is something wrong with our system that allowed it to get to the point where a community had to resort to using that type of violence to resolve the issue. That's what I'm trying to say.
As we head into Thanksgiving, it's time to be thankful that the President of the United States, Kankles McTaco
got rid of recall
whom
systems.
I will refer to as Kanks merely for spite. That old queen
no, there's still some states that have recalls.
He just can't stop. Mind you, he's already made
I don't know if that specific town did, obviously, but I know they still existed.
His sons,
I didn't realize that
have made billions of dollars.
It had they've been gotten rid of like on a large scale.
Made over $800
they just made it. I know they made it stupid difficult.
He has to make sure he rips everybody off. Most importantly,
I'm like paranoid about this stupid mosquito.
Kylie, pop this up. Ron Filipkowski tweets, Trump just sent out a Thanksgiving fundraising email asking people to send him money so he can fight an alleged attempt by Democrats to impeach him. I need you to be extra generous during the holidays. Trump warns of impeachment and Thanksgiving themed fundraising email. This is just really breathtaking. And what I have to say to MAGA is he's never cared about you. He has said America first, because for so many Americans, their only culture is being an American and going to their church. They live in rural America, suburban America. So for them, they see Trump as synonymous with patriotism.
Influence.
And he's never cared about this country. He shit talks this country more than anybody I know.
I keep thinking like every single. Keep getting like these phantom itches now because I can't find this mosquito.
Economic policies, while he gives a blank check to Benjamin Netanyahu, bends over for Vladimir Putin, sends Argentina $40 billion, gets a personal plane to the tune of $1 billion. And I can go on and on and on about how much he is enriching himself.
They tried all the systems in place and it still didn't do them any good.
But that's not enough for him. He needs to make sure his
they tried all the systems that were in place, meaning that something was missing to prevent it from getting. And again, this is after it had taken root.
He didn't even know what groceries
were. They tried using the systems in place to address it once it was already there. I'm talking about preventative medicine here. That's what I'm talking about.
Is happening with our media in the United States of America. Kylie, pop this up. Hugo Lowell tweets, White House officials have discussed internally their preference for the Paramount
Maybe
Skydance
there's something
bid
wrong
to
with
acquire
our
CNN parent
election
company
system.
Warner Discovery, and Larry Ellison discussed with the White House about axing some CNN hosts, and this comes from The Guardian. Larry Ellison, the world's second
You should better than anyone. There's
man,
no system that can be
discussed
implemented to prevent
axing
corruption from
CNN
getting that
hosts
far.
with White House in takeover bid talks.
Not in all cases.
This is a complete pay
That'd be like
play.
saying like,
This is
yeah,
the
that's true.
president of
That'd
the
be like me
United
trying to
States
claim that like,
currying favor with billionaires
I think we
and
can
them
get to a point
currying
where there's no
favor
more
with them.
murders. Like,
And this president
realistically,
has
it's
such
not feasible.
disdain for freedom. He has such disdain for the media
So,
that he is willing
what is it
to sell
about?
our Constitution and free press
What is it
down the
about
river
our election
to
system
these amoral,
that makes it easy
completely insane
for this type of
billionaires that
person
want more? It's not enough for
to
them. They want to tear
take
down the
to
country
be elected
for
to
this
office? You
man's
know what I mean?
fragile ego. And Larry Ellison is a part of the group.
All you're
that
advocating
is
for is
buying
removal of
TikTok
final
because they
check
wanna,
and place to slow down when you
whitewash
have
the
to use
genocide.
that
They want to
check.
make it a more pro-Israel
But then
site.
when you get there,
And
you
this is so
remove the final
dangerous
check.
when you think about it in terms like this.
It's
Think
plain
about
stupid
the
to remove final
impact
check
that
instead of
Fox
strengthening
News
both.
has had on the people, conservatives in your life that used to be moderate Republicans that are now
I don't agree with that at all.
radicalized fascists because of the propaganda
I
they
don't agree with that
consume
at all.
on Fox News. That's not enough for this man with this fragile ego. They want to completely take over all of the media. And these
Those
same
corrupt
people
officials will
also
still
wanna
been there
take
regardless
over
of how
all
many
of the
guns
jobs. Not with
the
immigrant
people
labor,
had.
but with AI.
And even if
The
they were,
nefarious
they
plans
had to
that these
register their own
oligarchs
weapons,
have, and the
they still
manner
would have
in
raided
which
the
they
National Guard
use
Armory to
and
use those
exploit
weapons.
The dementia-ridden president who gives somebody named Bubba a blowjob in his spare time, and his fragile ego, the exploitation of this so that they can consolidate
And just
power. It's
the
really,
fact that
really
there are
breathtaking. And it gets even worse from there.
so many other
The
examples
Washington Post editorial board
across
comes
the world
out against
of democracies
releasing the
operating
Epstein files. Adam Johnson tweets,
at a
Washington Post
reasonable
editorial board
functionality
comes out against releasing
without
the Epstein files,
having a
dismisses
Second
them as
Amendment.
having no public interest.
It's just the evidence is there
And Adam
that
says how they know this without
allowing
seeing them first is a mystery.
the citizenry
And praises the lone
unfettered
no
access
vote
to
against the release
high-powered
from Clay
firearms
Higgins. Okay, this is just
is
extraordinary.
required
The
in
Washington
order
Post is
for
owned by
a
Jeff
society
Bezos.
to
The
be
Washington Post is the
democratic.
same paper
Is
that believed so much in journalism and
it just
democracy.
I don't buy
that
it.
they
I don't buy it at
exposed
all.
Nixon, which now looks like child's play. But for them to say in this editorial, and for the editorial
Like, look-
board, and
look
for
what
this
happened,
to be
like-
released, is such an affront and an
Look at what
attack
happened
on
after
democracy. The Epstein files
after
so far
Columbine.
have revealed a couple of
Like
things
go
that are
look
definitely
at
in
the
public interest.
go look at
Aside
the
from
rate
egregious sexual abuse
of the
crimes,
sale of
including
firearms
rape of children
before
that took place
and
that
after
should
the
be,
1999
shown
high
into the
school
light.
shooting at Columbine.
But
I
it
think it was
also
Colorado. I
showed
think it was in
that
Colorado.
Vladimir Putin
Like go
was
look
in
at the difference in the rate
discussions
of
with
firearm
Jeffrey
sales.
Epstein, and has a lot of compromising
honestly,
information on the president of the United States, which puts our national security
I
at risk.
I believe that the overwhelming
Jeffrey Epstein was in up
majority
to his eyeballs with
of
Israeli
our
government, that
adherence
the
to this
American
gun
media
culture
won't
has
report
absolutely
this
nothing
because when it comes
to
to
do
Israel,
with
they have to be hypocritical. They have to always side with
our
the people
allegiance
that
to
commit
the
genocide.
specificity
It's
of the
just
Second Amendment.
utterly
I don't
insane.
think it has anything to do with that whatsoever.
So the fact that the Washington Post editorial board, we know Jeff Bezos
Like,
and his fascist rebrand
uh,
spiked the endorsement
It's along the
of
same
Kamala
lines
Harris
of the
and
abortion
immediately
issue.
rushed to the White
Prior
House for
to
this
say like
inauguration. This is a
1970-ish,
man who has more
the
than anybody
most
could ever
churches didn't even
imagine.
care.
And this is his legacy.
You know what I mean?
His
They had
legacy is to
they had zero
coddle and
interest in
collude with
determining
fascists
whether
and to protect
a woman
powerful
was allowed to do that or not,
pedophiles. It
right?
is stunning.
And then all of a sudden,
It is
starting in
utterly
around the
stunning
70s,
that these institutions,
all of a
these
sudden they started
media,
caring a heck of a lot. Why is that?
mammoths that we used to have so much faith in are now an
It's because
absolute
they were
laughingstock.
propagandized
You
to
may
believe
remember I covered the New York Times
that it was
ran an
beneficial
opinion
for them to
piece
do so
that
when
are
they
women
otherwise didn't.
ruining the workplace. So now you have CNN is going to cave to Donald Trump. Larry Ellison wants to curry favor with him so that he can buy
if they
it.
had to register their weapons, they would have been
into
arrested,
another
and
Fox
those
News.
corrupt
Barry
officials
Weiss
been put
at
back in
CNN,
place. Done what you proposed.
CBS said she wants to blow the whole thing up. It's
How
going to
do
be
you
another
know?
propaganda of Fox News. The opinion pieces out of the New York Times and the Washington Post.
I'm not denying
utter
that the people with the registered
garbage
firearms wouldn't have been
written for a
arrested,
party of one.
but
It is
there is.
stunning the collective amount of people.
But the people getting back
that are
in
engaging
power, I don't
in
know. I think it would have brought enough
willful
attention
blindness.
to the issue that would
And
have
I believe
created
it is
a
willful.
change.
These people have capitulated to power, to greed.
I mean,
to,
I guess you know what? I guess like
and
just
rocking this man's
what is it?
fragile ego for their own personal gain.
I mean,
and they just
the
sell
here's
where
the problem
winds
with
take
this.
them, whatever is popular in that moment.
If I were
This
to
is not going
concede
to age
this
well.
issue
But
to me,
when you see
it
our
would
rule of
feel
law erode,
as though I'm saying,
our
you know what?
media erode,
Fuck kids.
universities
Fuck 'em.
bending the knee, law firms bending the
It's
knee.
it's their
these,
it's their fault for being in school
huge
when that
media
dude wanted to go on a
empires
shooting
bending
spree.
the
You know,
knee to favor capitalism over the truth.
that's
to
what it
favor
feels like, and I
fascism
can't
over the
compromise
truth.
on that.
We are really
I
in
cannot.
uncharted waters, which is
I
why
am
it's
willing-
so important. And thank you all so much for watching independent media
Like,
here. Moving along,
The laws are what
it
they
gets
are.
even worse.
You know,
JD Vance, the failed drag queen, Lil Smokey, the smoky eye sociopath who cannot even stand up for his wife and his mixed race children. That's how big of a piece of shit that old queen is. He has
I
Jeff
care-
Bezos on
I care
speed
more
dial. Kylie, pop this up.
about the
JD Vance texted Amazon founder Jeff
the safety.
Bezos demanding that he hire a right-wing
No, that's
journalist
not entirely
to
true
run
either.
The Washington Post.
Sometimes I really do
political team.
hate kids.
So, you guys, this is going the full way of North Korea.
I don't
the full way
don't
of Russia.
believe
They want
that
every
I don't believe
single
that
form
the
of
right to
media
own
to
firearms
lie and
is
propagandize
necessary
the public. And they're not
to
even
ensure
trying to hide it.
the continued
And shame on these
existence
billionaires that have so much
of a
that
democracy.
this country
It
has
just
given them.
there's
that
too much
we have
evidence to suggest
primed
otherwise.
The soil
And like
for this
at the end of the
massive
day,
wealth inequality.
the federal
And they were
government
able
or
to
any government,
capitalize
the
on that.
the
And then
nation,
once they
the
get
government that
there,
is
they show us what abject pieces of shit
the
they are.
holder of
And
power
talk
of
about
that
having
nation
no gratitude. It's just absolutely stunning.
is so
Listener, do you ever feel like there's
so much
something
more
wrong
powerful.
with my body? I feel
Like, it
off,
honestly
I'm not
doesn't matter.
sleeping well. I feel dizzy from time to time. You go to the doctor. The doctor's like, "You're a total hypochondriac. Everything's fine. There's nothing wrong with you." I think this happens to us a lot. Our bodies are trying to tell us something. The doctors can't find anything.
Fuck me.
That's why Pumps and I are so obsessed with superpower.
What do you think?
Superpower sends a
They got the National
licensed
Guard with machine
professional
guns
to
to their
your
own. Looks
home,
like they were
or
registered.
you
Would
can
have had
visit a nearby
would have had
lab.
led back
It's
to them
one
and
simple
busted
blood
the
draw
entire
with
group.
over 100
Oh,
biomarkers,
because
way
red
more
health,
than what
red
you
orange.
usually get, which unlocks so much about your
It
body.
isn't. It really
the
isn't.
app includes detailed information on your heart, liver, thyroid, hormones, metabolism, vitamin and mineral levels, and even environmental toxins.
Superpower used to cost $499, but right now it's
I
just
don't-
$199 for the
Oh,
full
no.
experience. That's more affordable than
It doesn't-
anything else out there. Listener, your
Damn
blueprint
it.
activated with Superpower. Not only
I'm
did
starting to reach my word
Superpower
limit.
reduce their price to just $199,
My word
but
comprehension
for
limit.
a limited time, our listeners are getting an additional
I've been working on
$20
assignments
off with
earlier today,
code
so I was
TAKE
using my
20.
brain already.
Head to superpower.com and use code
Hold on.
TAKE20 at checkout for $20 off your membership. After
What?
you sign up, they'll ask how you heard about them. Please make sure to mention this podcast to support
Whoops.
our show.
I don't want to pause. Got here.
And then I want to end this episode with this clip that you've
You
probably
act like
seen
the federal
going
government
around.
owns
This
large
is a
swaths of
clip
land
from
and
a woman
isn't
named,
surrounded
Sarah Hurwitz.
if it
And she was a
opposed
speechwriter
its
for Michelle
own
Obama.
states.
And the condescension
Well,
in which
it's
she
again
speaks
like
in this video, and
so
she's speaking about Israel and Gaza, is really stunning, and how stupid she thinks
Oh, man.
people are is something is a level
Okay.
of arrogance that is right there with JD Vance, although
This is
this
so
woman claims to be a liberal.
nihilistic,
So we have this stunning intersection right now where you have the
but I
Christian
know for a fact,
nationalists that are completely radicalized
and we actually see it happening today.
indoctrinated and brainwashed. And then you have
that
these Zionists who
some
are
states
indoctrinated,
will not stand up for other states if they are invaded by the federal government.
Viewing public with complete condescension and disdain. Listen to this stunning clip of this woman.
How about this?
I think that since October 7th,
if you can convince me that all 50 states would stand up against the federal government for illegal actions taken against another state, then I will buy what you're selling.
True in that social media is now our source of media. And this, it used to be that the media you got in America was American media, and it was pretty mainstream. It generally didn't express extreme anti-Israel views. You had to go to a pretty weird bookstore to find global media and fringe media. But today, we have social media, which is a global medium.
Oh, this fucking lady.
Its algorithms are shaped by billions of people worldwide who don't really love Jews. And so while in the 1990s, a young person probably wasn't going to find Al Jazeera or someone like Nick Fuentes.
The problem isn't what Israel is doing. The problem is that people see what Israel is doing. That is the problem.
Increasingly post-literate media.
So clearly,
less and less text, more and more videos.
So clearly, we must limit.
Just smashing our young people's brains.
We must limit people's access. What the hell?
Of carnage in Gaza. And this is why so many of us can't have a sane conversation with younger Jews, because anything that we try to say to them, they are hearing it through this wall of carnage. So I want to give data and information and facts and arguments.
Oh my God, lady, who's committing the carnage, lady?
That is so incredibly condescending to
God, this freaking lady.
Quote unquote younger Jews, do not believe what your eyes see. Do not believe what your ears hear.
They are viewing Israel through the wall of carnage that it is creating.
Human rights groups who have said that this is a genocide. Nobody else can commit genocide. Only
depends on the issue. It shouldn't depend on the issue. Is it illegal or not?
Looking at genocide and trying to judge it through this carnage, then you've got it all wrong. This is so incredibly condescending. And as an atheist,
for example,
I find religious
if the federal government were to hypothetically
growing up in the Bible Belt
send in the National Guard to a city
doctor, somebody who has
on the false claims of rioting,
but also happened to be an evangelical, and this person was rational.
So if you can convince me
and then the
that
age of the earth would pop
the
up,
other states
evolution
would
pop up,
defend
and the person completely
a state that the federal government sent the National Guard into on the false premise of rioting.
To our species, 100% its creation, even though evolution is the bedrock.
National Guard deployments has next to never been
biology. That's
opposed due to that being their purpose.
And they'll just go into complete willful denial. Similarly,
and if the false is claim, the claim is false,
as an observer who has never been indoctrinated,
sure, that's their purpose.
I find it utterly stunning.
If it's legitimately happening,
they think they are.
My question is, again, this is all hypothetical. Hypothetical,
don't apply to them. I find it stunning that this horrific genocide, founded in bigotry and hatred by Adolf Hitler, killed so many Jewish people, and that her number one thing, this Sarah Hurwitz, is she has microphones and cameras on her, that she isn't screaming at the top of her lungs. Something eerily familiar is happening in America today to our immigrant population. Masked people are going to schools, hospitals, court hearings, Home Depots.
How about this? Let's
and
let me try to. Doesn't matter. They believe Liz Gabriel
wants really. They are sending people to concentration camps in El Salvador. They're building their own concentration camps here called Alligator Alcatraz. I would think that Sarah Hurwitz, as
so convince me again. My question stands.
Would be hyper
convince me that all 50 states would band together
Furthermore,
in the event
I think that she would be
of the federal government
at the top of her lungs regarding the genocide taking place,
deploying the National Guard
with Israel
based on false
she'd be
premises.
At the top of her lungs, not in my name.
Convince me that all 50 states would stand up for each other against the federal government were that to happen. That's what I'm asking.
That you cannot criticize Israel because if you do that, you're criticizing Jews. And she, in that clip, is criticizing Jews herself because they won't bend the knee to her propaganda. They will not go along with the genocide. Shows she is breathtakingly condescending.
So actually,
and you see through all of these clips,
this is
and
not
all
what
of
your
these
original
headlines
statement
I've
was.
shown you,
Honestly, like I don't even
you have
remember. I'm
very
getting
few
sidetracked.
people
I don't even
at
remember
the
what my
top
original
of the
statement was.
governing class on both
Said
sides
illegal.
of the political aisle
Yeah, because
that
if
want to
okay,
control
if the
narratives, that are
deployment
trying
is
to
based on
remove
false
our
premises,
thought
like if they said,
autonomy,
if the federal
our
government said there's a
ability to
riot but there's no
critically
riot,
think. They
that
want
would
a
be illegal
public that they can propagandize. They want us to be
because it's
dumb
based on
so they can
a
do
false premise.
horrible shit. Benjamin Netanyahu wants to do horrible shit, and this woman is giving him an assist and is being so incredibly condescending.
In order to
One
send in
could
a
even
National Guard to
argue
quell a riot, there has to be a
anti-Semitic
riot.
to a younger
What?
generation of Jews. The hypocrisy is utterly
Huh?
astounding. We are really
Oh no,
living
she
through
done?
crazy,
She didn't message
crazy
me.
times. So it is so important now more than ever that you engage in independent media.
I can pick her up if
Not
you want me
only
to pick
our
her up.
channel, Midas
But she didn't
Touch,
message me.
Don Lemon, Brian
That's all I'm
Tyler
saying.
Cohen, Pod Save America.
Clearly
and
she doesn't
on
want me to
and
be the
on
one to
and
pick her
on.
up.
There are so
Clearly.
many independent news channels that
you
are
need
not
you need to
beholden
think.
to corporate money.
What does she want?
And it's just so incredibly important. And think about it like this: MAGA built that when all of they had was Fox News, and look at what it blew into. 2 terms for a complete fucking moron. So as overwhelming as all of this feels at times, just know that O'Queen Kanks, he is underwater. The Democrats are winning across the nation, and not even close. We are kicking their ass. So
What
do
because
not
they can label
let
whatever right as
these,
Supreme Court
powerful
gave
few
deference on the meaning and necessity of
make you
deployment
feel
for some strange
overwhelmed.
reason, but
Stay
only for the
focused,
Guard, not for the
subscribe to
military.
this channel, like this video, leave
Oh,
a comment
okay.
to feed the algorithm so that we can build a pro-democracy, pro-free thought movement. And I'll be back later with more news.
What's up, y'all? Hope everybody out there is having an awesome day. I have some incredible breaking news for you, and I actually have quite a bit of it, if I'm being honest. So, right off the bat, good googly moogly, what the hell did I just watch? That's all I have to say.
Technically, it makes sense only
honest,
up
I have
until
mixed feelings
1928.
about it.
Okay.
I sort of want to
Okay,
take a
so
shower after watching that.
how about this?
I don't know how you guys
Wait,
feel, but
I'm
that
not
was
talking to you.
weird. That was weird.
Oh, did she message you?
100% without
Oh.
a doubt the case.
Do you want me to
Trump
go
and
pick
Zoran
her up?
just met, and Trump officially cucked himself to Zoran in
Okay.
front of the world. In front of the world. I mean,
Actually, you didn't even answer my
oh my
question.
God, the clips that are coming out of this thing
You didn't
are
answer my
like-
question.
are
This is my
hard to
question.
watch.
Do
So,
you
I don't know
want
how Zoran
me
did
to
it.
go
He
pick her
charmed
up?
the shit out of Trump, and
You
Trump,
still didn't
in
answer
the
my
most
question.
humiliating
What do
fashion
you
possible,
want?
played
I'm asking
second
you.
fiddle, let Zoran take the lead. Trump kept
I
like,
know it's okay if I'm
making
talking, but I'm
himself
asking
look
what
worse
you
and
want.
worse while making
For example,
Zoran look better and
if
better,
there's,
and Zoran didn't give an inch
what's your
of
favorite snack? Salt and vinegar chips?
said about Trump
If
over
there's
the
a chip in
years.
front of you,
Just to give
do
a
you
couple
want
of
to eat the chip?
examples, Emily
Huh?
Jashinsky of Breaking Points asked Trump if Zoran is a jihadist because the Republican running for governor, Elise Stefanik,
Oh, I keep
called
losing
Zoran
track.
a jihadist, and Trump basically laughed and he said, "No,
I think
no, he's not a
I forget
jihadist.
where we started our
He's not."
conversation actually.
And then he said, "You know, when you're campaigning, you say things sometimes. You say things." Basically admitting, like, oh yeah, I'm totally full of shit when I'm on the campaign.
I don't know.
Every Republican
I feel like
is completely full of
my
shit
brain.
when they're on the campaign trail.
I was doing
We don't
homework
actually
earlier
mean
too,
what
so like
we
my
say.
brain
We
short
don't mean it when
circuits.
we call you communist. We don't mean it when we call you socialist. We don't
Yeah.
mean it when we call you terrorist and jihadist. Duh. We're just doing politics. That's all. Oh my God, it was so brilliant. Oh my God, I want to bathe in that. Because they're just admitting we're right about everything casually without even realizing it. Another hilarious part, Trump was asked about Zoran calling him a fascist, and basically Trump was like, "It's fine, it's okay, you can just say it, it's no problem." I was watching this like, what is going on here? Trump was also asked about being called a despot, or you say it, by
Oh, let's
Zoran.
see. Okay.
And he said, "I've been called worse than that.
Actually,
It's nothing. I've
let me. I did think of a question. I do remember what I wanted to ask.
Meanwhile, Zoran's standing there like, if you're just gonna keep giving me W after W after W, I'll
If
take it. Like, of course, I'll just sit here and fucking take it. No problem whatsoever.
I'm trying to think of how to phrase this.
Super duper weird. My guess is, here's how it went down.
Do you
Here's the
think
dynamic,
that
in my opinion, this is my guess. So Zoran
every
reached out to Trump and said, I'd like
decision.
And Trump, I think, was kind of flattered by that. And then he shows up to the White House,
Mosquito.
and from what I can tell, I really
every
think
personal decision
he was as much of a politician
is supposed to.
as he is in front of the
Oh my God, this mosquito!
background.
Did I get him?
think
Yeah.
there's, like, sawing or something.
Kill the mosquito.
But,
Got him.
So I think behind the scenes he was like, look, I care about affordability, I care about New York City, I want to lower the prices. If you want to help me lower the prices,
I don't
I'm more than happy
think
to have you help me do that.
that
Do
every
something good, I'll give you
decision
credit. We can
should
work
be
together
based
to
on
figure this
its
thing out.
legality
And,
or
you know,
illegality.
here are my ideas. I want to build more housing as well.
For example,
I'm laser focused on affordability, and just basically was
if it is okay to overthrow your local government, which is illegal, by the way,
out of Trump. And the other thing about Trump, as we all know, he's a sucker
then
for a winner, and he's a sucker for a good-looking
there should
guy.
be other instances as well
This big, strong, beautiful man,
where the
look at this, I'll kiss all of you, even the men, I'll kiss all of you.
the illegality of the action is justified,
So I
right?
think Trump's a bit of a star fucker. I think he's a bit of a sucker for a good-looking guy. I think he's a bit of a sucker for a winner. I think Zoran went in there basically with the mindset of, I'm just going to talk to him about affordability. I'm just going to be direct, talk about affordability, talk about trying to make New York better. I think Trump was also,
I guess
the fact that
the
Zoran did these videos,
foundation of
when his campaign started, where he interviewed New
my
Yorkers
point of view
who voted for Trump and asked them
is
why they
that
voted
there
for Trump,
is
and they would
there
say
is
things like,
significant
"Oh, we think
evidence
he's gonna end the wars. We hope he
that
ends the wars. We think he's
you
gonna
can
lower
have
prices. We
a
hope he
functioning
lowers prices."
democracy
And so Zoran, you know, expressed this to
that does
Trump,
not
and Trump was
oppress
like, "Oh,
its
really? You did
people
that? You talked about me? I love it when you
without
talk
that
about me."
population
And,
also
ultimately, I mean, it was,
having
at the end of it,
unfettered
it was
access to
humiliating for Trump.
firearms.
It absolutely was humiliating for Trump.
There's
Because,
sufficient evidence to prove
like I
that that
said,
is possible.
He kept bending the knee. He kept cucking himself. He kept giving more and more.
I
to Zoran.
believe
I think he's gonna do a great job.
that
He can
the
be very
only
special. This
reason
one, he can be very special.
we are
Basically
so,
undercutting
as
every
Americans,
Republican
stuck
argument against this
on
guy
this
that has ever
idea
been done.
of
And meanwhile,
gun culture
Zoran didn't have to give an inch. Zoran was
and
just standing there like,
the belief that it is
and whenever he
necessary
was asked a tough question, Zoran
to
was
have a
calm,
functioning
Trump was
democracy.
able to, like,
The
you know,
only reason that we're
put the
stuck on that
difference on his
belief
side, move on to whatever he
is
wanted to talk
because
about, which is
we have been
affordability every single
propagandized
time.
to believe that.
So man, was that bizarre to watch. The only reason I say it made me feel uncomfortable.
How many of
is
those
because
nations
I'm
aren't
not used to
monarchies
seeing
and are
a
unions?
Democrat in a position like that. Like, I gotta be honest, if I was
Parliamentary
Zoran, I wouldn't have
democracies?
even fucking done that meeting. And if you
A
watch,
parliamentary system of
President
government
Biden,
is also a
for instance, we
democracy,
talked about it before the meeting happened.
and
I
I
said
believe
this
that those
thing,
would
like,
count
what
as
the fuck
well.
are you doing? Don't even bother. Don't even bother doing this. So I wouldn't have taken the meeting.
Did she
But
forget to lock the
clearly
door?
he had a
I
little
think she
something
forgot to
up
lock
his
the door.
sleeve that was more impressive than what I had thought. But the other thing is,
Nope, she locked the
remember,
door.
guys, this is not gonna last. There is
Oh
no way
man,
it's gonna.
I kind of want a
Trump
snack.
At some point is gonna turn on Zoran because Zoran's gonna have to.
I got a few minutes. Hopefully I don't get attacked.
So it won't last, but for the moment, it was a massive, massive win.
Shut up,
for
kitty.
Zoran. Trump even entertained the question that maybe Zoran is the future of the Democratic Party, even though he, literally cannot run for president because he was born in Uganda.
Okay.
But, very weird.
They're not there.
Very weird press conference. I highly
They're not there
recommend
either.
you go watch the whole thing. My favorite part is that you have these right-wing journalists who are basically trying to undermine Zoran and try to make Zoran look like an asshole. And they're like,
Shut up, kitty.
Sobek was in the White House, which is fucking disgraceful. You need to wash that bitch down with Clorox
Huh.
now that he was even in there.
I lost track of my cookies.
But Jack Posobiec was asking.
They disappeared. My kids probably ate them. UK, Canada, Australia are
Mr. Mamdani,
monarchies.
You said you want to raise taxes.
Yeah, but come on. Like, how much power does the monarchy really have? Come on.
I never said that, and that's not
They have a monarch, but how much power and authority do they really have?
Proportionately white neighborhoods, but that's the policy. You know that policy that polls are like 60% fucking favorability, 70%.
Even though
that's what I
they
want.
have a monarch,
And Jack Posobiec's trying to play gotcha. A lot of them try to
they
play
are
gotcha.
still
It just
considered
doesn't
to
work.
be
Number
a
one, because
parliamentary
Zoran was
democracy.
easily able to jujitsu that bitch out the room. And then number two, because Trump was
And that's
trying
not
to
me
back up
saying
Zoran every
that.
time and be like, this guy
That
really
is like,
great, isn't he? Yeah, he is something special. Handsome man. He's a very handsome man. Definitely not a
like
jihad.
political
I think he's
scientists
gonna make New York City great
that
again.
focus on comparative politics. You know, their specialty is focusing on the distinction between authoritarian regimes and democratic regimes.
Let's start with this.
And they recognize those countries as having a parliamentary democracy.
And it's terrifying.
That's not me
Many
saying
recruits
that.
have criminal backgrounds or can't pass open book exams on officer conduct, yet they're allowed to chair children from their beds at night. So this is something we've been
Well,
warned
actually,
about.
I think
Now there's more
I can
reporting
show you exactly
to validate it. But yes, you
what
can have a long
constitutes. Well, let me land this ship, and then I'll try to find it. What constitutes as being a parliamentary democracy versus a authoritarian monarchy?
You can be an open white nationalist. You can be anything. You can be a domestic abuser. And wow, would you look at that? They welcome you in because they know they're hiring thugs. They know they're
see if I can find it.
They know they want you to commit crimes.
Is it this one?
Just absolutely disturbing stuff here. It's exactly what we've been warning about from day one. Now more reporting is backing it up.
Damn it!
But this is not a professional. This is not a professional outlet. This is not an agency that's doing the work that they're supposed to do. This is a rogue, fascist, thug arm. It's basically Trump's Gestapo. That's what it is. And the more we learn about it, the more that's.
No, that's not it.
So we also have.
I know I have this information somewhere.
Federal cases around ICE, and the federal government just dismissed charges against a woman who they accused of deliberately attacking ICE agents and trying to kill them. Instead, it now appears that they tried to murder her. So Chicago or Illinois, they might have to prosecute the ICE agents. I'm sure you remember this story.
I think I found
it. We talked about it on our show. It was very big. It blew up nationally. But what happened was this woman was like driving in her car. Out of nowhere, you had like 5 different ICE cars box her in. And then one of the ICE agents got out and lit her up, started shooting at her. Okay, well, guess what? She wound up in the hospital. Thankfully, she didn't die. And, she very easily could have just died,
cool.
Right? She could have been murdered by ICE.
Star's far away, so I got plenty of time.
Thankfully, she didn't die, and they charged her as if she was the aggressor and she did something wrong. Well, a judge literally laughed it out of the court.
Okay,
I was like,
I found...
She didn't do anything wrong at all. In fact, if anything, like I said, it looks like they could press charges against the ICE agents, and I hope they
found the
exactly
instruction.
That.
I'm looking for the specific
so we also have this. The FBI,
document.
It's been proven now by The Guardian, is spying on a signal chat for a New York immigration court watch group, claiming that they were
God damn it! Why are you opening a completely freaking different tab? What the hell?
You already have ICE infiltrating all these different left-wing groups, all these different groups that are trying to protect the community, protect the innocent people, protect the non-criminal immigrants that they're trying to round up. ICE is infiltrating them and basically trying to bring these
okay, let me see if I can bring this up.
Individuals who are involved in protecting their neighbors. So this is as depraved as.
Give me a second.
So
is it this one?
On in the past.
Boop.
It's still going on right now. And that's just a warning sign out there. So as a bunch of people are saying, do not say anything privately that you wouldn't say publicly. Do not say anything privately that you wouldn't say if you were on TV. And I think that's right. I think that's the right mindset to take because they're looking to bring people down. That's what they're doing. Even though these are people
this was
protecting the community and trying to keep families together.
Study on. It's basically the purpose was to determine what exactly constituted a democracy versus a dictatorship. See, I'll give you the author. What page is this? Page 4? Okay.
North Carolina's Republican legislature
democracy, dictatorship, blah blah. These goobers. January 9th, 2009.
Remember, I told you, they should be trying to
published. What was it published in? Article in Public Choice, April 2010.
On a daily basis. Well,
okay.
Do exactly that. You can go after these ICE agents.
There is the strengths and weaknesses,
which are all of
political regimes, blah 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 blah, and the classifications, blah blah. Anyway.
Carolina state law. That's what they're doing.
Okay. A regime is classified as a democracy if it meets the requirements stipulated in all of the following 4 rules. The chief executive must be chosen by popular election or by a body that was itself popularly elected. The legislature must be popularly elected. There must be more than one party competing in the elections. An alternation in power under electoral rules identical. Oh shit. Shit. I was crashing into the freaking planet. Ones that brought in the incumbent to office must have taken place. Okay. So, these are the generally accepted foundational. There's different levels. There's different ways to grade the strength of the democracy. You know, obviously depending on the amount of parties, the level of corruption, like politically motivated arrests and imprisonment, so on and so forth. There are different levels to the strength of that democracy, but these are the generally accepted rules.
And we have, body cam video on the officer arresting.
Anyway, all right. So now that that's out of the way,
do you know who I am? Bullshit, right?
Get rid of that.
Now we know there's ICE pedophiles as well. Hey, Stinky, look at this.
You still have the power to dissolve Parliament.
It's gotten so bad.
Are you sure about that?
Who are coming out of the woodworks. It's their squishy toy on the ground. You have Republican politicians who are coming out of the woodwork now to basically start condemning ICE. So Republican Representative Salazar was on CNN and said, quote, talking about Charlotte.
Oh man, you're ready to bust out that caps lock, weren't you?
70% of them
You're ready to go Truth Social with that response, weren't you?
That's a mistake. Do not touch the lady who has been here for 10, 20 years contributing to the economy. That is why those people are protesting. We gotta change direction. It's a Republican congresswoman on CNN going, what the fuck are we doing? And by the way, let me point out, she said according to DHS, 70% of them don't have a criminal record. That's according to DHS. In reality, I guarantee you, it's more like 90 to 95 to 99%, somewhere in that range, don't have a criminal record. Because that's what it's always been before. Just like they said when they did that, Black Hawk helicopter invasion of an apartment building in Chicago, they pretended like, these are all Tren de Aragua terrorists that we're arresting. Then they lowered it to, well, we got some criminal cartel members. Then they lowered it to, okay, yeah, we have no charges for literally anybody we arrested. So it could be that everybody is innocent of the 200. This is just what we know now.
Okay, so you are not telling me the whole truth, sir. You want to give me the whole truth? I'll grant you this opportunity to give me the whole truth behind that statement.
That there was a man detained by ICE, found dead, hanging with hands and feet tied, according to his attorney. So, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like Occam's razor in this situation is that ICE may have lynched somebody. In fact, I don't know why I'm saying may have. I mean, I'm just being careful here, allegedly. But you know what? How else do you wind up? It's one thing if you're found hanging in your cell.
That is a royal power. That is a royal power in emergencies. You're getting warmer. You are getting warmer,
that's not a
but
one-person job, right? So it is very, very likely.
It does require a specific criteria be met in order for that to happen. So you're on the right track in that it requires a specific. There's a specific requirement that has to be met.
Just absolutely, positively grotesque. We need an investigation. We need these people to be arrested. This is a criminal organization, and it's time for everybody to own up to that fact. They have to own up to that fact. How about this? Border Patrol is deploying a network of cameras to surveil, pull over, search, and in some cases arrest people whose travel patterns they deem suspicious. Stops can be justified for something as trivial as a dangling air freshener blocking the view. So the AP found a secretive Border Patrol intelligence program that detains Americans for
which is? Alright, give me a second.
Based on mass
give me a second. Give me a
so
second.
Just like we warned you back in the day when the fucking,
okay.
The Patriot Act became a thing.
Under the Fixed Term Parliaments Act of 2011, dissolution was statutory and only a proclamation summoning a new parliament was required. This act has now been repealed, so the formalities of the 2024 general election will revert to those which existed until 2011. Da-da-da. A dissolution proclamation. Da-da-da-da-da. A meeting of the Privy Council, some of whom may be senior ministers. I'm trying to find a way to put this into like
I mean, this is incredibly
simple words.
And it's already here. AI is already here. Palantir is already here doing their thing. CBP is spying. We already know ICE is engaged in not only a mass spying campaign, but they also go through everybody's social media trying to find things.
I saw it just a second ago.
Unacceptable political opinions.
Oh, okay.
Unacceptable. This is why
the Prime Minister requests that the King dissolve Parliament.
Literally deported.
That's what is required.
They don't want to allow immigrants in who've said bad things about.
That's what I was getting at.
This is we're already in a super authoritarian system, and there's no way around that. There's no way around that. We also have Judge Sarah Ellis. She says in her injunction ruling that body camera footage showed an immigration agent using ChatGPT to compile a narrative for his report on an encounter with protesters.
Sharia, though? Oh my God. What the hell?
Wannabe Nazi head of ICE.
I think you mean evangelical. That's what I want. Evangelical rule.
About what Customs and Border Patrol has done, about what ICE has done, about who's at fault in different altercations with different.
I want that evangelical law, yo.
You have
hey, what's up?
Like I can't take a word you say seriously because all the actual hard evidence comes in and contradicts what you're saying. This is fucking crazy.
Thanks for following. I think that put me at 40 to tell you the truth.
And now you have ICE agents and
Anastasia is a bitch ass. I don't know who that is. Are you talking about the Disney character?
Where I'm innocent and did nothing wrong, and the person I'm arresting.
I don't follow.
That's what's going on. That's what this is. That's what this is. All right, now let's move on.
I already hit 40. Oh, how long ago was that?
So Pam Bondi came out.
At 41. Oh, snap! I didn't know that. It was only showing me on my on my creator dashboard that I was at 39. Huh. I'll be damned.
You know, I told you guys that they got a million tricks up their sleeve, and what they're going to try
Shut
to do
the fuck up. No, I'm good, man.
The files of all the stuff on Trump and Republicans.
Thanks for the recommendation, though.
So that they could point their finger at the Democrats and say they were the only.
But I am wondering what you have against like Anastasia. I thought that was a pretty good movie. I think I remember watching that when I was younger. Biktha? What's a Biktha? Is that like a pen?
So I told you, you had the vote in the House, you had the unanimous vote in the Senate. Trump signed it, but the same guy who's been doing anything and everything he can to block the release of the Epstein files.
Who is shit talking Bossman? I don't know. Someone that was willing to someone that was willing to
So I warned you, and it's coming to fruition.
Follow my
Alright, we also have,
follow just so they could comment.
Ken Klippenstein, Ron Wyden also posted this as well. Senator Ron Wyden. Epstein isn't a
Someone who thinks the Disney character Anastasia is a bitch ass hoe.
Epstein was one of JP Morgan Chase's 5 largest private.
I don't know. I really don't see. I don't know because I don't really watch Disney movies anymore, so I couldn't say whether she actually is or not. I don't know.
To say this is sketchy is the understatement of the century. How the fuck is this?
Who am I to judge?
One of JP Morgan Chase's 5 largest private clients. This guy was tied in at the highest level you could possibly imagine. And the story actually gets deeper and darker as well. So keep that in mind as we continue here. Ready? So Ryan Grimm says, Netanyahu demanded that Bill Clinton release convicted Israeli spy Jonathan Pollard after
it's not what I wanted to do.
Israel
Damn
knew
it.
of the tapes between him and Lewinsky. So they blackmailed Clinton and said, we have the tapes of you and Monica, so you better do what
this
Clinton did not do
you
it
can't
after George Tenet threatened to resign as
I don't know if you scroll up in the chat you'll see this this first time chat or Sharia though said Anastasia is a bitch ass hoe. And the only Anastasia that I know of is the one from the Disney movie from like what 30 years ago or something like that. That's the only one I'm aware of.
Jonathan Pollard into the U.S. Embassy in July. So the rot goes super.
So that's like the only reference point I have to go on.
Compromised, and the Trump regime is compromised, and there's all this blackmail on Trump, as you all know already. All right, more. How about this? This is from Dropsite News. Exclusive.
Are you talking about the Disney film? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking of. I don't know what they're talking about. I don't even know if they're still in the chat. I think they just called me a bitch and then left. I'm sorry, a Biktha. B-I-T... B-I-C-T-H. Is that... No, Biktha? B-I-C-T-H?
Almost up until his dying day, up until his arrest, Jeffrey Epstein was working...
No, it's definitely spelled incorrectly.
At the highest level of politics, facilitating meetings...
Yeah, B-I-C-T-H is how they spelled it.
Like Sloppy Steve and the Indian Prime Minister...
She was not a hoe, LMAO.
Who
am I to judge?
That is insane. Right up until his arrest. Now, come to find out, here, I'll give you a wild guess. Which nation...
Let ye who is without sin cast the first stone, or something like that, right?
Israel.
She was barely even an adult before her untimely death.
There's a tremendous amount of evidence that he worked for Mossad. Now, it very well may be the case that he was sort of a freelancer, and he worked for Mossad, he worked for Russia as well, he worked for basically whatever governments were willing to pay him. But certainly at the very least, he worked for Israel and he worked for Mossad as an intelligence asset. He literally had Israeli spies stay at his house for weeks on end. He was very, very close with Ehud Barak. And he got into, you know, basically the most prestigious elite circles in the world. How? By collecting fucking blackmail on all these people. He was basically
Thank you, dude. I'm sorry I keep passing out when you're live. Dude, you're fine, man. Dude, I keep saying, like, nobody here owes me anything.
Top-level politicians from around the world, and billionaires and
You don't have to apologize for being here or not being here, you know what I mean?
Insane stuff. More reporting by
Dude, fuck that, man.
Coming out about Jeffrey Epstein because of
I'm just some random dude listening to political videos,
hacks and leaks of Ehud Barak,
arguing with
and so now we're learning
other random dudes about
exactly how
gun legislation or the lack thereof. You know what I mean?
Epstein's ties go.
It's just for giggles.
How about this
Cabbage rolls and peanut butter pie leftovers made me tired.
It's crazy that this came back up, and I wanted to refresh
Peanut
your
butter
memory on it.
pie, man.
It actually links into what we talked about the other
That
day.
sounds like
Remember
I'd
the
have to
story about how
have like
he
a
may have
gallon
had
of milk
micropenis?
within reach.
They say he may have had a micropenis.
Sounds
and
good though.
His testicles were undescended, and he also had paranoid schizophrenia.
We talking like wait,
and he
we
also
talking like
had,
Reese's
he was
peanut butter
severely
or like
bipolar, maybe a touch of
like just
autism as well.
Jif straight out
He
of the
had a lot
jar?
going
It's
on,
homemade.
on top of being like a massive drug addict,
Okay, no, okay.
Nazi fascist.
I mean, like you know how Reese's peanut butter, it has like
An egg-shaped penis.
additional sweetness added to it,
And there's a
and
video of a
on top of the regular peanut butter. There's a distinct flavor. There's a distinct difference between like Jif peanut butter and Reese's peanut butter. That's what I'm asking.
that you have what is described as an egg-shaped penis.
Whoa.
And of course, Epstein looks like fucking.
Are we talking
pissed
about
off
egg-shaped
it
penises?
And threatens to like sort of storm out of the room. And then the lawyer goes on and says.
I must be gay because
"It's
that caught my ear.
oval-shaped, thick towards the bottom, but thin and small towards the head. They go on to describe it as quote extremely deformed. Small, even erect, clocking in at probably like 2 inches. Oh my god. Somebody else says.
Oh no, it's all made
lemon-shaped.
a staple from a
One
restaurant I
person
go
says
to.
egg-shaped, another person says lemon-shaped. Oh
But okay,
God.
what I'm asking is the flavor of the peanut butter pie. Is it more similar to like Jif peanut butter, or is it more similar to like Reese's peanut butter? That's what I'm asking.
All these fucking world historic monsters, and this comes out about them. Is there something there? I'm just saying. There might be something there. Not to say that everybody that suffers from this.
It's just peanut butter graham cracker. Oh, okay, it sounds freaking delicious. Yeah, I'm all about it.
Clearly, some of them are. I'll say that much. I think that's fair to say. Am I wrong?
Sounds
Am I wrong?
amazing. Ooh,
All right,
scrambled. Do I?
We also have
Oh,
Matt
yeah, I guess I got
humiliating
this.
himself. He wrote a piece. The Jeffrey Epstein story is beginning to smell like Russiagate.
Oh my God, why is it so hard to raise
So,
this
for those of you who don't
reputation?
see Right Winger, that's him saying like, "This is all bullshit." What does that even mean? What does it mean to say that the Jeffrey Epstein story is bullshit? So much of it is just proven. So
Tastes
much
more
of it
like
is
Reese's,
just
but better.
factual, right? But what, you don't like the
You had me
implications,
sold.
and you don't like that Trump is targeted as a
I was
result of
already
it.
on
So
board
now it's,
with the
"Oh,
peanut
this is
butter,
bullshit. This is like Russiagate."
but with the
So Zed Jelani quotes
with the
me
graham
about
crackers and the
Timu
chocolate,
Michael Tracy.
sounds delicious.
That's exactly right. This is the Timu version of Michael Tracy. And in the piece,
I misspelled something.
sorry, you guys keep playing with the toy again. In the piece, here's what.
At least she
Tyson
didn't
says.
misspell
But the public's
bitch
fascination with
like
Epstein is based on the notion that he was not
this
only operating an organized
Sharia
blackmail
though
ring,
guy.
but doing so on behalf of intelligence agencies, probably Israeli. That story simply isn't there yet. Oh please! And a lot of people who should know better might.
Do you like cabbage rolls? I don't know. I don't recall ever trying them.
Behind the times you are.
The only I'm trying to think of when I've eaten cabbage.
Not keeping up with the recent drop site news reporting. But not only that, like just go watch.
It's not a staple
that
of my diet.
Netflix documentary. Just go watch that. There was this amazing Netflix
I remember that I've had
documentary,
like stew with cabbage before,
Jeffrey
and
Epstein,
I wasn't opposed to it.
It goes pretty deep there too. Like they sort of break it all
No,
down
never
there
had
too,
cabbage
pretty
rolls.
clearly.
I'm trying to think. Isn't
Let's talk about this.
isn't coleslaw
This
made with
story brought up-
cabbage? Because I don't like coleslaw
So-
at all. I think it's gross.
Did you guys see that now swastikas, nooses, and the Confederate flag are reportedly no longer considered to be hate symbols by the U.S. Coast Guard? I wish I was kidding. I'm not at all kidding. In fact, the
What this guy doesn't know is they've already repealed that.
quote-tweeted somebody who
They've
said
already
this,
walked that
and
back.
They said, huh, "You guys are just making stuff up now." To which the response was people going directly to the Department of Homeland Security website. And
But the
pulling
fact
up
that
the
they
exact part where it says that,
initially
going,
made a decision to
"Motherfucker, it's on the
say, "No,
website.
it's cool if you have these," is
You're
kind
the
of
one that doesn't know
disturbing.
what the fuck you're talking about. Whoever's running this fucking shitty account.
You've never had homemade coleslaw. I have. I have had homemade coleslaw. Again, being from northeastern Ohio, it's like a requirement to have at like every single family coleslaw and macaroni salad. It's like every single family gathering in northeastern Ohio like requires the purchase of like 3 gallons of mayonnaise. So I've had it. I just don't like it. I tried it. I didn't like it. Not a fan.
That's not a hate symbol? Like, you can't think of anything more unpatriotic, more traitorous than that. But now it's okay. Why? Because they want to recruit people who are fucking neo-Nazis and KKK people. They want to recruit people who are open white nationalists. They know they have a Groyper problem, and they're embracing it. They're like, hey, our movement, right-wing politics, is just packed full of Groypers now. Let's welcome them in every way, shape, and form. That's exactly what the fuck's going on here.
Oh, shit. I have to keep going back to this place.
Fox Business host Larry Kudlow absolutely showing his whole ass.
You need to come to Ohio, go with me. You love the food.
About the issue of affordability.
Not if it's coleslaw.
And by the way, this guy's a millionaire, multi-millionaire. And he said the following, quote, I think affordability is greatly overrated. Oh, is it? Oh, is it? Easy for you to say with your millions of dollars while everybody across this country is absolutely struggling. And by the way, Trump undermined that shit today too, because Trump goes out there and he's like, affordability, something me and Zoran agree on, and he's really leading the way. This guy's so handsome, I want to give him smooches. I want to give him nice big smooches on his lips.
I thought you were from Kettering, born and raised. Okay.
Maybe somewhere else. I want to treat him like
my mom and dad are both originally from northeastern Ohio. Salem, Ohio, specifically. Salem, East Liverpool. Like, if you just look up East Liverpool on the map, you'll know exactly what I'm talking. It's basically West Virginia light. That's where they were born and raised. It's like right near the border. It's within like 5 or 10 miles of where the corner of Pennsylvania and West Virginia meet Ohio. I think, pretty sure. That's where they are from. So my extended family still lives there. Like my dad's side of the family. My mom's side of the family is what moved to Texas.
But anyway, this fucking blew up in his face. He had to basically come out and apologize, and he didn't even really apologize.
But the
like, oh,
I only lived in that area for like the first few months of my life. Your parents divorced? Yeah, they divorced when I was like 2. So shortly after I was born, they moved to Columbus, my mom and dad. I lived in Columbus for the first couple of years of my life. My parents divorced. And then my mom remarried when I was about 5. And that was when I moved to the Dayton area.
Crystal Kyle and Friends. It drops tomorrow.
So from the time I was like 5 until I was like 30, with the exception of 2 years where my mom and her husband at the time were going through marital issues. From the time I was 5 until I was 30, with the exception of 2 years, I lived in the Dayton, Ohio region.
A bunch of other things as well. All right, let me continue here. So this is crazy. This is crazy. From Ken Delanian, it was MSNBC, now they're officially MS Now. A federal grand jury in Maryland is investigating whether Federal Housing Finance Agency...
I always forget you're from West Virginia, because no disrespect, you're not a hick LMAO. That's just the thing, like, I'm not from West Virginia. I call it... The reason that because geographically, northeastern Ohio is more similar to West Virginia than the rest of Ohio. So I just call it West Virginia light.
Have been tainted by the investigative methods allegedly used by Pulte and Martin. So let me explain what that means in
I consider that area very... It is very hicky. Very. Like, I remember one of the years that I was not living in Ohio, the Dayton area. I was living with my dad in that region. What, kitty? And the entire high school had maybe 200 kids, maybe 200 total, right? And additionally, of those 200 kids, there was one black kid. Well, no, cat. There was a cat that was trying to walk across the desk. He was putting his face in between the between my laptop and desktop. No. So when I was in school for that year, when I lived with my dad, the school had maybe 200 kids. There was one black kid, and he wasn't even like part of a black family. He was adopted by a white family. So that should tell you the demographics of that area of Ohio.
If anything, this just tells me she's not going to be the nominee. Again, she's not. It's not happening. This is like so immensely out of fucking touch. But you ready for this? You want to know the most shocking person who was there? Rachel Maddow. What? What, Rachel? We were just vibing. We were just vibing. We were just cooling. I was like, I'm playing some of your videos on my channel and reacting to it. You're doing a great fucking job a lot of the time. Rachel, what is this? You went to fucking Dick Cheney's funeral? The war criminal torturer who was fucking unapologetic about those things? The guy who helped destroy the Constitution and wage illegal wars? What the fuck is this? What is this? Oh, it's so disgusting. Now, the good news is the Obamas were not there. Michelle was not there. Barack Obama was not there. Donald Trump was not there, but, that was for... Not because of... Oh, Trump is such a principled opponent of the wars. That's why he didn't fucking go. No, it's like they just had a bad... Dick Cheney...
I don't think West Virginia itself is hick, but the area you're talking about is the Appalachian Mountains. Yeah.
But, yeah, very bizarre.
Like,
of course, George
seeing Amish people... cruising up and down the street with their horses and carriages, very common. Where that family got killed, remember? Dude, families are killed everywhere across the country. You're gonna have to be more specific. I don't know what specific incident you're referring to.
Likes Bush, because Bush is a war criminal too, but for whatever reason doesn't like Dick Cheney. It might be a personal thing. It might not be like, it's not substantive, it's not political or policy based. I think it's a personal thing. All right. How about this? Larry Ellison and a White House official discussed firing CNN's Brianna Klar and Aaron Burnett, who Trump apparently doesn't like, should Paramount acquire the CNN parent company, which is Warner Brothers. So as you all know, we have these Zionist millionaires...
Oh, Liberty, if you're still there. Hold on, I'll get to the Roten family thing in a second. Liberty, if you're still there, I remember, I finally remember where, what point I was trying to make before we started digressing along a bunch of other categories. The point I was trying to make is, it's my opinion, is that the underlying foundation, the disease of our current government is money in politics. Like, it was already bad, but then the Citizens United decision just like blew the doors wide open. That's the point I was getting at. I'm of the opinion that the overwhelming amount of corruption within our government at the local, state, or federal level can be alleviated if we do something to address the influence of money within our politics. That's the point I was getting at earlier. But anyway, back to the Roten family thing. I have no idea what you're talking about. The Roten family murders, Pike County. I didn't even know Pike was a county. Is that West Virginia?
In the country, which is baby boomers and the silent generation. Ready for this? Democrats lead.
Google it.
52 to 45. They lead.
I'm not going to Google it. I'm cruising the cosmos. It's part of Ohio in that area. Okay, I'll take your word for it.
By 7 points.
I lived in Columbiana County. That was where I lived.
Democrats are up 14 points overall.
Like, that's the only one in that area I can name off the top of my head is Columbiana County.
When it comes to independence. So just incredible stuff. J.D. Vance apparently texted Amazon founder Jeff Bezos and demanded that he hire a right
smartass as usual, LMAO.
So more direct collusion, ladies and gentlemen, between the government and billionaire-owned and controlled media. Absolutely disgusting. These are the same people that whine like the media is biased against them all the time.
It's like, when it comes to me searching information, what determines whether I make the effort to search for it myself is whether I feel like it's information that I am going to retain. For example, Liberty was on here earlier. We were talking about parliamentary democracies, right? And he was saying that the UK is a monarchy. And I was like, no, it is a parliamentary democracy. And he made the claim that the monarch could dissolve parliament whenever he wants, he or she wants. I was like, that doesn't sound right. It's like, I can't refute it because I don't know, but it doesn't sound right. So I looked it up, and I found that he was half right, that the monarch does have the ability to dissolve parliament, but only at the behest. He's half right. Listen. No, it's not. It's not a monarchy. I will pull up the same documentation that I showed him earlier. It is not a monarchy. It has a monarch. Anyway, in order for the UK monarch to dissolve the parliament, it would require the request of the Prime Minister. So he does not unilaterally, the monarch, he or she, does not unilaterally have the ability to dissolve parliament. So here, let me pull this up. So there, oh damn, it's not there. Did I close it? Of course I closed it. Now I gotta open it again. I think it depends. It doesn't depend.
His overall net approval hit record lows in 5 polls. His net approval with independents is down 39 points from January.
Okay, so,
his net approval on inflation is
and I'll make the same statement that I made earlier, is that political scientists, not me, this is not coming from me, this is coming from political scientists, professionals, academics in this field.
An epic collapse, the likes of which I'm not sure
they made based on research, studies, different variations. There's different degrees of democracies in dictatorships. There's different degrees of them. It's not a monolith. So based on that,
So this guy by the name of Jake Lang.
Boom. Okay.
And he went to Dearborn, Michigan, and he went to this community meeting in Dearborn, Michigan.
I don't know how big I want to make that. That's big enough.
He went on this absolutely racist tirade, where he smeared all of the.
This was in a scientific journal.
He basically like called them disgusting.
Or some sort of scientific publication, political science. These are the authors, Princeton whatever. These are the authors. Jennifer Gandhi, nice. Okay.
Very threatening too by its nature. It was a very threatening thing. And so.
So conditions under which political regimes emerge and survive, and their consequences, blah blah blah. Impacts, their impacts on promoting economic development and international peace, blah blah. Okay, anyway. So this is the generally agreed upon set of standards from a political science point of view, like not a personal point of view, that determines whether a regime is a democracy or not. The chief executive must be chosen by popular election or by a body that was itself popularly elected. So the prime minister, while not elected, it is the chief executive, is chosen by a body that is popularly elected. The legislature must be popularly elected, the parliament. There must be more than one party competing in the elections. There are multiple parties competing in those elections. An alternation of power under electoral rules identical to the ones that brought the incumbent into office must have taken place. And that does. Every single election cycle, they have identical rules, electoral rules, that allow for a transfer of power, so to speak. Right? And additionally, even though they do have a monarch, that monarch does not have the unilateral capability of dissolving Parliament. Right? So, again, this isn't me saying this.
That's how fucking disgusting this government is right now, man.
This is like legitimate political scientists, you know, professors, authors, so on and so forth. It is a parliamentary democracy. You're talking about modern laws there versus archaic laws, which they don't always consider. Who's they? Who is the they? Who are you referring to as they in your statement?
The very famous, right-wing commentator and intellectual, social scientist, I guess you could say, who wrote probably one of the most well-known racist books of all time, The Bell Curve, where it's just like, it's just like modern-day eugenics, where he tries to argue that, like, well, obviously black people are inferior to white people, and they don't have the same, like, brain processing power that we do. Duh. Well, this guy, the guy who wrote that book, The Bell Curve, Charles Murray, he came out and denounced, not Charlie Kirk, I was going to say, he denounced Nick Fuentes. He said, quote, and this is in response to a Nick Fuentes video. He says, the more video I saw of Charlie Kirk after his death, the better I liked him. The more video I see of Nick Fuentes, the more I wonder how anyone could like him. Smirky, infantile, vapid.
Take your... no,
wow.
Dude, okay.
And he's responding
it's
to
not my word.
In particular,
that's what I'm saying. This is not my word that's saying that. I'm not the one that came up with that determination of what qualifies as a democracy or a dictatorship. Like, I'm not the one that came up with these standards.
You're getting a little kooky on the other things, aren't you now, son? So, that's got to sting, because Charles Murray is like, a lot of people on the right sort of look up to him as one of the...
I don't take political scientists seriously.
Race and IQ garbage.
I mean,
so
that's kind of...
For Charles Murray to be against Nick on that one. All right, how about this? We have a new poll from Fox, and they asked voters in particular, who was responsible for the bad economic conditions. Ready for this?
So,
Biden 53%,
if I'm understanding this correctly,
43%.
You don't take seriously the determination of a group of individuals that dedicate their career to studying this specific topic. You don't take what they say seriously.
To only have 53%
absolutely not.
say
okay.
Biden's the problem and 43% say Trump's the problem, man, you know he really is at a record low. All of those polls that come
then
out,
I don't understand why. Do you even do you go to the doctor?
That range, I think those are the more correct and accurate polls, and the ones that are like 42, I think they're the outlier.
I don't take political science. In that country, there's someone trying to make a name for themselves when they're a nobody.
Was not wearing her wedding ring yesterday at Camp Lejeune. Is there trouble in paradise? Because as you all know, he's now multiple times refused.
I mean, they're trying to succeed in their career. But the thing is when it comes to like anything scientific, if there's studies that are done, if there's research, if there's like any type of peer review process. Wait, don't be smartass. Hold on.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
I'm actually not being a smartass this time.
Trouble in paradise, maybe, maybe not. It could be something totally blown out of proportion, or it could be real.
If there's anyone in a career, a scientific career, that requires a significant amount of oversight and peer review in order for a hypothesis to be, generally accepted among the group, like, is it possible that they want to make a name for themselves? Yes, but there's also a system that prevents them from, prevents wildly ridiculous claims from becoming, mainstream. But in that country, if you're not born up here, you're nothing. That's how I consider those people. What do you mean born up here? I don't understand.
I don't think they're doing that for shits and giggles. I think they're doing that because they're planning on.
Because I wasn't. See, here's the thing. Like, I wasn't born their hierarchy there. No.
Basically admitting it.
Wait, Where? I'm talking about like.
So we had another one of these votes.
Okay. Like I'm not. This has nothing to do with like nationality or country whatsoever. This is about an academic field in Great Britain. That's the thing. Like the study that I pulled up. That wasn't. It wasn't even. It had nothing to do. There were like 3 different. There's like someone with a Hispanic name, someone with like an English name, like.
Well, this is who he is.
So.
This is who he is, right? So take note and react.
This has absolutely nothing to do with nationality.
He's not a fucking social democrat. He's a corporate centrist.
If they don't mean something or someone important, I don't pay attention to them.
Challenges against him for sure, and I think AOC and Zoran Mamdani, the least they could have done is just said fucking nothing. Just say nothing.
So if they're
people challenge,
if they have a doctorate.
But no, you had to say, oh, now's not the time. When the fuck is the time?
Not a doctorate, a PhD. If they have a PhD in the field, and they are a professor at a well-known university in that field, that's still not in any way qualifying to you because you don't know who they are.
That is fewer Democrats that voted with Republicans than the
Am I correct? Is that an accurate assessment of what you're saying? I would say it's their opinion. See, here's the thing. It's not an opinion. That's what I'm trying to say. In a scientific field, there is evidence to support their hypothesis.
There's a reason why the Democratic base now is going, you know what? It's time for, at the very least, a little dash of some social democracy in this bitch. Because people got
it's also like it's also like if you say the sky is blue on a clear day, that's your opinion, because I have absolutely no way of verifying that we see the same colors. You know what I mean?
I think that's Occam's razor for how to improve things. Actually, when you look at the Scandinavian countries and they're all social democracies and they're all doing phenomenally well.
That's like saying that's like saying it's your opinion that that vaccines help prevent measles. Like, would you say that's an opinion?
Elon Musk's online encyclopedia, Grokpedia,
evidence suggests
Grokpedia cited the
that
website
a measles vaccine helps prevent becoming infected with measles. Would you call that an opinion? That's what I'm wondering.
For some dumb bullshit. Well, there you go. Now Grokpedia is citing Stormfront, and it's just, it's imagine everything but then right-wing biased. There's Grokpedia, right? Everything but through Elon Musk's ideology. That's Grokpedia. Why? Why would anybody want to use that? Look, I've said this before, but if there was a liberalpedia or a leftistpedia, I would never use it. Because when you're looking for something, reading about something on Wikipedia, you're just looking for the facts.
Who determined that measles should be called measles, right? Like, why should I have to call it measles? I don't know who called it measles. Why should I have to take what they say seriously?
But the facts have to come first.
Right?
You have to give me the facts first, and then you make sense of it through the lens of ideology. But this is like,
I mean, that's the argument you're making. Like, why should I have to call it that? I don't know who called it that. I don't want to call it that. Maybe I want to call it, I don't know, baby pussy bumps, you know? I could call it that, but then no one would know what the hell I'm talking about. There's a reason the terminology, there is a reason that in these fields, there is an agreed upon set of terminology so that everyone has a basic understanding, a baseline understanding of what is being referred to. So, when you are talking to someone and you say this is what constitutes a democracy, it's the specific set of criteria has to be met. And being that this set of criteria was determined by scientists. Like you can say politics, but they use the scientific method that is used in other fields to come to these determinations that based on this set of criteria, this is what constitutes a democracy, this is what constitutes a dictatorship. Although it is evident that there are varying degrees of both. In the same way that doctors call measles measles, and we all agree that they're called measles, right? You don't say like it's not measles because I don't know who made that. Like that's ridiculous. That same concept is applied here.
So do you understand what she's saying there? She's saying the right and the left are equally anti-Semitic and equally ridiculous, and just as it's bullshit when the right says there's a white genocide happening.
Agree to disagree.
It's equally as ridiculous to say there's a genocide that Israel is doing in Gaza.
No, you're not. See, you're not agreeing to disagreeing.
Fucking retire.
You're making the decision
This is embarrassing.
to
The genocide in Gaza is fucking provable.
ignore
It is verifiable.
a factual set of standards. That's what you're doing. It's not a matter of agreeing or disagreeing.
Different human rights organizations that all agree. Again, this isn't hard. That's real. White genocide is bullshit. Right? There you go. But no, she tries to do the, they're both so extreme, they're both anti-Semites, they're both crazy, and these are the equally absurd beliefs they have on both sides. Just ridiculous. But what would you expect from somebody who said Holocaust education has backfired because now people don't want Israel doing a genocide? That's her actual position. It is insane. It is insane.
I'm too tired to argue this, dude. Look, we agree to disagree.
Suing Kash Patel after being fired for displaying a pride flag at his workstation. But it actually gets, the story gets even more
like you can't.
Because Patel's letter terminating.
Yeah, I guess like, you know, to me like arguing facts is pretty unreasonable. Like here's the fact. Professionals in this field using scientific standards came up with an agreed upon set of criteria to determine whether a system of government is a democracy or a dictatorship. That is a fact. And your decision to like that or not does not change that baseline fact.
At the same time, they're firing people for basic displays of equality. Isn't that great? Isn't that wonderful? I don't know if you guys have seen this, but there's this investigative journalist who works mostly in sports stuff. His name is Pablo Torre. He does a lot of great work. And he did this investigative report on Riley Gaines, you know, the right-wing pundit and commentator. She basically became well-known because she went on this crusade against Leah Thomas, the trans swimmer. So Pablo Torre says the following: Riley Gaines got $25,000 for one speech, and we found a $100,000 donation from the DeVos family
Hold on.
for her job.
If I start speaking out and hating trans people, they'll pay me $25,000 to give a speech? Oh shit, I'm in the wrong career, dude. I am in the wrong freaking career.
And by the way, a lot of commentators on the right are exactly
Oh wait, I think I have to be a young blonde white woman though.
They have billionaire
Shit.
money propping them up and funding them.
I would have to become trans to hate them. To get paid to hate them. Damn.
Capital wants the people with the power and the money. They want this person's ideas to go out there because it's their ideas. It's the billionaires' ideas. It's the fascist ideas. It's the warmongers'
Shit, what was I doing? Oh.
Right? And so what is it?
Oi.
Completely and utterly astroturf, and now that's been exposed. And just to understand that, man, when you look at the political landscape and you look at who's popular, a lot of this stuff is fake. It's basically, you know, it's basically top-down controlled media. It's not grassroots. It's not bottom-up. It's not independent. We're proud of here, of course, because we're actually independent media. Not even just online media. We're independent media. You guys support the show, you know, $2 a month at a time, $5 a month at a time, $7 a month at a time, or you tip with that thanks button on YouTube, or you support Christopher Island Friends on Substack. Like, that's how you support the show. That, and we just have the default ads on YouTube, and that's it. I've never done an ad read. I've never had a meeting with a fucking billionaire or anything like that. Meanwhile, here's fucking Riley Gaines and so many of these pundits on the right. It's all astroturfed. It's all fake. It's all, hey, you're saying the things the billionaires like, so they're just gonna back up a dump truck with money and dump it in your lap. That's what it is. And so shout out to Pablo Torre for doing this great investigative report. Really good stuff.
Man, there's something in the water. You and Liberty are both like super contrarian today. I don't get it. I feel like you guys are collaborating.
Charlie Kirk was killed.
It's a conspiracy.
600 Americans were punished in a pro-Trump crackdown. So in other words, there was this giant cancel mob which dug up anybody who made a joke about Charlie or said the wrong thing about Charlie or quoted Charlie and put it out there after he died. 600 people fired, losing their livelihood because they quoted Charlie and posted it or made a joke about it. So all the talk of on the right of, we believe in comedy, bro. We're the ones. We fuck your feelings. We don't care if you're offended, whatever, bro. The second that the target was not an immigrant or a trans person, all of a sudden, you should lose your livelihood. Your life should get ruined because you said something I personally don't like. 600 people. So great reporting from Reuters on that. Just absolutely disgusting and disturbing. How they have no principles. They don't care. They have no principles. They truly don't give a fuck. They wanted to ruin people's lives. That was the point. But just remember that next time they mention free speech, they never fucking meant it ever, ever, ever. They mean free speech for them and not for you. Full stop. I kind of alluded to this earlier, but the full grand jury for James Comey, they never reviewed the indictment. So prosecutors said that instead of presenting a new indictment after the grand jury declined to approve one of the counts, Halligan, which is the beauty queen that Trump used to prosecute this case, simply bought an altered version for the grand jury's foreperson to sign. So this, without a doubt, is fucking wildly illegal. And the Comey thing is going to be laughed out of the courtroom instantly because they have nothing on this man. Nothing at all. But they're trying desperately to do lawfare for Trump, to do political persecution for Trump. And that's what's happening. But honestly, Halligan, at this rate, Halligan might end up in prison. A lot of the people who are doing Trump's dirty work might end up in prison. And he's not going to fucking be able to save you when that time comes. And Democrats need to fucking keep track of all the crimes being committed by these Republicans. So we also have, this story is kind of crazy and disturbing and disgusting. But the Trump administration removed a report on missing and murdered Native Americans. And they did it because they called it DEI content. So sorry, we don't care about the missing and murdered Native American women because that's DEI. That's DEI. Apparently, any serious issue involving any person of color is just DEI and unacceptable. And they got to get rid of it. And they are. And they are. So, that is, I mean, that's so loathsome, I don't even have words for it. That is so loathsome, I don't even have words for it. The idea that they don't matter and they don't count because they're Native American, meanwhile all this anti-immigrant rage, you're a fucking immigrant compared to them. They're the Native Americans. This was actually their land. And now, no concern, no care for them at all. You don't give a shit about justice, and you removed a super important report. Just, every time you think they've gone as low as they can go, they find a way to go lower. It's that simple. I saw this as well. This, I had to be reminded of this because I genuinely forgot this, but remember, guys, when Jamal Khashoggi was murdered by Mohammed bin Salman, you know what he was working on? He was working on a report about how Jared Kushner was feeding classified documents to Mohammed bin Salman. That's when he ended up dead. So, I mean, who ordered the killing? We genuinely don't know. Was it MBS? Was it Jared Kushner? Was it both of them? Was it Trump? But now these questions are legit because that is what Khashoggi was working on. They did not want that story to come out, which exposes just how corrupt Kushner is. Kushner apparently read all of the presidential briefings, and then he would slip that information to MBS. And remember when MBS locked up all his political opponents in a hotel in Saudi? That was directly tied to the information that Kushner was giving him. And then remember, Kushner was given $2 billion by Saudi Arabia after that. That was the payback for feeding him classified information. These people are insanely corrupt. Insanely corrupt. And who knows, just like, where's the evidence pointing in the Epstein case? Gee, I wonder who had Epstein killed. Let's stop and think about that. Who was president? Where was Epstein locked up? What was Epstein doing at the time? Slowly releasing information that was damning about Trump? Right? But here's another one where it's like, who ordered the killing of Khashoggi? MBS? Kushner? Trump? Literally, any of them and all of them are on the table. It's just insane. All right. We also also have, did you guys see this thing where, I don't know if were they trolling on purpose or did they fall for some shit? I don't know, but Polymarket, I believe they're the ones who started it, but they tweeted Zohran Mamdani to require all New York elementary school students to learn Arabic numerals. Now, of course, that's hilarious because Arabic numerals are just numbers. Like, that's it. They're just numbers. The same numbers we all learn all the fucking time. Okay? Well, literally, the replies were just all the jihad is taking over. We're turning into the caliphate. This is absolutely horrible. This is happening faster than I thought. This is disgusting. I think fucking Asmongold fell for it, which, you know, as Hassan likes to say, judge me by my enemies. Judge me by my fucking enemies, bro. Laura Loomer said, you know things are bad when you can't tell if this is real or a joke. Dear God, it's real, isn't it? They didn't even stop to do a Google search to say, what the fuck are Arabic numerals? Let me make sure this is something that's actually disturbing. They did that, they would have found out very quickly. Nothing to be worried about. This is the shit we already learned, you dumb fucks. But no, it's like, it reminds me of that poll from back in the day. I forget the exact numbers, but it was like, what, 50% of Republicans or something like that wanted to bomb the fictional country of Agrabah. Whole bomb Agrabah. Remember this? 30%, okay. No, 41. There's one that says 30, there's one that says 41. Yeah, 41%, this from 2015, 41% of Trump's supporters favor bombing fictional country of Agrabah. That's fucking crazy. It doesn't even exist. And they're like, yeah, I don't know, it sounds Middle Eastern. Yeah, bomb them. Who gives a fuck? That's fucking disgusting, bro. That is insane. And this is the same shit. Arabic numerals, oh no, how dare you?
Where was it at?
So, this is who we're contending with. And people want you to compromise and negotiate.
From here?
And hold hands with these people and walk them through shit.
But your mom picked you up at Lakeview.
These people need fucking babysitters. They need babysitters. And we're supposed to, like, treat them like fucking equals? This is ridiculous. It's just incredible. Absolutely incredible. CNN has this crazy article. Sales of AI-enabled teddy bear suspended after it gave advice on BDSM sex and where to find knives. This is the world we have to look forward to with AI. This is the world. There was another story about how Elon Musk's AI, which was in a Tesla, was trying to get nudes from
for now. I think I scared him off.
A local news article or a local news video, I should say, on that. This shit is out of control already, dog. It's already out of control. Never mind the jobs that, AI is already stealing. There's already reason to believe that, their jobs are leaving because of AI.
He's fat, yes.
The fucking massive amount of pollution that happens as a direct result of the data centers, the water use that's blown through for the data centers, the fucking massive AI bubble which is going to burst and lead to tremendous pain. There's like no upside to this shit. I'm sorry. It really is true. There's very little, if any, upside.
What's he doing there? He's thinking, I was sitting here not being touched is what I was doing.
There's a video that's floating around social media that shows Israeli forces spraying sewage on Palestinian homes. And you watch it, it appears to be exactly what's happening. I read somewhere that it's actually not sewage, it's this stuff called skunk, which is like engineered in a lab to be worse than sewage and to last longer. It's literally just terrorizing the West Bank. And now there's a full green light that's been given by Trump to Netanyahu. Let the illegal Israeli settlers go crazy. Let them steal more land from Palestinians and say, hey, God promised me this land. Let me burn
have for
down
food?
all the olive trees on these olive farms that people have been on for fucking generations. That's what's happening. So now you have the genocide and the ethnic cleansing
yeah,
of the
I think
West Bank.
so.
And of course they're going to go in there and try to turn Gaza into the Riviera of the Middle East and build Trump hotels and casinos and shit. So that's going on. That's fucking horrible. And then now they're moving on the West Bank too. And they're going to try to Gaza the West Bank as well. And it's all because your president
that sounds good. I'll heat that up.
Material on him, and he greenlights literally anything and everything Israel wants to do, no matter how disgusting, no matter how Nazi-like, no matter how extreme. That's where we are. That's where we are. And then finally, David Ellison, who is of course the CEO of Paramount, is now partnering with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Dubai to try to acquire Warner Brothers, prepping a whopping $71 billion deal package. So the same guy that just bought other media companies, right? CBS, where you have Barry Weiss who took over for him, who's doing the on-the-ground work for him. That same asshole, Zionist billionaire hack, the son of Larry Ellison, also Zionist billionaire hack, now He's partnering with Middle Eastern countries to take over more news stations to try to pump out more Zionist propaganda, try to pump out more pro-Trump propaganda, to snuff out any liberal and left-wing voices. That's what they're doing. This shit should be fucking illegal. Foreign trillionaires and domestic billionaires fucking getting together in a corrupt circle jerk to buy up our entire media so they can pump out relentless propaganda. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. People are not going to tell you the truth about it, but they should. But they should. None of this should be allowed. None of it should be allowed. It's just insane. The billionaires are just criminals, man, through and through. The billionaires and the trillionaires, the foreign trillionaires, they are fucking criminals through and through. And people need to wake up and realize the problem is not the trans person, the problem is not the immigrant, the problem is the billionaire. Always has been, always will be. They are the ones who are making your life a living hell. They are. And everybody needs to get that through their head. It's the billionaires, it's the fascists, and it's the warmongers. They are your enemy. Those three are your enemy. All right. That's all I got for you guys, man. Everybody, check out tonight. We'll post the interview with the Justice Democrat.
They made Jimmy Carter give up his peanut farm! His peanut farm! Hi, hey, ugh, news. Listen, we all know that Donald Trump, who I guess is the president, also does a lot of scams and crimes and has a lot of very troubling conflicts of interest. But here's some news. Let's put it all in one place. I think with all the boat murders and authoritarian roundups and diarrhea videos, it might seem almost quaint at this point. I mean, we talked about this in the literal first episode of this iteration of the show 7 gosh darn years ago.
Sure, the empire sucks. Trump's violating the emoluments clause of the Constitution and could have been impeached last year. And sure, he recently told his rich buddy and former advisor about his steel tariff, so the dude dumped a bunch of stock before the announcement, which is a fun way of saying they did some crimes.
7 years! Oh my god, look at me. I'm talking about Star Wars and Trump all disheveled. So different back then. Like and subscribe, by the way. Press the button. We're almost at 1 million subscribers. They send you a gold-wrapped chocolate bar when that happens, and I want the chocolate bar so bad. My point is that yes, this is an old problem. It's so old, in fact, that I talked about this issue even earlier, before the original iteration of this show even existed. But that doesn't make it not a problem. If anything, it makes it much worse. It's like a shed you never get around to cleaning, and you just stick a tarp over it and try to ignore the sounds of possums mating. And the longer you wait, the more empowered and horny and numerous those possums get. Like, he could have been removed from office for this any day. So maybe it's time to rip the tarp off, get out the weed whacker, and I guess murder those baby possums? That's mean. Let's just impeach Trump. Again. Again.
I'm really rich. So shiny.
Something I'm missing.
All the ways Trump profits off of us, US. I mean, technically every president benefits from the office. You get your own house for a while. And of course, after your term or terms, you got your book deals, your speaking tours, podcasts, or selling paintings to help you and others forget about all your war crimes. It's a net gain, unless you're one of the ones who got shot. Point is, President Donald Jackamoff Trump isn't the only president to make a buck off the office or have some conflicts of interest. Most recently, we had the whole thing with Hunter Biden allegedly using his dad's influence as vice president to obtain more favorable deals with foreign companies. However, there wasn't any actual proof of that. Obama had a little controversy too. Coming into office in 2008, reporters uncovered a mortgage scandal involving a below-market interest loan that the future president received as a U.S. senator. But the Federal Election Commission
How long does it have?
Play since that interest rate was available to other customers and businesses. Another Obama enrichment controversy involved investments made in a blind trust that put money into companies backed by a top Obama political donor. But because these investments were made by a financial broker, Obama had no knowledge of where that money was going, in theory. Also, everything I just said is adorable now. Even in those tame examples, they weren't literally the president when it happened. because most of the time the president is expected to refrain from running side gigs while they are president because of the obvious conflicts of interest. It's just not something they did in the past. I mean, except for Garfield. He got his face on everything, it seems. It's weird. We elected a fictional cat in the first place, but I guess we were more progressive back then, you know? R.I.P. woke. So let's dive in that Trump hole. A phrase I immediately regret using, but will continue to use. And to start getting us off in the Trump hole, I want to highlight how Trump used to make his money before getting elected, because that's actually going to be important.
Sharper Image is one of my favorite stores, with fantastic products of all kinds. That's why I'm thrilled they agree with me. Trump steaks are the world's greatest steaks, and I mean that in every sense of the word. And the Sharper Image is the only store where you can buy them.
Boy, as an aside, he is a terrible performer. Come on, Don, put a little emotion into it. These are your steaks, man! People talk about Trump steaks
about
a
what?
lot, but they're actually very important for
about
understanding
butts?
Trump as a salesman. Starting with the fact that he
Oh,
sold
not yet.
freaking steak at Sharper Image of all places. For our
like,
younger
you can
viewers,
talk
Sharper
whenever you want.
Image
Why, what's up?
was a semi-fancy gadget store that was basically Spencer's Gifts for the upper middle class. Also for our younger viewers, Spencer's Gifts is a shop at the mall that sells silly tchotchkes and blacklight posters, a proto-Hot Topic that had lava lamps and mugs shaped like a boob. Also, a mall was like a physical version of Amazon that you could eat soft pretzels in. Oh, and the middle class was this third class between dirt poor and having all the money ever. What I'm getting at is that Sharper Image wasn't a place to buy food, let alone perishable food. But it was a brand that was superficially associated with luxury. Not actual luxury, but the cheap Disney cruise version of luxury. Which is, of course, what the Trump brand also is. Because that was the Trump method. Take a cheap thing, slap the Trump name on it, and say it's the most bestest version of that thing because you, the definitely rich and successful guy, you know what bestest things are. And then you slap a higher price tag on it,
like we're starting over
people
from
buy it, and when it eventually or immediately fails, you grab as much money as you can and run.
It has nothing to do with being a toddler.
Like a grift. Extra points if you don't pay anyone along the way, like contractors or venues for your events or charities you're fundraising for. Point is, you sell crap, whether it be steak or an education, for way more than it's worth, and then you get out of there. Donald Trump has, since the
That's
start,
why I think we just need to get rid of all of it and start over.
His name. And not even really his name. Like back in the 1980s and 1990s,
like just take all of it.
Amassed
Like no
large
computers, no
amounts of debt
tablets,
by
no
buying
phones.
up
Like
casinos, real estate,
no,
mega
until
yachts,
they
and
until
even
they
an
prove that
airline
they're like
did
responsible.
that
Like they
by
can actually
convincing
take.
friendly banks that he was as much of a moneymaker as his father.
We have books.
Trump. He was
We can take them to the
nepo
library. We'll get
baby,
books.
which
They can
is
read books.
fine. We love
They can
some of our nepo
they can do like some
babies.
kind of
Look
arts
at
and crafts.
Jack
They can color. They
Quaid.
can
He's
draw.
a
They can
fine
write.
young man. But basically, Donald Trump was able to fail again and again because
No,
his
until
father
they
had
prove
tied
that they
their
can
name
take,
to
they can
success, which
do what
eventually
they're
he
supposed
himself
to
would
do
be able
without
to do
us
as
having
well.
to,
Because if you can't actually be
you know,
a
remind
successful
them every
salesman,
single
well,
day.
you can play one on TV.
Sir, it is my esteemed pleasure to introduce Mr. and Mrs. Donald Trump.
Ron said his client had a rich uncle, but Donald Trump.
I like keeping a low profile.
See, the joke is that he absolutely doesn't like to keep a low profile.
And they're more likely
During
to
the
remember
90s,
that if they
whenever a
don't have the
TV show
electronics.
or movie needed a rich guy
So you agree with me?
character, they would often just use Donald Trump, who loved to play himself. In
Well, I'm saying get
anything
rid of
he'd
them,
be allowed
like
in.
until they can
This
prove that they can do this.
wasn't limited to the brief superhero series Nightman.
The time is up to them.
Tell them they're about to have a very special guest.
No, you're misunderstanding me. I'm not saying that they get to decide when the time is up. What I'm saying is, however long it takes them to prove that they can do what they're supposed to do without us nagging them,
Because it is, but this was
that's the
actually
time.
really smart branding for Trump.
So that's what I mean when I say the
Essentially,
time is up to them.
shorthand for
That's
a
what I
rich
mean by
guy.
that.
Oh,
However
we're not
long
gonna
it
marry
takes them to
Donald
prove
Trump,
that they can
says
do
the
what they're supposed to
sarcastic
do
diehard
without being nagged.
character. Instead of actually being super rich and successful, he became a mascot for being rich and successful. A Monopoly guy, Scrooge McDuck, Richie Rich, the Ronald
that
McDonald
the electronics are keeping them from taking care of themselves and the other responsibilities.
To admire and actual rich people to ignore. And he slapped that name on everything, like the aforementioned steaks, but also vodka and dietary supplements. And to really illustrate this, Trump even licensed his name and image for a series of luxury condos and hotel developments without actually investing his own money or being in charge of building them. What I mean is that while Trump could throw out some design ideas or help with marketing or show up at events, he wasn't actually the official developer for these specific hotels and condos.
So they didn't clean up. They didn't shower today. They didn't clean up anything today.
This expert on hotels and luxury wasn't actually the person in charge of building these units,
how about
but rather
this?
the Mickey Mouse mascot being slapped on
they
the
do not,
because he's not actually
if they do not take a shower,
it's like one of those celebrity
if they
chef
don't
restaurants.
clean the litter,
the celebrity chef didn't know how to
if
cook
they don't feed the cats,
and did like
if they don't clean their room,
it's like Wahlburgers. I could have
then
just said
they
it's like
will not have
and of course, once
access to
the
these
2000s
electronics.
hit, Trump found a brand new way to spread this false image of success.
Okay, then they get
place
access.
Anyone can thrive, regardless of talent.
I don't know what I'm supposed to understand, what I'm not supposed to understand, because I feel like
Apprentice on the failing NBC until 2015, when he was fired for being racist about Mexican immigrants, which will be great foreshadowing in whatever biopic Adam McKay comes up with. This is all to say that there's a clear through line here for Trump simply using the name Trump to make money without having proven that his
even
name
if they
is
don't do what
actually
they're supposed to do, they're allowed to have their electronics
which I
until
guess
9
it
o'clock.
is because it worked. It's a paradox, you see. The name Trump makes money because Trump makes money because the name Trump makes money. And then people voted for him because Trump makes money. Again, it's not stupid, but it's also very stupid. The grift is brazen but surprisingly effective, like shoplifting in a hazmat suit. And there's a very good chance that running for president was simply another effort to boost his then failing brand without Trump actually thinking he'd win. Well, congratulations, it worked, and now we're all in the Trump hole. There's spiders in there. So it's only natural that Trump would use the presidency as a way to boost his brand. It's actually the least surprising thing he's done. And yet, even less surprising is him using it for hotels and apartments and other constructions. Just like he did with those condos I mentioned, Trump's name is mostly used as a label for other companies to license, including foreign governments and investors that are developing large-scale hotels and luxury properties. The Trump Organization has at least 5 real estate deals with Saudi real estate company Dar Global, one of which, Trump International Oman, is partnered with Oman state-owned tourism group, promising investors both hands-off investment expertly managed by Trump to generate income on top of lifetime residency visas. This is along with development.
I need to figure out what's
Qatar,
theirs and what's
Saudi
yours.
Arabia. The New Yorker estimates that these licensing and management deals being made in the Gulf are bringing in a minimum of $105 million.
What was your question?
Vietnam also struck a deal with Trump to build $1.5 billion
I'm
luxury
imagining, like,
golf courses and hotels. And while that's
what's
all
gonna happen
well
when
and
I shut
good
it
for Trump,
all
the
off?
scammy business mascot, I probably don't have to stress that this is a president.
I can't
now.
tell if they're currently on
It
it
is
or
the
not.
United
I just know if
States
it's connected to
president,
the Wi-Fi
now
or
the
not.
mascot of the
That's all I can
Republican
tell.
Party, being used as an international brand while
That's the
he's
thing.
the president.
Okay,
I know
that
it
this
seems
is theirs.
normal now,
That's
I
fine.
guess, since Trump is a
That's
TV
easy.
real estate guy and has been president once before, and nobody seems to be willing or able to stop him from doing all of these things that are obviously weird for a president to do.
But I don't know what else. Like, whose iPad is this?
It's abnormal, actually.
I have no idea.
For a president to be developing all of these opulent resorts overseas in order to curry favor with others or to allow others to curry favor with him or to generally enrich himself. It's so weird that right now there are protests in Serbia over a project being developed by a company linked to the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. He's just Trumpifying our government. Like literally redoing the White House in his tacky brand image, putting out shitty AI videos like this.
I don't know. I don't remember if this is mine. Okay, anyway. Chromebook, they're not using it.
Hey! No.
I think it is already.
No, for so many reasons.
Whose is this? This
One
Pixel
being that
7.
it hallucinates Elon Musk dipping
Android.
a smaller pizza into a bigger pizza, I think.
Oh, the Oculus.
Anyway, grotesque beyond comprehension, like looking into Cthulhu's yawning Trump hole. Also, I guess it's all our fault, not us specifically.
I can rename this.
But our government could have stopped this. We actually had 4 years between Trump terms and could have made some new laws about it, you know? So it's only natural that in his second term, Trump has completely ramped this up with at least 12 overseas deals. This includes new investments in older properties such as Trump National Doral, which was approved for a new condo development shortly after the 2024 election. Like, technically, this is all through Trump's sons. Remember that? Remember when he said that he was passing the business on to them?
This is my laptop.
Does it feel like that actually happened?
You said this is...
Trump
whose Pixel is
so
this?
safe from consequences that he himself attends corporate ceremonies during diplomatic trips, such as when he attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony for a new golf course with his name on it while he was in Scotland to discuss European Union trade deals. That's 3 golf courses he owns in Scotland, by the way. The president, who is supposed to be representing America, but has countless financial ties to places that are not America. The president, who has spent a third of his presidency at his own properties, using taxpayer dollars to promote his business.
No, because he's
supposed to be doing president stuff. He's just flying around in a jet we pay for, doing his side hustle.
This is iPhone.
We pay for that. It's the company car, and
so
he's using it
whose
for personal
whose
stuff.
iPad is it?
He's hosting official government events at his fucking hotels, making foreign governments and the Secret Service pay millions at his properties, using our tax
This is
dollars,
the iPad, I think.
our money. Give it back. Just add it to the Doge checks, I guess. But again, no one stopped him.
Who's this?
Like, why shouldn't he hold a Great Gatsby party while everyone loses their SNAP benefits? It's not like anyone will do anything about it, apparently. Also, not even a nice-looking Gatsby party. Look at it. Looks like the outside of a mall. I know this doesn't really matter, but I can't stress enough how tacky and cheap his aesthetic is.
I
Not
can't
that
even
I'm
access
Johnny
this on my phone.
Moneybags. My home looks like a crime scene, actually. But it's such a superficial idea of class and luxury. It's no different than, like, the Goop brand taking over the White House.
Maybe.
Which I guess is...
I think the reason I couldn't do this is because I haven't signed back in.
But real estate is old news, of course. In fact, even though his properties are thriving, it's not even the primary way that Trump makes money anymore. And so after the break, we're going to talk about what that is and also some other stuff one imagines. We say a lot of things. Here are some ads.
I think I use like maybe
if you're
a total
longtime
of
followers
5
of the Shody, you know the problems I've had with wallets. It got so bad I resorted to hiring
did you download the My
a
Spectrum app?
tortoise to carry around my cash and cards in its mouth. But with all apologies to Banjo the Tortoise, I've now found a new permanent wallet that I've simply fallen in love with. And even lust? It's the Ridge 2.0, the most refined version of the Ridge wallet. It's 10% lighter than their previous wallet, and it's made with premium materials like aluminum, titanium, and carboninium fiber, carbon fiber, titanium, and aluminum. Plus, it comes in over 50 colors and styles and doesn't require a backyard full of Bermuda grass to munch on.
I don't think he's
I also love that it has RFID blocking technology to keep me safe from digital pickpockets. So it's great for me, and it makes a fantastic gift for friends who are stuck in a digital Bresson film. For a limited time, Ridge is having their huge Black Friday sale. So head to RIDGE.com to get up to 47% off your order. This is by far the biggest discount they've given all year. That's Ridge.com for up to 47% off your order during their
I guess you can.
Biggest
devices
sale of the year. After you purchase, they will ask you
when you download the Spectrum app,
so
you need this login
tell
information.
them we sent you, and also please somebody hire this tortoise and take him off my hands. Oh my gosh!
Once you log in, you can find the manage Wi-Fi. You can search the devices.
Yeah, yachts, folks, come on! They're amazing. I don't know what you need. I've already given you grass. He will not leave me.
So all their stuff should be paused.
Remember when weekends were fun? You know, when you were a kid.
Although what's weird is I'm only
now
seeing one
a
Chromebook. There should be 3 of them, right?
Like grocery shopping and
I'm only seeing
laundry, trying to find all the references in Roku City.
Maybe the other 2 are shut off.
What happened to fun? Well,
because it's only going to show up here if it's connected to the
your
Wi-Fi.
Saturdays with IndaCloud. IndaCloud is your online cannabis dispensary for all things gummies, exotic flowers, potent pre-rolls, and more. Like this THC candy rope. Are you kidding me? What's more fun than that? All are federally legal, lab tested, and shipped discreetly. My Saturdays used to be non-stop dishwashing and debating whether that's Shutter Island or Alcatraz from The Rock in Roku City.
Food.
You know, boring, normal chores. But now with IndaCloud, the dishes are like little baby ducks I'm rescuing from an oil spill, and Roku City looks like a Van Gogh landscape painting. Plus, they have $70 ounces, so you've got more cash left over to buy the Blu-ray of the original Death on the Nile, a movie you were reminded existed because of the riverboat representation in, that's right, Roku City. Unless that's the riverboat from Maverick. Honestly, who can say? So if you are 21 and older, head to indacloud.co and use code SMN for 40% off your first order plus free shipping. It's IndaCloud's biggest sale of the year, and it's live all month long. That's indacloud.co and use code SMN for 40% off and free shipping on your first order. As always, please enjoy responsibly. And thanks to IndaCloud for sponsoring today's episode. I'm about to dig into some candy rope. Yum.
Hey now! Hi! Before that break we just did and came back from, we were discussing how Trump made his money before becoming president and all the real estate stuff that he did after he was president. But as I said, that's not really the main way he makes money anymore. We'll get to that. Eventually. I got all day! But first, we should talk about all the shitty merchandise. Gold sneakers, gold watches, Bibles, and guitars. Remember Trump guitars. I think at first everyone accepted that political candidates will sell stuff to raise money. But then it just kept escalating. No one stopped him after all. Like that mouse who got that cookie and then everyone found out he was friends with a pedophile sex trafficker. Terrible mouse. So we had the hats, and like, sure, hats, I get hats, but he didn't stop there. He didn't stop at hats. After he lost the 2020 election, he just kept selling stuff. Only now it was to pay for his growing legal fees, and just to get paid. So again, that's kind of fundraising, I guess. But now, in his second term, he's just fully selling whatever he wants with his name, face, and slogans all over it for whatever. And he does this with 2 websites seemingly designed to compete with each other. First, there is DonaldJTrump.com, which is run by Trump's joint fundraising committee. And then there's TrumpStore.com, which is the Trump Organization's for-profit shop. Now, I'm no Shoddy-Lock Holmes, but I would deduce that these websites are similarly named and have similar products to likely, possibly, allegedly make it confusing for Trump supporters to know which site goes to Trump's campaign versus Trump's pocket. Not to say that there's ever even really been a difference between the two, but recent financial disclosures showed that Trump acquired a minimum of $27 million from MAGA products. He makes so much money doing this that he actively protects his grift by suing any third-party sellers for trademark infringement, especially if they sell any Trump holes. This included a private equity firm that announced a Trump-themed Instant Pot that was willing to donate all of its profits to a Trump presidential library, but still had to back off when the Trump Organization threatened to sue. In other words, even if they are raising money for Trump the president, he will still sue, presumably because he doesn't get a personal cut. Oh yeah, as an aside, the president loves to sue everybody and scare them into settling. He's had lawsuit settlements with Meta, CBS, and others that are allegedly going to Trump's presidential library fund, while others have not made it clear whether the money is going to a nonprofit or Trump himself. But anyway, Trump is not only continuing his personal merch game during his presidency, but is still making bank with his name and likeness. A 2024 report found that Trump licensing his likeness to sell Save America coffee table books, sneakers, and fragrances made him $5.5 million in royalties. The companies with which he's doing business are often shady LLCs with vague or conflicting information on how they exactly operate. For example, the Best Watches on Earth LLC, a company that might as well be named Definitely Not Scammy Watches. All we really know about the Best Watches on Earth is that they are located in rural Wyoming, and that's pretty much it. Probably because businesses in Wyoming aren't required to give a lot of information when they register, including who owns the company. So we don't know who's in charge. It could be Trump, it could not be Trump, or something between those two things. Some kind of mutant quasi-Trump abomination. An Eric Trump, if you will. We just don't know. But we do know that the Best Watches on Earth are selling Trump watches at a grotesque markup, including one product priced at $100,000 that costs less than 20 grand to make. And we know that Trump is absolutely involved in this product because he has straight up done ads for it.
Hello everyone, it's President Donald J. Trump, and it's Trump time. Check out this Red Beauty. It's one of my new watches. Wear it proudly on your wrist, and everyone will know exactly what it's for, who it represents. It's really going to be something special. It's for your favorite president. Get your watch today at gettrumpwatches.com. Please make a great gift. It's Trump time.
God, it's just so embarrassing. Fun fact, someone ordered one of these for over $600 and got one that said rump on it instead. It's like a Simpsons gag. But I guess that's better than not getting a watch at all, which has also happened to a lot of people. Again, it's just tacky, man. This is the president. After someone tried to assassinate him, he put out a fucking cologne about it and advertised that Jill Biden wanted to bone him.
President-elect Donald Trump releasing a new product this weekend. On a post to Truth Social, he announced his new fragrance line titled Fight, Fight, Fight. Yeah, the collection includes a cologne, a perfume, both selling for about $199 on gettrumpfragrances.com. This is not a joke.
It's kind of a joke. The man has no shame gland. He lost it in the war he didn't fight. This past summer, while Trump was the president, in the White House, governing, the Trump Organization announced a new mobile phone plan and a $499 smartphone. Trump Mobile offers a $47.45 per month plan that includes unlimited talk, text, data, etc., but also telehealth and pharmacy benefits. Also, why does it cost a weirdly specific amount? Oh, damn it. I'll give him that one, but the added fees bump up that clever cost to $64 per month anyway, because even the smallest detail needs to have a scam behind it. Also, Trump Mobile sounds like he's creating his own cellular network, but he's super not. It's actually a mobile virtual network operator, or MVNO. MVNOs don't provide cellular service, but rather resell it through established carriers, in this case, T-Mobile. This means that if there's a network congestion issue on T-Mobile's end, they'll favor their users and throttle those that are using MVNOs like Trump Mobile. So direct T-Mobile users that pay as low as $15 per month could get better service than Trump Mobile, despite that costing over 4 times as much. Also, the Trump phone doesn't exist. Did we mention that? It still doesn't exist, despite people paying deposits for them? Because in addition to Trump historically making money by stiffing contractors, he also wants to stiff you, the customer. Of course, if the phone did exist, which it may never, it would probably be like a Nokia painted gold. Because this is all just Trump steaks, which, by the way, were actually just steaks made by a subsidiary of the meat supplier Sysco, which just supplied all the meat at Trump casinos at the time. It's not special, it's just bulk meat he slapped his name on. Like Eric Trump. He's just selling his name, taking cheap wares and painting them gold, which you may have realized years ago is his entire political career as well. If he could, he would just literally sell the name Trump. Like as, I don't know, like if you could just sell like fake digital money where the only value is the brand. Like a logo as a coin. Like if you took a coin, all right, now hear me out, okay, and you scanned that coin into the World Wide Web and
so we're incredibly excited on a lot of fronts, and I think America will be the crypto capital of the world, and I fully support it. My father fully supports it. Our family, is fully embracing it.
President's son Eric talking about the Trump family's venture into cryptocurrency, which has made the president a major crypto dealer when he's also the industry's top policymaker.
Huh. Interesting. A crypto coin. What even is that? Is that what skeletons use for money? No, that can't be. That's bones and worms. Because of that thing. Okay, and might I add, shit. I guess we're gonna have to talk about the president's crypto scam and the main way he makes his money now. And to do that, we also have to describe what, crypto is. Let's do a segment. Cody describes what, crypto is? So, sadly, and firstly, no. Cryptocurrency isn't called that because it's ghoulish. I mean, it's ghoulish, but not Vincent Price ghoulish. It's an offshoot of words like cryptography, aka secrets, encryption, and so forth. It's digital currency that has no ties to any central bank, making it secret money, which is cool, like hackers. Unfortunately, the people using it are not cool, like the bad guy in Hackers. It runs on a blockchain, which is a network made up of a bunch of decentralized computers, so it doesn't really live in any one place. Basically, it's pretend money that exists because a bunch of people agreed that it exists and has a specific amount of value, also known as money. Except unlike regular money, there are a bunch of different brands of money, and they all go up and down in value based on investor speculation and supply and demand dynamics, which I guess also is just money. Although you can't pay taxes with it, also there are still transaction fees. So it's not even that different from banks. Those fees go to various things, including the platform you're using to trade the coin. Remember that part. Ultimately, the IRS treats cryptocurrency as property rather than actual currency. Because it's Beanie Babies. It's all just Beanie Babies, Pogs, and Mint on Card Food Fighters action figures. To our younger viewers, it's Pokemon cards, Labubu's, and it could be what 6-7 means. I am too scared to find out. The point is that it's gambling, casino rake included, or I guess, investing. It's a very fickle, highly volatile investment that has limited regulations, that are currently in flux around the world, has no safety net, gets lost frequently, and is the go-to method to shadow fund criminals and hate groups and online gamblers. Again, it's cool in theory. It's like anarchist bucks, but instead of being used to get into some cool bondage club to learn about the Matrix, it's mostly being used by Wall Street types and the literal president of the United States to get around laws. This is why cryptocurrency is frequently used as a pump and dump scheme, which is when people talk up their cryptocurrency to maximize its value, sell it off for real money, and then watch its worth fall down to nothing. It's money, but worse. The internet strikes again. This has been our segment. Cody describes what, crypto is? So hearing me describe that, you can hopefully already see why the president should not be doing crypto on a personal level, or trying to make it a part of the government, besides the legal part with all the stealing and crimes and scams.
It kind of ruins crypto. It's like your parents trying to hang out at your basement grope party. I'm 40, Ma! Stop embarrassing me in front of my friends! Cryptocurrency should be something cool kids do to undermine authority, but instead it's been hijacked by the wealthy to remain wealthy and avoid regulations, and that includes the president, Donald Trump. Because after that Trump coup that happened, but I guess we're all okay with now, people actually weren't okay with it when it first happened. It actually made it harder for his family to access financial markets and ventures, because that's what's supposed to happen when someone does a light treason. Or to hear Bizarro Hunter Biden tell it.
Right, I came from a hard asset family. That's what we did. We built and sold and held real estate forever. And for a long period of time, I had access to everyone in the world. I could pick up and the phone and speak to any banker and get a loan almost instantly. And everything was sort of easy. And then all of a sudden we got into politics and we made our opinions known, and you put that little R next to your name, and all of a sudden that became really difficult. And I sort of realized very quickly just how much discrimination there is in the ordinary financial markets.
Yes, the R is the problem. You know how Republicans famously have trouble in the financial world? Also, just realized that crypto is probably really good for drug deals as well. Anyway, it really was the perfect partnership. During the Biden years, the crypto industry was hit with countless violations and regulation attempts, which naturally pushed investors toward Trump's re-election campaign. Trump, also being a crime guy who likes bribes, naturally began to pump up crypto in return. And in late 2024, the Trump boys announced the family would officially enter the cryptosphere with World Liberty Financial, which allowed anyone with WLFI coins a vote in certain business decisions, like shareholders in a company. And while at first sales were low, like really low, like only $2.7 million of coins were sold in that October, suddenly, around November of 2024, a lot of people wanted these Trump coins. Specifically, a lot of foreign investors from Singapore, South Korea, Hong Kong, and the United Arab Emirates. Oh, forgot to mention before, federal law prohibits foreigners from donating money to presidential or inaugural funds for American candidates. But currently, not cryptocurrency. Not sure why I just brought that up, actually. Maybe I'm possessed. So, Trump won. Remember that? Boo! And just days before his inauguration, the Trump Organization, Melania, and Trump himself launched their own crypto coins. And boy, it was immediately shady. For starters, only 24 accounts purchased $2.6 million worth of Melania's tokens, 2.5 minutes before she had even announced them. This caused it to shoot up in value, after which most of those buyers immediately sold their coins for a profit. 80% of these sales took place in the first 12 freaking hours of the launch. In other words, they did a pump and dump, obviously. And while the they is unknown, because that's why it's cryptocurrency, I will reiterate that a handful of people purchased it before it was announced, meaning that they must have preemptively known, perhaps because they knew Melania or the company hosting it. It could, in theory, not be people in Trump's circle. But I also need to remind you that there are still transaction fees, and the entity in charge of the Melania coin, a company called Meteora, also made at least $64 million in real money through those transaction fees. So you have a small group of anonymous traders making $100 million, seemingly tipped off in advance, on top of the extra money going to the company hosting this. The First Lady presumably gets a cut because it's her coin that she launched, but thanks to the third party, she is also legally insulated from any corruption. That means the most innocent scenario is that the president and First Lady are licensing their names to the futuristic version of a shady gambling app and are unaware that it's a scam. Again, the most innocent scenario is that the president is ignorant and gullible. And of course, the exact same situation is happening with Trump coins. He announced the launch on Truth Social, and wouldn't you know it, the value jizzed way the heck up to $6 billion within days of launch. The Trump Organization and its affiliates own 80% of the coin supply,
and have collected millions of dollars in just those trading fees alone. Just the United States president taking a rake. Again, it's perfect for Trump. He has distilled everything he's done in the past down to this digital frontier, selling his name and name alone with no product or actual value. Like, even if he wasn't the president, he would absolutely be doing this. But, of course, he is the president. And so we're gonna do more ads, and then we're gonna talk about how Trump, the president, is using his position to get extremely, dare I say, illegally rich.
Friends, I hate to break it to you, but 2026 is right around the corner, and I know the pressure to make most of the final months of the year is real. If you're spending every day thinking of what you should be doing, please stop shoulding on yourself and let me lift that weight off you right now and let you in on a little secret. The tool I use when I'm shoulding all over the place is Calm. That's right, Calm is the #1 app for sleep and meditation, and it is here to help you feel better. Their guided meditations help me work through anxiety and stress, and they leave me feeling relaxed and with a renewed sense of focus. I genuinely love this app. I relish that feeling of being grounded and tranquil, and my embarrassing shoulding problem is almost completely alleviated. And it's not just meditation either. They've got grounding exercises, sleep stories, and calming music to help keep your bedtime serene and stress-free. No more uncomfortable shoulds stuck in there, which can make it really tough to even lie down. I know. So, calm your mind and change your life. Calm has an exclusive offer just for our listeners. Get 40% off a Calm premium subscription at calm.com/somemorenews. This is an amazing value. Just go to calm.com/morenews for 40% off unlimited access to Calm's entire library. Stop shoulding on yourself and go to calm.com/morenews and tell Calm you heard about them from me. Okay? Thank you.
2025 is almost over. And you know what that means. 2026, the year that the Karl Urban Doom film takes place in. That's bleak. And speaking of movies, Pluto TV! They've got tons of them, wall-to-wall movies that take place in dark futures, such as Equilibrium, Time Cop, The Foreboding, The Triangulation, Spencer's Grifts, Mouthwife, I Think We're Alone Now, Zone 414, Code 463022, 9028. These titles are just the SMN team's pin numbers. The Drake Persona, Space Undies, Alien Mechanic, Virtuosity, Trouble on Planet Slurpee, and The Fifth Element. Bring the future and the numbers with you and stream for free on all your favorite devices. Pluto TV, stream now. Pay never. Okay, ads are done. Did we become millionaires? You know what? Hold on. I don't have a banking app. I just write it all out in my notes, but... Oh, I wish I sorted all these numbers somehow. This is gibberish. Okay, Trump the crypto scammer. As I said, it is perfect for him. And better yet, it's through a market that he, as the president, also gets to regulate on a federal level. It's win-win if you don't factor in the rest of the country. So we should probably talk about all the conflicts of interest, which is the nicest way to phrase what he's doing. Because, you know, there are many very obvious reasons why the President of the United States and his family shouldn't be able to have their own secret cyber money that he is also in charge of regulating. It's weird I even have to keep saying that. It's weird to have to point out that this is one of the most brazen conflicts of interest, possibly the most financially corrupt action of a president ever. Like, the president announced this crypto coin right before his inauguration, became president, and then a few months later loosened regulation on crypto investing and operation. after his family made a bunch of money through crypto. How does that not put you in the phantom zone? His administration also appointed a crypto industry leader as the head of the Securities Exchange Commission, shattered a Department of Justice crypto crime task force, and appointed venture capitalist and paid pal David Sachs as the White House crypto czar. And that's all on top of how being the president just naturally gives him power and influence in the crypto market, allowing him to do things like announce a federal stockpile of crypto earlier in the year. Months prior to that announcement, World Liberty Financial bought $240 million worth of another cryptocurrency called Ether, which was known to be one of the less volatile cryptocurrencies in the market. The day Trump announced the crypto reserve, the value of World Liberty Financial's Ether investment rose by $33 million, only to later decline in value. Trump, the president, pumped up the Ether, sadly not the knockout liquid, but then Trump, the business guy, possibly profited off of it. But wait! There's more! Because it's not just that he has power over this market. As I keep saying, this is basically a secret money piggy bank that's unregulated and allows foreign powers to directly pay money to the president. So, for example, the UAE has been trying to get AI chips from United States companies for a while. They originally went to Biden, who limited their access to these chips. See, there are concerns about the country's close relationship to China. But once Trump became president, that deal went through. What happened? Well, as the New York Times would discover, right before this happened, a high-ranking UAE official named Sheikh Tahnoun would use $2 billion worth of World Liberty Financial tokens, aka Trump tokens, to invest in a crypto platform called Binance. Should be noted that Tahnoun is also in charge of the UAE Sovereign Wealth Fund. And according to Binance, this $2 billion was the single largest investment in a crypto company ever recorded, which in turn will make World Liberty Financial tens of millions of actual dollars each year. Trump would then proceed to fire the people who were concerned about that AI chip sale and greenlight it. Coincidentally, Sheikh Tahnoun owns one of the tech companies that was looking to purchase these chips in the first place. So while technically there was no direct bribe happening, coincidentally, the President of the United States approved a controversial deal designed to benefit another country at the same time representatives for that country made him a bunch of money. Oh, also, the son of the United States Special Envoy to the Middle East is the co-founder of World Liberty Financial. It's a bribe jar. The president has a bribe jar. He's used it as one several times. Back in April, after the Trump coin had lost value after that initial pump and dump, the president invited hundreds of his meme coin holders to dine with him at his Virginia golf course, provided that they were the top holders of that coin. He even had a leaderboard and treated it like a competition. Remember, contestants, the more meme coin you buy and the longer you hold it, the higher your ranking will be. The higher your ranking, the closer you will be to the 220 special guests at the black tie event to see the president for 23 minutes. No questions or pictures. And we will make sure the food sucks too. Don't you worry about it. The reported $148 million spent by meme coin holders temporarily surged Trump coin by 58%, which in turn meant real money being made in those transaction fees. Specifically, that dinner announcement alone drew in $1.6 million. And sure, people have been able to pay the president for access in the past, but we used to gussy it up a little bit more. We could regulate it a bit too. And now it's just completely anonymous, possibly international rich people going through an unregulated market to pay the president directly. For what? His re-election campaign? And it keeps happening in ways that directly affect policy. If a company wants a deal to go through, all they have to do is purchase a bunch of the president's bribe coin. Hey, did you break the law while being rich? Well, good news for you, richo. Donald Trump has abetted multiple wealthy criminals because they gave him crypto money. First, there was crypto mogul Justin Sun, Under President Joe, the SEC charged Sun with selling unregistered securities and manipulating the value of digital tokens through outright fraud. But then, earlier this year, Sun just happened to invest $75 million in World Liberty Financial. Not too long after that investment was made, the new SEC requested that the federal judge overseeing the civil suit against Sun pause the case, which ended the prosecution entirely. A few months later, Sun purchased $100 million in Trump meme coins as a thank you. I mean, because he just loved them so much. Sun, the fraud guy, is now a freaking advisor to World Liberty Financial. Wow. America, right? So much opportunity. And then, of course, there was this.
Don Jr. and Eric have formed World Liberty Financial with the Witkoff family, helping to make your family millions of dollars. It's in that context that I do want to ask you about crypto's richest man, a billionaire known as CZ. The government at the time said that CZ had caused significant harm to U.S. national security, essentially by allowing terrorist groups like Hamas to move millions of dollars around. Why did you pardon him?
Okay, are you ready? I don't know who he is. I know he got a 4-month sentence or something like that, and I heard it was a Biden witch hunt.
Ooh, I'll help you out there, sir. You seem very confused and feeble. You pardoned Changpeng Zhao because his company Binance, which we already mentioned in a separate scammy context moments ago, had a multi-billion-dollar deal with World Liberty Financial, your crypto scam thing. You're welcome. Maybe write that down so you don't forget next time. This is a good moment to note that Trump might not know anything about this crypto stuff, by the way. I don't think he even knows how to turn on a computer, a task that he has repeatedly praised his son Barron for accomplishing. It's more likely that his kids or other slightly younger people around him are running this clown show in his name. Much like he banked off his father's name, the Trump name will once more be passed on as this hollow symbol of value. Because it is. To be fair, and B, it now has value. As of this video, the Trump family is worth roughly $5 billion in real money. The grift is complete. All those rich people who didn't take him seriously before certainly have to take him seriously now, and you too can make money the Trump way. All you have to do is spend decades failing upward by making your name a brand, then become president real quick, then use and manipulate an unregulated market to take bribes from international billionaires in exchange for selling out the American people and collapsing the economy. It's that easy. I don't know, man. It's so bad. I know you know it's bad, but it's hard to really portray how bad this all is. It's why the emoluments clause exists. The president can't take bribes, and that seems pretty reasonable to say. If a president's goal is personal enrichment, that president is likely not going to be doing things that are beneficial to the citizens of their nation, unless the citizens' needs happen to align with whatever is making the president money. Like, Qatar just fucking gave the president a $400 million jet. That's one of those pesky emolument things. And in return, Trump has given Qatar a virtually unprecedented guarantee of protection and US defense if they're ever attacked. It's kind of like NATO, which Trump hates, but with a free $400 million jet, which he loves. Also, may be relevant, but literally 2 days after filming this, it was reported that Trump would cut the 39% tariffs on Swiss imports in exchange for Switzerland investing $200 billion into the United States after a meeting during which Swiss officials gave Trump a gold watch and a literal engraved gold bar. Guys, Jimmy Carter gave up his peanut farm. That wasn't for nothing. That was to avoid Jimmy Carter forcing American consumers and companies to become obsessed with peanuts and make him money via peanuts. Of course, in this case, Trump's preferred industry is just scams. He's helping himself and the scam industry. He's also uniquely able to get away with this stuff. He's done it his entire life, and he has ported that ability to his time at the White House. Literally, when the House Oversight Committee chair, James Comer, was asked about the Trump family's crypto scams, he said it's okay because, quote, they're admitting they're doing this. See, they're holding a big sign that reads, "Doing crimes," which makes it all above board, right? He's donating his paycheck to renovate the White House. See, he gives back. He doesn't need the money on account of the hundreds of millions of dollars he's, scammed from so many people. But still. Or, counterpoint, evertheless. By which I mean, here's an idea. Maybe he should just, go to jail. I'm just brainstorming. But even if Trump is just auto-penning through his finances now, we kind of have to recognize that this is all very obviously illegal and push for consequences. I know that's a cop-out to say, obviously that would be nice, just like it would be nice to fly the Millennium Falcon with Space Bigfoot. But even before his rise into politics, Trump and his family kind of represent everything wrong with the wealthy in America. You might notice that in all of what I just said, all the ways Trump made money involve him never producing a single worthwhile product or giving anything in return. It's just a series of financial and social cheat codes where he used an inflated personal brand to run sweaty scams that compounded into enough money and power to shield him from consequences. There are so many Trumps out there, but only one is like the mascot for unearned wealth and power, and only one that is using the office of the president for the first time ever while he's the president to amass massive personal wealth. We kind of need to nip this one in the bud, because it sure would be nice for me to not be referencing this episode 7 years from now, when I'm, I guess, still doing this show. God, that sucks. Please like and subscribe, and maybe everyone mail me $1. Would that work? Is that how scams work? I wish I knew how to do scams. I'm so bad with money. Siri, get me money. Send $1 to me. Get the bank to give me money. Well, I don't know why you're charging me. I only use my phone to ask for money. What? You send me money. I'll call him back. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure to like and subscribe. And check out our podcast called Even More News. It's on this channel twice a week or at the podcast place. You can go and you can be like, one of those twice a week, please. And they'll know what you're talking about. Check out this show, Some More News, as a podcast, if you don't want to look at me. And we've got the patreon.com/somemorenews if you want to go there. We've also got a merch store at the URL that's on the screen. There's merch, and here are examples. You see? And we've got other examples, which, just kidding, it's just like the image there. I think this is maybe in that. I don't know. Is this from there? Either way, you can get this too, or you can get this twice. I don't know. Bye.
This ad is brought to you by ViiV Healthcare, the makers of Apretude, cabotegravir. You never skip your SPF, and you carry hand sanitizer like an accessory. But what are you doing for HIV prevention? One way to help protect yourself from HIV is Apretude, a prescription medicine used to reduce the risk of getting HIV in adults and adolescents weighing at least 77 pounds. You must be HIV negative to receive Apretude and get tested before each injection. If you think you were exposed to HIV or have flu-like symptoms, tell your doctor right away. More HIV testing may be needed. Apretude does not prevent other sexually transmitted infections. Practice safer sex to reduce your risk. Get Apretude as scheduled. Missing doses increases your HIV risk. Don't take Apretude if allergic to it or taking certain medicines that may interact. Tell your doctor about your medical conditions, liver problems, and mental health. Serious side effects include allergic reactions or rash, liver problems, and depression. If these occur, get medical help right away. The most common side effect is injection site reaction. Bring your A game and talk to your doctor. Learn more at Apertude.com or call 1-888-240-0340.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the In Good Faith podcast. My name is Philip DeFranco, and every week I'm talking to people I think are the most important and influential people in the world. And this week, my guest is Ben Collins, the CEO of The Onion, and maybe soon the owner of InfoWars. And also making it even juicier, before buying The Onion, he was a disinformation reporter for NBC News. You know, we talk about so much, the art of satire, and if it's still possible in 2025, Elon's failed attempt to buy The Onion, and how The Onion is now the 11th biggest newspaper in the world. So hey, sit back and enjoy, and if you do, give it 5 stars on Spotify and Apple, or give it a like on YouTube, and also leave a comment on what you agreed with, disagreed with, or who you'd like to see next as a guest. So Ben, the first thing I have to ask is where are things with InfoWars right now? How far away is there a future where you are the CEO of InfoWars? Because there was craziness, and then it's been kind of radio silent for a little bit.
Yeah, we're still going for it. There is a future where that happens, and we're planning for that to take place. But we have no idea. Alex Jones is like the piece of shit the Michael Jordan of being a piece of shit to the court system. He is he's relentless in terms of trying to evade justice, and we are we're standing by trying to find a way to get it. But at present, it's just sort of in like very weird purgatory. People are afraid of the government, the courts, and they're specifically afraid of Alex. I think in a lot of cases, Alex is the court system has been like, why didn't this sell for an amount of money that's real? And it's because if you try to buy InfoWars, you just inherit the harassment campaign with it. So you're just paying for this. You're paying for all this extra stuff. You're paying to be told that you're part of the cabal or whatever. So that's part of the deal. But we're still going for it. It's the right thing to do. I will say, when we first, it's been a little bit over a year actually, since we temporarily owned InfoWars for like 20 minutes or so. And it's been a very long year since then. But it was 8 days after the 2024 election when this first happened. So we were in for the long haul. And we also knew that more than likely we're the only people bidding on this that wanted it to be a different kind of website. So, or we're not even remotely involved with Alex himself. So, we knew it would be hard. I don't know if we knew it would be this hard, but we're at the 1 year anniversary and we're still fighting.
Well, so something I was interested in there, because I forget if it was ever confirmed or if it was just rumors. I mean, was part of the calculus and wanting to buy, I mean, was it true that Elon Musk was involved in some way in trying to buy it?
Unclear. He has tried to buy The Onion in the past, and that kind of failed. He just had to pick off staffers one by one to try to go get it. There's a series of dominoes.
That's what I'm thinking of. Okay, because I was like, there's something with the connection there. That's so weird and funny. Why did he want The Onion?
Because he wanted to be cool, man. Like he, all these guys just so desperately.
Was this before he bought Twitter to be cool? He wanted to buy The Onion to be cool?
He wanted to buy The Onion. The staff was like, no, thank you. This was in, I think, 2016 or 2017. It was a long time ago. And then, then he started individually picking off staffers to launch something that under his eye, and just kind of basically forgot about them. Just left them in like a warehouse space in Southern California, and they wound up launching a thing called Thud, and then they all left. So that's what happened there. Also, Twitter tried to step in to stop.
What a beautiful name for something that failed. I love that.
It is.
That's so great with a thud.
Yeah, I think the people who worked on it, I think they didn't understand what they were getting into. It wasn't at that mode. It was nowhere near that mode of current Elon. So
right. Oh, okay.
I think once they got there, they're like, something's off here. Yeah, and that's what happened. Yeah.
Have you ever had any run-ins with him, whether it be this life or your previous life? Because I mean, you were a disinformation right-wing writer for NBC and the Daily Beast. Which actually, before I even get to the Elon stuff, how do you decide to go into such an awful field? What's the mental process there?
Yeah, I will say, I mean, most people in that field, including myself, I don't think there was like a decision made where I was going to be like, I'm going to go and just to call Nazis all day long. Nobody does that on purpose. It's been about 10 years. It has been 10 years, but 10 years ago, my friend's girlfriend, I went to college with this guy named Chris Hurst. He was a reporter. Like, we had this really incredibly awful, what would now be called a podcast, where we talked about, I think, fantasy baseball for 2 years. Really rough.
Psychos. Okay, just really quick. I do fantasy football. You have to be a psycho to do fantasy baseball. That's a job.
Yeah, it was a job. I don't. Yeah. And this was before it was like gambling. We're just doing this because we were nerds. It was a problem. But we, anyways, he was a reporter in Roanoke, Virginia, and so was his girlfriend, Allison Parker. And Allison was shot and killed on live TV. She was the first person to have her murder live streamed on Facebook. It's truly abhorrent, truly awful. And then the weeks after that, I started like Googling his name and seeing what his name came up on YouTube. And everything that you would see at that time was that Allison didn't really exist, or that Chris worked for the CIA. All this awful stuff. This is when it was not really reported on either. People didn't talk about how people were getting their information and how people were absorbing all, like how the bad guys had sort of taken over the pipes. So I wrote a story about that, and then I just never stopped. I just never stopped covering those kinds of people, conspiracy theorists, people who had really hijacked how Americans consume information. And, those people are now called, I think, like the Justice Department. I think that's what we would refer to them as a collective now. But that is that's how I got into it. And I just wanted to cover stupid stuff the whole time. And unfortunately, that's not how American life has turned out in the last 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, when you mention the bad guys, I mean, unfortunately, I think we both have a negative impact, but we kind of see the words conflated. Can you walk us through disinformation versus misinformation, and maybe even with that, like the evolution of what's kind of become the bigger problem, even though both are obviously a problem?
Yeah, I think, misinformation is people spreading stuff they don't know is wrong. Disinformation is deliberate targeting. There are campaigns to go after specific people or ideas and trying to get them, at this point, criminalized or hurt. I focused on people who were probably most affected on a wide swath that maybe were not, faces weren't put to names. So very frequently I was covering trans people who had been targeted at the start of that. And I was trying to alert people that maybe these people were being used as a stand-in because they had no power. Maybe they were being used as a caricature because they had no real rights or lobbies that would stand up for them in the grander populace. You still don't see trans people on talking head shows on CNN or MSNBC or anything like that, let alone Fox News or those other places. But those people were being actively targeted because of that, because they didn't have a line of defense that worked. And then obviously immigrants and really the lowest, probably the lowest in the totem pole in terms of lobbying power. And those people being used as scapegoats really worked in 2 elections in the last 12 years. So I covered how they were used. These campaigns were used to try and drive these people to suicide. Were used to try to make it so these people could be blamed for all of America's problems. And it got tiresome because then, obviously, if I'm reporting on that sort of thing, they come after me, they come after my family and my friends. And it became too difficult to do. And I just, I hung it up about 2 years ago around this time.
I mean, do you see yourself in a drastically different situation? Because wouldn't like the biggest change be you're kind of just more mocking and making fun of rather than, and it kind of accomplishes some of the same stuff, especially with, I think, the failures that we're seeing in mainstream reporting right now.
Oh my God, yes. We have a lot more juice right now because we can say the unsaid things that are rattling around in people's brains. And nobody's getting in their way. My job is to make sure our writer's room at The Onion gets to say exactly what they want to say. And there's no space.
Well, that took a lot longer than I expected. It doesn't matter. No one's watching me anyway.
So that is my biggest job right now. And I think it's working. I think right now where you see all
it's gone like 30 minutes. Okay, anyway.
Agreed with, disagreed with, or who you'd like.
Shit the Michael Jordan of being a piece of shit to the court system. He is
What?
He's relentless in terms of trying to.
No one's here watching.
And
I started talking,
we're standing by.
and I was like, I don't know why I'm talking. No one's here watching it, so it doesn't matter.
But at present, it's just sort of in like very weird purgatory. People are afraid of the government, the courts, and they're specifically afraid of Alex. I think in a lot of cases, Alex is the court system has been like, why didn't this sell for an amount of money that's real? And it's because if you try to buy Infowars, you just inherit the harassment campaign with it. So you're just paying for this. You're paying for all this extra stuff. You're paying to be told that you're part of the cabal or whatever. So that's part of the deal. But we're still going for it. It's the right thing to do. I will say, when we
that's right.
It's been a little bit over a year actually since we
got to 40 followers. I think
owned Infowars for like 20 minutes or something, and it's been a very long year since then. But it was 8 days after the 2024 election when this first happened. So we were in for the long haul. And we also knew that more than likely we're the only people bidding on this that wanted it to be a different kind of website. So or we're not even remotely involved with Alex himself. So we knew it would be hard. I don't know if we knew it would be this hard, but we're at the 1 year anniversary and still fighting.
Well, so something I was interested in there, because I forget if it was ever confirmed or if it was just rumors. I mean, was part of the calculus and wanting to buy, I mean, was it true that Elon Musk was involved in some way in trying to buy it?
Unclear. He has tried to buy The Onion in the past, and that kind of failed. He just had to pick off staffers one by one to try to go get it. There's a series of dominoes.
That's what I'm thinking of. Okay, because I was like, there's something with the connection there. That's so weird and funny. Why did he want The Onion?
Because he wanted to be cool, man. Like all these guys just so desperately.
Was this before he bought Twitter to be cool? He wanted to buy The Onion to be cool?
He wanted to buy The Onion. The staff was like, no, thank you. This was in, I think, 2016 or 2017. It was a long time ago. And then then he started individually picking off staffers to launch something that under his eye. And just kind of basically forgot about them, just left them in like a warehouse space in Southern California. And they wound up launching a thing called Thud, and then they all left. So that's what happened there. Also, Twitter tried to step in to stop.
What a beautiful name for something that failed. I love that.
It is.
That's so great with the Thud.
Yeah, I think the people who worked on it, I think they didn't understand what they were getting into. It wasn't at that mode. It was nowhere near that mode of current Elon. So
right. Oh, okay.
I think once they got there, they're like, something's off here. Yeah, and that's what happened. Yeah.
Have you ever had any run-ins with him, whether it be this life or your previous life? Because I mean, you were a disinformation right-wing writer for NBC and the Daily Beast. Which actually, before I even get to the Elon stuff, how do you decide to go into such an awful field?
Hey, it switched automatically.
What's the mental process there?
Yeah, I will say, I mean, most people in the field, including myself, I don't think there was like a decision made where I was going to be like, I'm going to go and just call Nazis all day long. Nobody does that on purpose. It's been about 10 years. It has been 10 years, but 10 years ago, my friend's girlfriend, I went to college with this guy named Chris Hurst. He was a reporter. Like, we had this really incredibly awful, what would now be called a podcast, where we talked about, I think, fantasy baseball for 2 years. Really rough.
Psychos. Okay, just real quick. I do fantasy football. You have to be a psycho to do fantasy baseball. That's a job.
Yeah, it was a job. And this was before it was like gambling. We were just doing this because we were nerds. It was a problem. But we, anyways, he was a reporter in Roanoke, Virginia, and so was his girlfriend, Allison Parker. And Allison was shot and killed on live TV. She was the first person to have her murder live streamed on Facebook.
What?
Truly abhorrent, truly awful. And then the weeks after that, I started like Googling his name and seeing what his name came up on YouTube. And everything that you would see at that time was that Allison didn't really exist, or that Chris worked for the CIA. All this awful stuff. This is when it was not really reported on either. People didn't talk about how people were getting their information and how people were absorbing how the bad guys had sort of taken over the pipes. So I wrote a story about that, and that just never stopped. I just never stopped covering those kinds of people, conspiracy theorists, people who had really hijacked how Americans consume information. And, those people are now called, I think, like the Justice Department. I think that's what we would refer to them as a collective now. But that is that's how I got into it. And I just wanted to cover stupid stuff the whole time. And unfortunately, that's how American life has turned out in the last 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, when you mention the bad guys, I mean, unfortunately, I think we both have a negative impact, but we kind of see the words conflated. Can you walk us through disinformation versus misinformation, and maybe even with that, like the evolution of what's kind of become the bigger problem, even though are obviously
Yeah, I think misinformation is people spreading stuff they don't know is wrong. Disinformation is deliberate targeting. There are campaigns to go after specific people or ideas and trying to get them, at this point, criminalized or hurt. I focused on people who were probably most affected on the wide swath, but maybe were not, faces weren't put to names. So very frequently I was covering trans people who had been targeted. At the start of that, I was trying to alert people that maybe these people were being used as a stand-in because they had no power. Maybe they were being used as a caricature because they had no real rights or lobbies that would stand up for them in the grander populace. You still don't see trans people on talking head shows on CNN or MSNBC or anything like that, let alone Fox News or those other places. But those people were being actively targeted because of that, because they didn't have a line of defense that worked. And then obviously immigrants, really the lowest, probably the lowest in the totem pole in terms of lobbying power. And those people being used as scapegoats really worked in 2 elections in the last 12 years. So I covered how they were used. These campaigns were used to drive these people to suicide. Were used to try to make it so these people could be blamed for all of America's problems. And it got tiresome because then, obviously, if I'm reporting on that sort of thing, they come after me, they come after my family and my friends. And it became too difficult to do. And I just, I hung it up 2 years ago around this time.
I mean, do you see yourself in a drastically different situation? Because wouldn't like the biggest change be you're kind of just more mocking and making fun of rather than, and it kind of accomplishes some of the same stuff, especially with I think the failures that we're seeing in mainstream reporting right now.
Oh my God, yes. We have a lot more juice right now because we can say the unsaid things that are rattling around people's brains. And nobody's getting in their way. My job is to make sure our writer's room at The Onion gets to say exactly what they want to say. And there's no space perverse above us that tells us not to do it. So that is my biggest job right now. And I think it's working. I think right now where you see all these other places capitulating, trying so desperately to normalize truly absurdist and weird behavior, we are just not doing that. We're just not doing it.
Yeah, actually, so I wanted to dive into that because I was reading a recent interview that you did, and you said all my friends are reporters, and they have 2 choices, right? They keep their heads down at the outlet that they're working at, they keep their big paycheck, or they go independent, they report what's actually going on. And you added that I know for a fact that all the media outlets that had a resurgence in the early Trump years either fired all the great reporters or told them to shut up. Can we name some names as far as even with starting with outlets and companies? Because I think sometimes there is protection and there is cover for saying all of them, right? And if you're a different version, I think of, I'll talk to some of the Trumpers in my family, and they'll see something that's like egregious from Trump, and they'll be like, "Oh, well, they're all criminals," and it's like, "Okay, wait. Of course. So if everything's bad, no one's bad. So are there any specific outlets that you think are the worst places and they've cracked down on the reporters the most? I'd love to hear from you there.
Yeah, obviously the Washington Post is the most egregious. They are doing the bidding of their billionaire owner. They've completely wiped out their op-ed page and replaced it with people who are now saying that Jeffrey Epstein is Me Too 3? Me Too 2?
What? Oh, okay, I have to look.
Yeah, that's like a thing that's happening now. But like that is the most egregious thing, and I don't want to broad swap this in the other direction either. There are still great reporters there. Like Drew Harwell is a great reporter doing the best he can in a difficult situation. He covers basically what I covered back in the day, and he's a dog. He's really good. And the reporters there that are still doing good work are fighting a two-front war. It is going to be very difficult. CBS wiped out everything. You saw the guy who ran 60 Minutes for decades, duck out, get out of the way. That's when you know something's up. Marty Barron at the Washington Post knew something was up before anybody else because he was the guy who was at the Globe Spotlight team when they did the child sex abuse scandal in the Catholic Church. He's one of the best editors in the history of America, and he knew something was funny at the Post and left when he was the editor-in-chief there. There are a lot of places that are acting like this, and some of them are acting like this overtly. The Post is very, they're playing a game. They're trying to, its owner is trying to win favor. Same thing for CBS. They are trying to get deals through that otherwise wouldn't, that would be monopoly-style deals in the past. CBS is trying to, the owner of that company, the Ellisons, they're trying to buy TikTok and Norris. They might bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. They have just merged Skydance. All of these things. They are trying to win government approval, and you hear talking, with Donald Trump, where they say that they're on the brink of CBS for just capitulating. That's what I'm talking about. It's not. This is
what, kitty?
That's the overt stuff. The covert stuff.
Meow.
I don't want to blow up my friends.
Where you at? Where you at, meow meow? Come here.
They have kids. They have
meow meow.
They have a life, and
meow.
they are trying to keep the wheels on the track to the extent that they can. It is sort of like in the first Trump administration where
Here,
they were
buddy.
doing that.
Hi.
Really, there were real people who were trying to stop him from shooting protesters and doing January 6th and all that stuff. There are people in those roles in newsrooms right now that are less overt, but almost all of these mainstream places have, to some extent, capitulated because of larger corporate concerns.
So do you think then the future ends up being more independent? Because I don't know. I don't see it just with reporters. I see it in numerous fields. We've had a lot of experts going. Pretty much everyone's like, just shut the fuck up for the next 3 years, and maybe we can survive this. And maybe it doesn't go back to normal, but there's some sort of pendulum swing. So I mean, is the future independent? Because I sometimes think on the surface, okay, it's easy to say yes, right? We see the kind of the Substack pops, we see the TikTok and YouTube shows that blow up, but it almost feels like inevitable that it'll get to a point where it's a business for a number of these places, and then it loses that independence.
Yeah, I hate to be hopeful, but I'm gonna be hopeful for a second. If that's okay. Some of the best reporting I've seen in my life.
Next question is going to go into cynicism,
yeah.
But yes, I want to hear about it.
Cool. Some of the best reporting I've seen in my life has come out in the last few months. People like Marissa Kabas in The Handbasket, who is just a dog. Once you give up the ghost of trying to work at these places ever again, you are doing some of the best reporting in the world. On a week-by-week basis, people come to you with real information from like the wrongs of the government and the stuff that they know they can only trust somebody who will report it fairly and accurately outside of these spaces without going to the White House and trying to 50-50 something awful. That's where the real good stuff is coming. And I talked to yesterday, the woman I talked to was from my alma mater who's fighting this fight. They are, I went to Emerson College in Boston, and the president of that college is trying to kick the school newspaper out of their buildings for reporting on Palestine movements last year. They were just reporting, and they didn't toe the line. And I told them, I'm much more likely as the guy who hired some people to hire somebody who got kicked out of college for reporting accurately about the administration than I am for somebody doing a 50-50 ball with people who are lying to you. And that's gonna come. It's gonna happen. The people I will remember from this era are the people who went and asked a murderer in Mohammed bin Salman to their face about how he shot a journalist to death. Those are the people I remember right now. They're playing with fire with their jobs, but they are not playing with fire for the long term. Like, we're gonna get through this. There is going to be another side of this. People do not like what is going on writ large. That's available in polling, but it's available when you go outside and talk to people. And the reporters who understand that fundamentally know that their job is to report what's going on and not the in-between of what's going on, what your boss wants you to say. Those are the people who are gonna, stand the test of time in this era.
I think people are going to be interested to hear you expand on when you say someone has a story, then they go to the White House, they do a 50-50 ball. Like, can you explain what that is?
Yeah, I mean, at all these places, there are active conversations about keeping your seat on Air Force One, about not getting sued. So you have to, CNN gets sued all the time, New York Times gets sued all the time and Wall Street Journal now as well, by the White House for this, and it's expensive. These are frivolous lawsuits, right? And they're suing them for tens of millions of dollars for ridiculous, obviously true statements of fact. But that doesn't matter. It's still lawyers' fees. Like, they'll get thrown out, but that's hundreds of thousands of dollars in lawyers' fees that could go to reporting, that could go to all this other stuff. If you are a person with real information right now, say you are a government whistleblower of some stripe, say you just left ICE because you couldn't handle it anymore, do you want to go to the Washington Post reporter, who you know is a good reporter, by the way, but you know that they'll go and they will smear your name because you're taking their information, because that's the rules. They'll take your information and they will drag you through the mud before the story even gets out, because they're not playing by the rules. I'm going to go to Marissa at the Handbasket, who's going to report the shit out of this thing, and then call the White House at the very last second. That's who I'm going to go to if I'm a regular human being whistleblower. I'm not going to go to the guy who gives the White House 2 weeks to comment and go through like the Palantir records on you and then come up with everything bad you did in middle school. So I am aware of the situation. I just, the news hasn't adapted in time, and now it's at the point where it's sort of beyond adapting.
Okay, so that's kind of interesting to me. So, because I always talk about myself as a news curator and commentator, never as a journalist. And so there are a number of things that, as far as practices that are interesting to me. The note of contacting who the story is about, kind of last second, is that a normal practice? And if so, why?
Oh, you have to. I mean, you should reach out for comment from the White House. I think there was a time in which you might be able to get information out of that, but now they are saying your mom. They reply to emails by saying your mom to you, so you're not getting information. You're giving them a week to go on offense, basically, and that's fine. They're giving you a week to, but like again, you're kind of asking the gun time for comment. You're being like, hey, do you have any bullets in there? But they're going to say to you, you're gonna find out. That's what you're doing.
Right.
I'm not saying this isn't like good practice. I'm saying that, again, if I'm Chelsea Manning or Reality Winner or whatever right now, I'm going to 404. That's where I'm going, which is a great outlet of ex-reporters who got laid off in the first wave of like AI layoffs at these medium-sized places. That's where I'm going.
Yeah.
And I don't know. These places have had a failure to adapt to the new reality that we live in.
Is that kind of the next big threat, you think, maybe next, maybe it's the current threat for journalists is AI? Is that why we're seeing, or why we're seeing more comfortable, or companies more comfortable in laying off the amount of people, or no, it's not really there yet?
Kitty, what are you doing?
My take on AI is that it is.
Why are you fighting with a table, you weirdo?
Useful executive function in laying off people who they want to lay off without a replacement. In my world, AI cannot call somebody and get information out of people. It can't build source. It can't do all that really difficult stuff. It also, at the end, cannot write a joke. It's just straight up bad at it. And that's because AI at present is the synthesis of all known knowledge, right? It's the synthesis of all, that's I would say, an optimistic take. And that allows you to take that stuff and analyze it, and the information that people analyze it in a way that is hopefully useful. Good satire, good comedy is just sort of the unseen thing. It's the feeling that, and it's very human. And for us, we don't use it at all. I've not not seen anything from AI that was funny on purpose. I've seen people manipulate AI to, there's a great guy on Instagram. His name's like Sergio or something, but he's a casting director, and he tries to get, he does casting calls, but with AI, right? AI actors. That's funny because their faces morph and they simply cannot act. They can't. They don't know what being mad is. They just overact. It's very funny, but it's not good. So in both the Onion's world and in the reporting world, it's been used as a cudgel to lay off lots of people. It's been used as a good excuse to be like, look, sorry, the revolution's coming. We're getting out ahead of this. And what they've replaced it with is nothing good. I mean, I have not heard the great AI song or seen the great AI movie. I've seen them add extra fingers in the background to an Apple TV show, but I have not seen the supposedly incredibly positive developments artistically that I've been sworn to with trillions of dollars in boiled ocean that is coming.
Yeah. I don't know. I constantly look at it. I think it's the situation we're in feels bad no matter what. It's either mass firings or it's not what they say it is, and it's just a commercial product, and the market takes just such a massive impact. We see devastating damage, but we'll see. So that kind of hits on the cynicism that I wanted to ask you about. With InfoWars, you were asking, what would you do with it? You said, I would have the site show how everything in American life is a scam. So as a cynic, my ears go, okay, wait, he has to expand on that. How do you see everything in American life as a scam?
I mean, our economy is sort of reliant on gambling and speculation right now. And it used to be reliant on like hypothetical gambling, but now it's literally reliant on actual gambling. Like I don't know, 1 in 2 American male teenagers seems to be spending 80% of their time on DraftKings, which I suppose is better than the rest of the internet. So, like, it's not a great outcome for us, and I see it everywhere. And even if you're not gambling or part of that speculation, you're being preyed upon by some sort of MLM that tells you they have some sort of miracle elixir that is going to fix every ailment in your body that probably requires some yoga. So like there's a vast open expanse here for us at The Onion to comment on this. And in the last 30 years that The Onion has been around, 37 years, we've always sort of like taken up that mantle. Like we went after, we created the Onion News Network when it was peak CNN, when it was like the child was in the sky. What was that? Remember that? Remember when there was the child who was like in the floating balloon, but then he wasn't.
Are you talking about Balloon Kid?
Yeah, the Balloon Kid. Yeah. That was around when we created. Yeah. So it was.
I remember covering it. I remember seeing the documentary in the last year. Like I was all bought in. But yeah.
Yeah, an incredible metaphor.
It's gonna bother me. Anyway,
the whole thing was an incredible metaphor for what we were in for at that point. But around that time, we created ONN, and then we created Clickhole to counter the BuzzFeed upworthification of everything. And now the way that we consume media is random people trying to sell you boner pills because it'll fix all your problems. And we have to have some sort of reaction to that as a company. And that's why we were going after InfoWars. Obviously, we would have wished that we would have it by now, but we'll see what happens in the next few months.
God, was it the Upworthy PDF that ruined headlines for 2 to 3 years?
Yep.
I was like, you will? Oh my God. I'll get you right back to the In Good Faith pod in a minute, but first let me say, have you ever gotten a random spam call and think, how the hell did they get my number? Well, it turns out it might be from leaks like this one. A billing platform recently exposed nearly 180,000 personal records, including names, emails, and tax IDs. So yeah, if someone's secure system, it basically left your data sitting out like an open Google Doc. And tons of businesses, they use tools like that every day, and you never know your information is just floating around until it's too late. And that's why I use today's sponsor, NordVPN, to keep my digital footprint locked down. Threat protection blocks malware, shady links, and trackers before they even load. Well, encryption, it keeps your connection private, even when the sites you use mess up. And I use it everywhere from hotel Wi-Fi, airports, or random coffee shops that definitely shouldn't have free Wi-Fi. And also,
It's fast, like stream your favorite show from another country without buffering fast. You can even change your virtual location to access content or grab better travel deals. So don't wait for your data to end up in some unsecured spreadsheet. Protect yourself now. Just scan that QR code or go to nordvpn.com/ingoodfaith for a huge discount on a 2-year plan plus 4 extra months free. That's nordvpn.com/ingoodfaith. It's risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee because privacy shouldn't be optional. But Ben, I want to go back to, I haven't really had a sounding board for this. So I am someone that in the past I had PrizePicks sponsorships, DraftKings sponsorships to the chagrin of my sales team and my manager. I started once I actually researched and saw how fucking devastating it is for people, I was like, oh, okay. I was comfortable with this because it wasn't technically gambling, and it was just fantasy football, and that's a thing that I normally do, and I still engage with it on a personal level, but I was like, I can't promote this once I start seeing how devastating it is. But I think also it's another version of the bad. I'm freaked out by what's been so normalized in the past just 6 months. Even Google's like, oh, I guess gonna get involved with Polymarket and Kalshi. That seems so dangerous, not just for manipulation, but I don't know. Once again, maybe it's the cynical part of my brain. When I started seeing Mamdani in New York as a 92, 93% favorite, and you could vote no, it felt like it opens up this horrifying door. And it's not like people need more reasons these days. It feels like it opens up this horrifying door where someone goes, okay, well, I'm going to bet that he doesn't, and then it incentivizes some sort of other reason for an assassination attempt. It feels like, and I like, when I'm thinking that, I'm like, I'm not seeing stories around that. Am I crazy for thinking that? I don't know if you have any thoughts there.
Yeah, I mean, weirdly enough, I started covering this thing called PredictIt, which was the progenitor to this. This used to be very, very regulated. So you used to have some sort of tie to a university to run a prediction market in the United States. So I think the cap on betting on an election was $3,000, right? And it was just a way to see if the way betting markets behaved would be better than polling. That's the way it existed. So I remember going to a PredictIt event on Wall Street before the 2016 elections. This was 10 years ago. And I remember talking to a guy, and he had thrown all $3,000 you could in every market against Hillary Clinton. And this was after the debates. This was after a debate where Donald Trump ostensibly did very poorly. I thought he did very poorly, but I guess not. And I asked him why he did it. And he said, it's a hedge against the rest of my life. And I said, fascinating thinking, but I kind of get you. He's like, well, if I lose, I win like $12,000. If I lose the country, I get $12,000. And it was a really interesting thought. But then that obviously devolved. Like once the Kalshis of the world and the Polymarkets of the world came up, there's so many incentives to do really gnarly stuff, especially at lower levels, right? Like every single race you can bet on along the way. You could nerf a candidacy and just say of a small time person just to win $100, $200 or something with just a random rumor you put on Facebook or something. There's just a lot of incentive that are even smaller than assassinations to kill dissent and get money for it. Like it's a very obvious and terrible idea. Obviously it should be regulated. I haven't heard of the big NBA style gambling ring takedown of politicians, but it's certainly happening. There's a lot of incentive to do this, and the people who do it first and foremost, and then we find out about it 2 years later, probably doing it right now.
Yeah, I mean, to that extent, I don't know how involved it would be. I mean, these days, commentators and politicians seem more married than ever, but it does feel like it's prime for manipulation for people that have any sort of reach to be able to have an incentive, another incentive. There's already so many, whether it be access to the administration that we've seen this go around and the kicking out of the mainstream. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's people talk about it, but I feel like it is going to ruin maybe close to as many lives as AI.
Yes, I agree, and I think that I think that the stories to come, when that wave of AI suicides came through, it's obviously that's the next wave of terrible stuff because it just came shortly thereafter. In gambling addiction is a chemical disease. Like we've known this for decades. I grew up in a house, right? To be real, this is some lore. My grandmother bet on the Red Sox. She had a bookie come to the house. I grew up with my grandparents and my parents. She had a bookie come to the house, and she just like threw away money on the Red Sox. The Red Sox have never won a World Series in her lifetime. She died in the lifetime in which you cannot win a World Series. So she would just throw money away at a bookie, and there was no. This is a chemical problem she had, right? Obviously, and I love her dearly, and it was that's just what happened. So like we're in for it in a lot of ways. I hate to end on a positive note here, but like there's.
I know, I love it. Give it. I'm like, give it anything positive to me.
A gaping maw for good coverage here. That if you're a young journalist, or if you are a person who sees what's going on here, you're about to be a very prestigious and well-received journalist when this wave of capitulation ends, which seems like it's going to be soon. So just get in there, make your YouTube video, get in there and write a blog and get on Blue Sky and yell about it, because that's how this happened the first time around. I was nobody, and I became a reporter in this space just by tracing down leads when everybody told me covering the internet wasn't important or serious, and that beat became the White House beat, right? So, like, if you want optimism, the democratization of the internet created a lot of bad stuff in the last 10 years. It can create a lot of good stuff. You just have to keep a good head on your shoulders, keep moving forward. I know it's really rough, but it's a good time to do it. This is the time. We're at rock bottom. It's the time to get in.
That's the time. Yeah. The market's down.
Yeah.
Societally. Are there other blind spots that you think that people could inject themselves in right now outside of that?
Oh, other than journalism? Yeah, I mean, like, there's just comedy in general right now for us. I hate to bring it back to my world. I keep saying this right now.
That's why I have you on.
Yeah. People are getting priced out of LA and New York if you're a comedian, and that includes places to do comedy. That's why people are doing them at laundromats and all these other places. But it also includes comedians. So they're getting. If you're racist, you move to Austin, and if you're not, you move to Chicago. I live in Chicago, and there is.
I don't know. I heard fascism's not fun anymore. So I don't know. Maybe it's okay to go there.
Maybe that's.
They're like, wait, this is what it looks like. Oh shit!
I was talking about the immigrants, the character in my head.
I just wanted to say the R word. What the fuck? That's it. Feels like that's most of the reactions. That I'm just like, okay, Jesus.
Yeah, but like right now, if you are a sharp comedian and you're not doing crowd work, you won the game. If you just do it the old-fashioned way, I'm gonna go see you. People who are. I call our process here at The Onion ruthlessly inefficient. It is the least efficient way to get to a joke, and it's probably the best way to do it. Every day every weekday they wake up, 15 writers come in with like 10 headlines, so you're working with like 160 headlines, and then they needle that down to like one every day, one or two. And when people say The Onion doesn't miss, it's because we miss all the time. We miss 159 out of 160 times. And
it's just not public, or even the public?
Just not public. Not okay. It's just not even close to public. We do it the old-fashioned way, and there is I don't want to sound like an artisanal granola lady in like 1998. I understand how annoying those people were. I grew up around them. I grew up in Massachusetts. They sound like it's not great. That's not it. I'm saying the quality thing is it's a grind. And once you come out of the other side with the thing that's made from the grind, people really appreciate doing stuff in person.
I think I'm done for the night.
Reaction to AI, in my opinion, that's why I don't want to call it a societal bad, is that kids are being like, I should go outside. Like, I'm not learning anything. I feel like I'm getting dumber. I should just go talk to my friends. And I think that's great. Yeah, like, it's been a suicide bomb in American life. Fine by me. The other side of this is like people are going to go to the bowling alley again.
Yeah, man. Technology, like all the things that I wanted tech to do, it's all the reasons I have an 11-year-old that I'm like, you have a phone for 30 minutes a day to be able to text your friends. And he's not clamoring for it yet. And so I'm like, okay, I feel like I'm doing something right because I don't know. My wife did a field trip with them, and she was like, yeah, there were like 1 million kids doing TikToks on the bus and all this, and I was just like, oh man, I gotta shield this kid as long as I can before. I don't know. As a parent, you just start seeing the world in good ways and bad ways seep into your kid's life, and sometimes that like manifests into all of a sudden this like bright joy is all of a sudden like worried about how they are being perceived, and I'm just like, okay, if I can keep that extent to it and they're not fully involved, great. But I hope that we do see more and more people getting away from the internet. But
if you're still watching, thanks.
I don't know.
But I'm done for the night.
Whenever we talk about Gen Z,
goodbye.
At least the one